Hello, this kind of scuffed. Just have to post some shit in Discord. That I'm streaming because I actually thought I wouldn't, and I wrote it like that. But I'm just too addicted to streaming and the game. And after posting that in the appropriate channels, we can start playing. I just noticed that there's almost nobody streaming all day. So I thought, okay, I'll take no responsibility. Because yeah, I wanted to take a rest from streaming as my voice got fucked. Or my throat, I should say. My voice is still fine, I guess. Yeah. So maybe I should try not to talk too much. My throat just hurt, so I was not streaming. To prevent worse. Okay, now I'm actually visible on Twitch. Crazed asked me earlier, streaming right now. He asked me if I was going to stream. I said, I don't know, but now I know. So yeah, I'm just a bit sick. Maybe that's why when I played a little bit off stream, I played even worse than on stream, which shouldn't be possible. But I'm gonna try to not make excuses and just play well. But if we don't have a turn 1 play as player 2 in Helionar against Songhai, I already know what this guy's playing, then I will just concede, I guess. This thing is not even good against Helionar, it triggers their shit. Okay, we lost. That's a good beginning of the stream. Getting punished for streaming. And we're dropping more ranks. So I already did my dailies and opened some orbs. But yeah, it was the first time that I played off stream. Because I wanted to do my dailies. And was feeling... I just wanted to do my dailies and go to bed. But then I realized I'm addicted. And I want to play more and stream, even though it's late here and I'm sick. And who knows, I can refine my groove while being sick. Which again, like I said 2 minutes, doesn't seem likely as I played like the worst games of my life. Off stream. Oh. But we might be fine at some point. If I mana vortex this shit, it doesn't die to net select. That's probably gonna be worth. Wait, what? I got actually rewarded for streaming when I shouldn't? I hear some notification that I do quite like. This seems like a fine spot. I don't want to play this into Flash Mecanter, so I will play it Flash Mecanter into my face. Because I don't care about 4 damage to my face with this shit. Okay, that's nice. I have to pump this above Plasma Storm, of course. They will be on 5 soon. Oh, it's you, Sergeant Kurai. You conceded to me once on ladder after thanking me for giving you the Helinar deck. And then we queued into each other and I played like absolute garbage, which is what I was talking about. So obviously you won. I mean, I guess you couldn't really see that I was playing like garbage, but I definitely had much better plays in hand. And after that I had to concede against you 2 minutes ago because I had no turn 1 play after max replaces. But thank you for the sub a lot. I hope you feel better soon, man. Thank you for that wish as well. How have you been having fun playing the Helinar deck? Why did you quit the liner match? I feel that I didn't have a turn 1 play crazed, and I know what Kurai is playing. It's Helinar, so don't really feel comfortable playing. You know, I couldn't even do anything besides. I didn't have. It's not just I didn't have a minion. I just had nothing in general. I had nothing to do turn 1, and in my hand I only had useless spells and the 4 winds. And 4 winds on curve against Helinar seems like a horrible idea. Okay, that's a bit too much draw, and I like all this burst. Fuck, we're gonna get Plasma Stormed anyway, because I didn't get a Mana Vortex. Ugh. Let's not play into Flash Mecanter on the Chakri. Got this thing back again. XD. Might just keep it, because I might just play a bunch of cheap shit next turn, just only spells. You do 2 damage per thing, so. Let's rechat a bit more. I am behind. Hello, Andre. You'll probably get the referral reward for me getting to gold today. Nice. 3 orbs, thank you. Only accept coaching from non-vendor mates. I conceded on ladder because I had no playable cards. Oh, so we did the same thing, Kurai. You conceded because you had no cards, and I conceded because I had no cards. That's fair, right? And then one game we actually played, and you won because, well, it was my own fault. I played horribly, which is not me trying to say you didn't make good plays. It's just, I don't know. Wait, they're dead, right? I'm just saying that I played horribly. This is, yeah, that's already 10. Just these Saber Spine Seals, so obviously it's lethal. Let's also throw Ghost Lightning into it for fun. So that's a bit better start of the stream, also due to the sub. I mean, you don't walk into a Chucky's range when also Blood Rage Mask is equipped after Heaven's Eclipse turn. That was totally their own fault. We're only ranked 14 now. Ugh. And yes, it is a great deck. I enjoyed it a lot. It looks a bit like the Hallowed Ground I played earlier. You mean the 1-draw version, right? With the 1 drop that creates a heal tile. Thanks for the suggestion for the deck. No problem. Thank you for the sub. Hello, Latonen. Well, overall, you are faring against lizards with Spell High. It's okay. I'm much less salty against lizards when I play Spell High, but there's not really any other deck I can play without getting super salty against lizards. I know the feels, and I know you're a better player than me. I know I have a lot to learn. Thank you for all the kind words. I do hope I will actually deserve that compliment soon again, because yeah, not been playing well, not just today, but in general since release. Can take in the Discord channel if you want. Exactly what I ran. Okay. Yeah, that was the best healer line in our deck. There has been the 1-draw one. In 2-draw it was never super good, but I'm not surprised you're doing well with it, Kurai. Because so many people are playing aggressive shit at the moment. Like Abyssian usually doesn't play aggro, but it does have burn win cons. It's kind of a minion, but Against Abyss, I don't think this plus this equip is that good. Especially not with the early game hand. I could combine that next turn, but it's unlikely. Okay, skill. Chakri, that's nice. Am I still behind on chat? Probably. Yeah, running 3 times 2 healing cards is very good against Abyss, I found. I can imagine. Oh, speaking of Abyss and healing shit. Now they have to choose. Between killing the boar and lure hitting the Chakri. I put it here because then they actually can't reach you with Night Sorrow or Shroud. Last stream I did have a good ending, 9 out of 9 with Creep Abyss, but I just find it a bit boring. The fact that I can win so easily with it, with my current form, just makes me feel like it's not very skillful. I do think Spell High is skillful, even though I can imagine it doesn't feel like that for everyone. Void Hunter. Two-drop Night Sorrow. Do I really have to put this thing into the corner? I guess in that case we just don't need to play around Night Sorrow, because if they have two-drop Night Sorrow, now let's do it anyway. It's just that they can already Night Sorrow this with a two-drop, so it doesn't really matter. But should have put this one up maybe, so that a Night Sorrow Shout here can be hit by the Fox onto the tile. I think they forgot to have a creep tile. Now this thing dies to Heartseeker. Maybe they have an answer to Heartseeker. I mean, and it's still a misplay. We could have also walked 2 forward with this thing. I guess that makes sense, because then I can't hit it while I go to the mana tile. I'm actually going to replace this. I think I'll have Phoenix Fires for days. Maybe we can deny this draw with a Jux play. If I inner focus the Heartseeker, I can. I think that will be worth, because inner focusing the Heartseeker helps with the artifact too. And I can steal the mana. So I think I'll play Heaven's Eclipse here instead. It's probably not a great idea with a Fox on board. Well, I guess I'll get more fires, even though I will overdraw the shit. But I'll do 2 more damage. We got a lot of burn in hand now. Yeah, it sucks to not get the fire, but they will take 2 more damage that way. And maybe they'll Night Throw this thing to not take 2 damage, and then we're kind of happy that they Night Throwed a useless fox instead of a useful one. Okay, that way they do get their draws. Yeah, of course I didn't see this shit coming. This is not common by any means. Cranky, did you see my Twitch DM? Oh, never mind, you replied. Did I? Didn't read chat during this game yet. Well, anyway, if you're in chat, Cranky, I will reply to you after this game for sure. Of course I remember the Cranky Panda. Who doesn't? Let's replace the no damage, not really scared of this shit. I'm in no danger of dying. So we can do 3, 6, yeah. I'll force the Mystic to hit the Fox, because that's more advantageous to me, right? Yeah, at least I'll have less choice with what they can do. So I'm doing this simply because he's almost dead. They do have 6 cards, so not sure yet if we won. But he got good burst draws, so I find it hard to imagine they can come back from this. There we go, they give up. Going a bit better than my daily quest. Since when do I play better on stream than off stream? That's new. Let's rechat now. Spell is skillful is somewhere propaganda. I do know why it doesn't feel skillful. I do totally understand. This deck got me to S-Rig with about an 80% rate, but maybe that's because of a combination of the deck being good and me having some prior experience. Yeah, from the one draw, right? Cool, I'll be curious to see play out with your RTN, same as Discord. I'll be Drago, I'll pretend to be Cranky Panda. I'm a cool. Oh, Decoy, you are Cranky. That's cool. Because I played quite a few times against you and I was like, oh, would this be really Cranky Panda? Is he really back? Then it turned out it was not, unless you're trolling again. You know, Decoy, for once I will compliment you on your trolling, because this time I actually don't know who you are and if it's actually Cranky, and you know, it's pretty funny this time around, I will admit. But yeah, so I guess you are cool now. I did get your Twitch DM, Cranky. So yeah, you are Cranky, because I now know what you mean. You mean the whisper. For some reason, Discord link not working for me. Really? Wait. Saikumaru, this one? If it's not working, then I'll have to look into it. This one is not working for you? Enjoy watching Ferocca and Usuku. Learned a lot from them and hope that Gauntlet comes back soon. The same. I would like some new cards, and Gauntlet can be a fun alternative to Ladder for sure. Playing any Meta Creep tonight? We might indeed. Since I was doing so well with it, despite my bad form, if I feel like winning, I'll switch to that. And then probably lose with it suddenly. Cranky said on Discord that someone stole his name, so I'm gonna be someone else. I mean, so Cranky actually is around. It's just you stole his name? Is that what you're saying? Feels Cranky, man. Garanash. It's nice to go second against Prophet Jack's decks, because we just lose to that shit. So then we have more time to kill them before they can do that. Okay, very skillful hand. That cannot be board. Do we just play this shit aggressively? It's a little bit dangerous. Like, I don't mind if they trade this in for 2 Phoenix Fires. That's not the dangerous part. The dangerous part is losing our whole board. It's nice against Venar to eat the mana tiles though, so now that we have such a good opener to eat the mana tiles with, we should also play it, I think. Okay, that's nice. Because this will probably get Chrome Called, probably not get, probably doesn't give any cards. But yeah, this is a very strong opener. Cranky, yeah, he's not playing yet though. His IGN is just Cranky. Okay. So there is a Cranky. I just lost to the guy and he played like 11 Chasers. Chasers are also pretty annoying for Songhai. We do have Lightnings and Juxes, but there it is, right? Oh, Cryo, that's not so bad. That's super slow and still gives me a card. So something I've learned from Mazer is, you know, you want to keep your inner focuses and your burst in general for later against Venar, because they remove all your shit, so you need some out of hand stuff. So I guess I'll replace this. This is also burst, but you know, this is the much more efficient burst, so. And this kills some shit. And with some shit I mean, what's his name? Elemental. That we have a hand low on minions sucks. I don't want to get cornered with this thing, so you know, if I go here and they put something here, then I can't hit it with a Heartseeker. So I'll go only one step back. I do put them in the corners sometimes, I mean very often even. Just Venar has some swarmy shit and then they can easily put a minion here. I would like to deny the mana, but then this boar does nothing. I can also just not hit this, then I can steal town, still hit face, but that would be pretty bad. I have to kill this, and it's not worth Phoenix firing. Even if you have Avis Eclipse in hand, question mark. Maybe I should have just eat the mana, hit face, which means my general is here. Hit their face with my general, and Phoenix fire this, because then I do 2 more damage this turn. Maybe that was better, since I have Avis Eclipse in hand. And we probably have nothing to do next turn, which fucking sucks. If we have nothing to do, then I will just be an idiot, a face monkey, and send to Phoenix Fire's face, I think. No, that's not even possible now. It is indeed a Prophet deck. So all my cards do nothing here, except this. What? They didn't kill the board? That's so absurd. I wish this card did something. I mean, that card always does something. Pretty sure we locked out here, that we can deal with this shit after a Prophet turn. But that's totally their own fault for not hitting the board. That was just stupid. Maybe they thought I had 6 hands a card or something, I don't know. So yeah, I'm just gonna clear board here. Because Prophet decks are pretty scary with boards. It does suck to waste an inner focus here, because of what I just said, that you need the inner focuses for killing your opponent if it's Venar. But Venar with no board is pretty useless. Ugh, more bad draws. I'm not good at drawing minions. At least I was good at drawing boars. Well, I was good at drawing minions this game, just not the past 2 turns. I should rephrase that. I had a Lantern Fox Heartseeker opener with a boar in hand. Are you not gonna hit the boar again? I figured it out. Your decks make me wonder if I should fit to Circle of Life in my deck. A boring turn, nice pump. Can you draw IRL? You mean drawing pictures kind of thing? Yes. Well, maybe not anymore, but I used to be in art school. That's why I'm unemployed now, XD. I don't want to draw Heaven's Eclipse of Heaven's Eclipse, but I would also rather play minions this turn anyway, so let's replace this shit. Yeah, that is a minion. They just played Chromatic Cold, so maybe I actually play this minion. And send some Phoenix Fires. No, just one, because I have to Ghost Lightning here. They could Jax. And then it's still without a profit. There is a decent chance to get another Lightning of Heaven's Eclipse, of course. I guess if we send a Phoenix Fire face with Ghost Lightning and this, they wouldn't dare to play Jax, right? Pretty sure I could kill them indeed because of Heaven's Eclipse. So that's a way to play around Jax and waste a Ghost Lightning. It also dies to Cryo, of course. This is just not a great play, but especially against Venar, I just didn't have much else to do. Well, this is a good draw with this and in the focus. I just don't have a minion. So now I probably regret playing the Chakri already instead of another fire phase and keep the Chakri for an out of hand play. Because there is the removal. At least they can't play Jax now indeed. It's a slow turn. 3 mana left. What Crazed said is totally happening. These are the last 2 chases. I already killed one forever. Makes it a bit awkward. Because I want to do a Blood Rage Mask turn, but I guess it's fine. It's just that if I get Ghost Lightning on display, I would play it against that I can hit face and stuff, but Ghost Lightning is probably not going to be useful after this turn anymore anyway, because I can just Profit Jax from now on. Let's just pre-hit this. So that the Blood Rage Mask doesn't die on board, and we still stay a bit close, clear some shit. Okay, I might need all of this. I just want to replace one time for my minion. I absolutely need this. I could also just not replace because it's so much burst and I will draw 3 cards at the end of turn. Could even Phoenix Fire this thing. But I think it's too much damage to pass up on. Maybe I should just replace this. No, but that can also give me lethal just with Blood Rage Mask things. Okay, we did get a minion, but a bad one. One that can't be any focused. Maybe I didn't replace well. So yeah, we could get totally fucked by Prophet of the White Pawn here. Otherwise, the double Phoenix Fire can kill him quite easily. It basically just depends on their hand if we win, yes or no. That doesn't look good for them. Especially against Sunriser, so can make for some great turns. Nokuru, I think Ilinar will be actually good if there will be more cheap triggers like the Sundrop Elixir. That would really help it. Oh, they're dead. And I'm kind of looking forward to that time that they will release a card with more cheap heals. Thanks for the follows, Pipo Sonion. Oh, is that the Sonion? You know, the vet player from old days? Just with Pipo in front of it. Yeah, and Rutilo, also thanks for the follow. I'm losing to such horrible Vannar players, I'm triggered. Sounds like Jack's crazed, isn't it? I only know you triggered. Service down, for me not yet. Thank you, Sensei, no problem. Makes sense. I know the archetype can be frustrating, but enjoy Helion a lot. Yeah, I don't even find it that frustrating. In general, Lion-R, it's not really something that makes me salty easily. Sometimes Divine Bond or, you know, good draws from any faction can make you salty, I guess. But Lion-R is quite fair. I guess I mostly get salty against Lion-R if it takes no skill, and that's quite often with Lion-R, but you know, they're not as bad as Magmar, of course. And I would say that Lion-R is more positional than Abyssian too, so it's probably harder than Abyssian too. Release Lava Slasher? Never. Frustrating to face. I guess if you play an aggro deck, it's frustrating to face. I lost to Avalanche. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that's a card that's hard to respect. Yeah, I used to be decent. Now I need good budget decks. Help, please. I know you used to be decent. Me too. But I'm washed up for sure. Good budget decks. Wait, what happened to the question about Discord? Saikumaru. Don't see another message. Do people, do other people have problems with my Discord link? Or is it just Saikumaru that has a problem? Yeah, so Nayon, in the deck command you can find some shit. Good budget decks. Also just play Lion-R, I guess. They barely have any cards that you really need that are epic or legendary. I would argue you don't even need Imo because Frostbow Naga is a decent budget option for Imo. It's actually better against all the Prophet of the White pawn players. And then you're just missing Regalia, I would say. That card is not really replaceable, but you know, if you're just climbing from bronze because you just started playing again, you don't need Regalia either. You have too much experience from the past, Sonayan, to be worried. Those turns where you play like Rejuvenated Sunrip and Healing Mystic must make people sick. Yeah, if you were one-off lethal the previous turn, then that shit is triggering, yeah. Cards you either recommend or don't for laddering. Lion-R does have some shitty cards, but I think they're quite obvious. The ones I do recommend, if you're asking this as a totally new player, their top 2 drops are Lion and Windblade. Chaser is actually very good in Helion-R. Kura, I can tell you this. But you need to play actual Helion-R, otherwise you can't really play this. This card is necessary. It's your main removal for big shit. This card is also necessary because it's global AoE. It's just very good. This spell is not that necessary for Lion-R currently, but it doesn't hurt. You can play Lightbender or Sunbloom. I would say it's very hard to say what's better, Lightbender or Sunbloom, because there's quite a lot of creep on the ladder now. And I think Sunbloom is better against most creep decks. Creep decks that don't play crawlers and the 4-drop, then Sunbloom is better than Lightbender. But if they do play crawlers and the 4-drop, then Lightbender is better again. And Lightbender is better against Vitruvian and Songhai if they don't know how to play around Lightbender. But playing around Sunbloom is easier than playing around Lightbender. But this thing has range. And Lightbender does not. What else? Also one of their must-have cards, especially if you're a new player and you can't play Fatigue Lion-R yet. That is pretty advanced shit. If you're a new player, put this guy in all your decks as well. This is one of the cards you really want if you have Spirit. You know, one of the few expensive Linar cards that is very good. Ironclave is not that great now because there's so much addition. Arclight Sentinel is a good budget option, or if you play Tempo Liner. Yeah, these things are not great. These two are both playable, but if you're new, I don't think you should waste 900 Spirit on these legendaries. These are not the best legendaries in the game for sure. And Linar doesn't really need them. So another card is this one. I don't have any yet. This is the only other expensive card that you kind of need. But again, you can also play Frostbow Naga instead of this as a budget option. And it's not much worse. It looks much worse, but I've played it in this budget meta the first few days. I still don't have ammo, so I still play Naga. It's not that much worse than this, because Naga at least is better in some situations. For example, if you only have 4 mana, so early in the game, Naga is better than Immo, because you usually don't have the right positioning for the good Immo. And you get a 3-3 body. And it's better against Prophet of the White Palm decks, because Immo is spell damage. This is a card that some people think is a meme, but I think is pretty good. And there are more players that think it's good. It's a bit of a divisive card. But don't play too many of it. This is like a 2-wolf card, just like Divine Bond. Missing anything else? No, that's pretty much it. And then Mystic and Primus Fist are nice in Linar for neutral 2-drops. Because healing your early game Linar minions is super strong. And Primus Fist on both Silverguard and Azure Lion is very strong. Thoughts on Azure Horn Shaman and Duelyst? Azure Horn Shaman is a very good 2-drop. If you play Nagas as a budget option to Immo, then it's even better, because Naga and Azure Horn Shaman have very cute synergy. Duelyst, not a fan. In one draw, Duelyst was crazy, but that's because it has 3 health. 2 health Duelyst is meh. It's really only playable in Divine Bond Linar, I think. And even then, I still wouldn't play it, because Linar doesn't have dispel targets. So you just dispel the Duelyst and kill it with 1 general hit. Nick works for me? Okay, good. Who else is on the dev team besides Simon and Bladham? I don't know, is getting executed by the Reddit mob for the P2 pay to win meme. I don't think anyone's going to get executed though, because tomorrow they will launch a patch that gives a lot of orbs. Who else is on there that you know? Macer. Yeah, Macer. Macer doesn't do much lately. He was very involved in the beginning, but after they got the code from CPG, he doesn't really do much anymore, as far as I know. But that's the only other dev that you actually know, Decoy. Try to remember old school Duelyst. Am I wrong that Magmar Linar with the Scarp was just far superior than everything else? Pay to win Magmar, in my opinion, is the best. Some people will say Songhai probably, and I do think they're pretty close. At least if the Songhai player is good. If the Songhai player is good, then it's better than Magmar even, maybe. But for the average player, Magmar is the best, I would say. And Magmar also has the most decks. Because Songhai really has only one playstyle. That's the... yeah. How do you call it? Is it aggro? Is it... It's not a burn deck. Even though it can feel like it. I put just a spell high deck. And Magmar has so many options for decks that are actually viable, but people pretty much all just play or mid-range or aggro or super slow control. But they have more decks than that, so it's crazy. And Linar is indeed one of the best for budget. I would say the best for budget. You really only need 2 epics. for an optimal deck. Or in both, easy. Well, I don't blame you for running Shaman, it's good. Chaser's super nice with healing. Yeah, and there are some things that really get punished by Chaser. I played it myself in the last server test, as you probably know. And it was really cool that my 2-drop became a Chakri Avatar because people played Spectral Blade, Void Pulse, 4 wins with spells, that kind of shit. Ephemeral Shroud is not as good. Depends. It's better to run a card that actually kills. Or are you... so you know, Martyrdom is better than Ephemeral Shroud, is what I'm saying. If you're asking about Ephemeral Shroud is not as good as Sunbloom or Lightbender, then I would say yes. Because Shroud, like Lightbender, has no range. But Lightbender at least dispels multiple things. And has a much better body. And yeah, the 2-2 doesn't really matter. So I would rather have the consistency of being able to hit things far away with Sunbloom than Shroud. Also because people don't always play around Sunbloom, and a few cards can't play around it, like certain wall cards. And Shadow Nova cannot play around it, while Shroud is just one tile. It is about 90% of mine seem to get the spell though. I guess if you run Shaman, then you can play Duelyst too, because then you actually have an early game dispel target as Linar. Because yeah, that is the problem with Duelyst in Linar. They have the best spell for it, Divine Bond, but you can just, you know, there's no risk in dispelling Duelyst against Linar because there's nothing else to dispel. Some new players might think you need to dispel something like an Ironcliffe, but no, you have to kill Ironcliffe. That's why you don't see that much dispel, because killing is just better than dispelling, of course. Like if you dispel a 4-inch Magi, it's still a 4-4, and they will still jux it into your face and kill you. You have to kill it. I crafted Immo, but then really makes a Circle of Life. That sounds like you're playing a slow deck. Circle of Life is pretty nice, but Immo is usually better, especially on ladder. Feeling like busting out the dank Ferocca Abyss soon? I might. Didn't play many games yet with Spell High. But maybe I'll just play one game now just to make you a bit happier, and then switch back to Spell High. Did Smash do work main on the Koning side? I don't think Smash was really a dev, right? I don't know. I know he was involved a very long time ago, like he did some Python stuff when there was nothing yet, and he uploaded some stuff to YouTube, but I feel like he left even before CPG gave the code. I'm not sure though, you have to ask Smash. It's just the same battle without Lantern Fox and Third Wish. But Lantern Fox is the same as Dispatches beta, I'm pretty sure, Sonion. The Celerity Fox had been gone for a while already. But a big change, Sonion, is that mech is even worse. Because mech at least was a good cheese matchup based deck for ladder. But now mech is kinda nothing because it's Dying Wish instead of Opening Gambit. And that makes Shadow Creep a bit better. Because that was actually one of the matchups that mech did do well against. At least if you can get it out fast. And with Opening Gambit you could, of course. No problem with Tulo. Is a majority range deck viable? No. There are some good range minions, but maybe if everybody's playing budget. But there are lots of optimal decks out there already. And then range minions are pretty weak. They're easy to kill even if you hide them. Range actually is a super powerful keyword. Possibly the best in the game, if you really think about it. Because, you know, it's kind of like being able to fly to a minion, hit it with force field and fly back. Something shitty like that. Shitty comparison like that. Range is crazy in this game, but opening gambit, rush, that kind of shit is usually better. Because range minions, like the original devs did know range is a broken keyword, so they gave them shitty stats. That's why range isn't viable. Sorry. My throat is totally fucked. For people that just got here, I'm sick today. I'm not memeing. My throat is fucked. That must be very charming for you guys to hear. I'm losing my voice. What the fuck was I gonna do? Oh yeah, show you the Veil Hunter. If Veil Hunter had normal 2-drop stats, so a 2-3, it would actually be super good. Probably straight up broken. But that's why range sucks, because the devs know range is overpowered, so they give it shitty stats. I mean, like Chaser, oh, okay. How good do you think Kolos Mechai is? Horrible. Mechai is not viable. If you play mech, you at least play it in a faction that or gives it rush, or has the fastest mech. Because Abyss can't give it rush, but at least it can get mech out the fastest and most consistently. So Lionar and Songhai are the worst mech decks in my opinion. Songhai at least can... Oh wait, we're gonna play creep for one game. Songhai at least has good synergy with Sword of Megazord. But I guess Lionar has to sustain. Nice stuttering. Lionar has to sustain. And you need to sustain nowadays with mech because it's so much slower than it once was. Let's lose to Jax. We probably need to go face in this matchup because of Jax. How many different viable Venom deck is there right now? You have Angry Solifit, you have regular Walls. Those are the two main decks, I would say. But there are quite a lot of variations on Angry Solifit and also some slight variations on normal Walls. And they got some shit that only individuals play. For example, Crazed has a lot of original decks. These are all not good turn 1 play. Well, this can kill a tempo Snow Chaser, so I should probably keep that. This is also nice to keep for Snow Chasers that actually infiltrate. And Fenrir. But I would rather have Spectral Blade for Fenrir than this, honestly. In general, Spectral Blade is amazing against Venar, especially early game. Also good against Venar, because the walls, even good players, you can't play around it. There we go, with a Chaser, right? So I fucked myself replacing the Shroud. Okay, they don't know how to play walls, which is good news for us. So new players, you don't do this because one, they cannot take center. They put a wall in their own way. You don't always have to take center, but it's not smart as player one to deny yourself that possibility. Why is center good next turn? Because then the turn after they can walk into both tiles, and they also have the choice to run away or run to us. It gives you the most positional freedom, this center tile. Other reason is this doesn't do anything. It's a waste of a card, especially because this card is so good with Glacial Elemental or Lady Lock. Not sure what they're playing, but... So the thing is, because they put this thing here, I can just put a Bloodtear here and they can't even kill it, which means my Bloodtear can walk into the mana tile uncontested. Tempo equip this is also viable against Venar, but I'll play this instead because it doesn't have rush, and this thing has pseudo rush. This thing also can't walk into mana tiles, unlike this thing. It sucks to waste this opening gambit, but... all my decks are so bad, I can't win versus anyone right now. I'm so pissed. You had a good win rate with a meme deck a while ago. Then we saw hit one is Jack Razorback Profit, right? Yes. And another important component is Lady Lock. Because Jack's Razorback also happens in some regular walls lists, but Lady Lock doesn't. The regular walls list plays Gravity Well instead of Lady Lock. I wish I had real AoE. Same. Duggo plays Darksack and Creep Abyss, so maybe he can turn 3 Revenant. Yeah, I played against that in the last server test. It took me by surprise for sure. Drago is someone that can make anything work, I feel like. So the Heart Sister, that. This looks like a very nice grasp. This will heal me. Don't really need this. They don't really pressure my life. This is far away, but... it's either this or Void Pulse. Yeah, I mean, I will be at 24 health, so I think I would rather greet this. I can also still replace it next turn after all. Okay, now we're playing a lot of cards, so I think it's good I kept this. Somewhat wasting the little heal here. I think... Nah, I should play this. There's no way I can get out an early Revenant. The Minotaurs are not going to be around for that long. So that's another reason why the middle tile Bone Chill Barrier is bad. Lady Lock Bone Chill Barrier. Even though he wasted the Bone Chill Barrier last turn. Okay. Really don't care because I have this thing. I think this deck doesn't have 5 drops. So I think this is good enough of 2 top decks to just play it. Then we need only one more good top deck turn, and then we can play Revenant to regain hand size. So yeah, we're not gonna pump the other Mystic that I'm gonna play, which is a bit sad. No, we are going to pump that. It means we'll do 1 less damage this turn, but then we pump 2 minions, and then we do potentially much more damage, I think. Definitely gonna heal this. I mean, no life total pressure at all. This would almost be a bad play because they almost have Aspect of the Mountains. Okay, they're getting even lower. I don't know. This guy was in Diamond, but they played more like Silver, to be honest. They're taking so much damage willingly, and the Bone Chill Barrier was very weird. I think they're just not used to this deck. Maybe they're doing dailies. Maybe they got to Diamond with something they know how to play, is what I'm trying to say. If one is throwing the board, I can't clear anything. What about Coldbiter and Nagas Grazed? I know they're mediocre, but... Spectral Blade goaded? Yes, it is. Played like that yesterday when I was drunk. Maybe they're just drunk then. What the fuck? I mean, this is actually something I wanted to play, Lady Lock Bone Chill Blazing Spines as a meme. We do have some better top decks than this for sure, but maybe we should just be happy with this. Like whip this into the Jack's corner. Go face, hit, and then we also have... I think it'll be very hard to avoid lethal if we just accept the hand we're dealt with. I'm not gonna heal the Mystic this time because it's next to this wall. So it doesn't really do anything. I could heal this thing, but this thing is not relevant anymore for the rest of the game. So actually I think I should have still healed that. Okay, nice. Yeah, they even if they can somehow avoid lethal this turn, we will definitely have them over the next 2 turns. This is the max damage for 7 into 8 mana. Pretty much. The only way to improve it is this being another Revenant and this maybe being a Grasp if they play into it. That looks like a nice Nova. This is also a reason to heal this thing, actually, the shit you're seeing here. Not that on board, but this Nova is just so satisfying. I've never hit 4 things with 1 Nova, I don't think. So I'll play that instead of Revenant. Revenant is boring compared to this shit. Try on cheat Coldbiter, either don't draw or I can't kill stuff from afar. Yeah, that's the sucky thing about Coldbiter. That it is with your general range. Thanks for the follow, Decorian. Nope, no snack. Yeah, I read the are the servers down thing, but I'm just not experiencing it. Why do I always gain or lose ranking against people from all the divisions, but against S rank it doesn't always do anything? Just the MMR system is a big mystery with Juseki MMR, but they're going to rework the MMR system soon. These cards can all be amazing. I mean, this is my turn 1 play for sure. I don't have a better turn 1 play in the deck. Because the only other good 2-drops in my deck have an opening Gambit. Obviously can't replace this. Good against, you know, just healing, Blood Rage Mask. But I think I need to find lures. Because Void Pulse doesn't do anything if a backline Chucky doesn't get answered. You die anyway. They're decently high. Hey, we got a lure too. What is it? Okay, nice. So you can play this around boar, but I don't know. Like, what is Anaraki going to do here? Ever? You can pop it to 3 attack, I guess, and then they can't board it anymore later, but it just doesn't seem worth it because Phoenix Fire also exists. Could still do it. Are we just gonna test this? Let's test it. It's just that no way HJ sometimes does this against Songhai. And if we had opened here, we could have Night Sorrow that. So thanks, Jay. We can still dispel it. I kind of want all these cards. I think I'm gonna take it slow even more. I don't want him to be able to jug something and walk into the Minotaur, I guess. Are we gonna do some crazy opener? Plays a bit more to Ghost Lightning. I do like this crazy opener for some reason. Just because it will confuse the opponent. I've never done this before, obviously. Maybe that's why I lose so many games, because I'm trying new shit quite often. No idea why this would be good, but I just felt like doing it. So if we lose this game, we will know why. But at least playing this back against boar is somewhat paying off here, because it doesn't die to boar anymore. Well, it still dies to boar, of course, but it's not a good boar target anymore. They're definitely confused. You saw this? I did this weird shit, and they just go everywhere with their arrow. And they eye on all squares on the board. It's kind of funny. Okay, baited the fire on that thing after buffing it. It's not like I had zero idea with this positioning. The idea was stay out of range of Fox and threaten all mana tiles. That's what we did here. But, I don't know. This is something that I need Mazer to look at. They did have a boar. That's some XD shit. Played into 2-drop Night Sorrow, thanks for that. Shroud is important, so is Lure because of 4 winds. Shroud is extra important because we're gonna play the Night Sorrow. I guess I'll replace this thing then. Well, I could also wait with the heals and play a 3-3, which is a lot better, I think, right? It will play into Ghost Lightning, but so does Mystic. But yeah, playing this thing now means I'll keep them busy answering shit. I do have to go here to Night Sorrow that with a 2-drop. No, I don't. I can put this thing here, but then they can run away from it. So I think I still prefer to go here, because then I can actually put this thing in range of him. Steal another tile, which could also be relevant. Ah, that's nice, Rejuvenator. So is Blood here, because you don't want to waste Lures and Shrouds on Heartseekers. And if a boar goes face, it's also nice for that. This deck just has a decent matchup against Songhai in general. It's definitely not an auto win, mostly because of discard. That really sucks. We can clear it because we have Blood here with this, but it's too slow of a play, I'm pretty sure. Because we're gonna take so much damage. We do have 4+2 the next turn. The only thing that I can replace into that's better than Blood Tier Lure is Lure Spectral Blade, because then I take less damage. But even that could be worse because, you know, artifacts against Songhai. Did I really need to clear the whole board? Chakri too scary. I'm afraid I can't replace again. Something I was considering is go only 1 tile down and put the Blood here above my face so that the general can't clear it. But then I realized I would rather have them hit my minion than me, because I'm getting a bit low. I know I have 6 heals, but I need time to be able to play them too, you know? That's also something Blood Tier is nice against. Pinging that shit. Definitely gonna replace the Spectral Blade. Heals might save us this game, because not only are we gonna heal 6 this turn, we're also going to heal at least 2 more in the next turn. Ghost Lightning, okay. At least made them waste a card on that. They're not hitting face. I know why, because of the Blood Rage Mask, but what I'm trying to say is I'm happy about that. Okay, we got another 6 heal turn next turn. So do I think then I don't run away. I wanted to run away, but if I stay near, they have to clear board to protect their Blood Rage Mask, which means they spend cards on my minions instead of on my face. And it also makes it much more awkward to play shit. I kind of feel like hitting face even, because then they need to clear both minions to deny Blood Rage Mask take off. And we do have a lot more heal. I'm just kind of scared. Huh. Because no, full hand, just played Heaven's Eclipse, Blood Rage Mask equipped. With God Rolls we could die. I guess I already committed to staying in range. I can't block anymore, so then I might as well hit. No heals. I really want Void Pulse. This plus Void Pulse is perfect next turn. But maybe they just didn't get much burst as Songhai, question mark. And then we're fine. Hitting here. Missing a lot of chat here. Ah, the Dance Troop formation. I like that. I go to lose from Snow Chaser, spam, Avalanche to now Jax. I'm a rage quit this game. How about playing another faction craze? Then you'll enjoy this game again. What do you think of playing Araki or middle tile in front of you? Craze was advocating for that. Yeah, Mazer too. Playing things, at least, I don't know why, but he said nowadays, in this meta, I think you can open on frontal very often. But I don't really know what that means. So I don't know what to say about that chill. I have to experiment with that more myself and think about it. I didn't really think about it yet, to be honest. Can't I hope it's confused as hell now. Sorry you, Fred, that I'm throwing this shit on you. Oh, we didn't take that much damage. Nice. Replacing this. They cleared our board. So they gave us a good Nova here. And then I can even clear this. But it could be bait. Because then they need only 10 more damage. Right after. Because you know, I will stay in range with the general, not blocking. But I will heal killing this and this too, you know. I can already kill it, but I take damage. I think I just have to take this. Yeah, it could very well be bait. They might very well have 10 out of hand damage in hand. Then this is a very smart play. But I think I have to risk that it's bait. That it's like I'm calling I'm just gambling that it's not bait. Didn't draw more heals, so I'm still concerned. Because even if they don't have lethal now, they could push us to 2 life very easily with 5 cards. And we probably don't have counter lethal. Maybe we have counter lethal if we replace into Void Pulse. Then we have 8, 10. If they hit us this turn, then Rev Void Pulse top deck could be lethal. Looks like it doesn't have lethal because that's not a lot of damage, yeah. I'm still pretty scared though because I don't really have time to Revenant this shit, I don't think. 11 health. Replace this. Oh, of course I can just lure this shit. And also play the heals. Because I know that last turn, okay, we win, I'm pretty sure. They need some fucking gold hand. I am going to double block though. Just in case. I could replace something. One of these answer cards. Shroud kind of answers everything. Night's Sorrow doesn't. But it's so nice against Fox. Because you know, I kind of want more burst. Slash heals. Let's say we will just draw them at the end of our turn. And put the more scary minion closer to him than this, because this is a bit easier to block than this. And you know, after they played Heaven's Eclipse for a second time in the game, you can assume that they have a shit ton of burst in these 6 cards. Another heal is indeed nice, and we got a card that's finally easy to replace. Okay, there we go. I think Creep against Spell Eye is relatively interesting of a matchup. I feel like it's, you know, 50-50 for both. It's quite a balanced matchup. They both have shit that is hard to deal with for each other. Still very behind on chat, so let's read that first. Oh my god, didn't know this game is back. Yeah, only since 10 days. By the way, can I transfer my data from banished over to... yeah, I have to start over. Because it's actually totally rebuilt, you and me. It doesn't have that much to do with the old stuff. There is old code, but not old servers, you know? If they had the old servers, then they could probably transfer shit, but the old servers have been closed down a long time ago, so... and I guess what Bleach is saying is also true. Did they change of the in-game balance? Yes, they changed a lot of cards. Maybe not so much the balance, but they got rid of a lot of toxic RNG cards, the so-called Joseki cards. The reason they removed character spells, you and me, is because I'm playing 2-draw now. There's also Legacy mode, which is the game you played with character spells. I'm probably saying shit people have already been answering to you in chat. Yeah, the rest of the text is mostly people helping you, understanding the new changes. Yeah, Nova can be pretty cheap. The only meta expensive Nova card is Revenant, but you don't have to play Revenant. You can also play Fast Gas, for example, and then you only have 3 rights instead of 2 Revenants. Or you can play Budget Nova. If you play Budget Nova, you should just play all answer cards with Triple Nova. Like, you also play the bad removal cards, is what I mean, such as Dark Transform and Breath of the Unborn. I think that's a decent budget deck. Like actual control Abyss. Yeah, Scarlet Viper, triple inner focus would have been a thing. I think Frontal is really good. I don't go corners if I have Fenrir in hand. For 3+2, right? 10 damage at 8 mana with 5 cards is not hard for Slong Eye. Yes, that's why I was scared. Could you show your list real quick? Yeah, I will just post it in chat, Blood Madden. They can put it in the... Weren't you also one of the Dutch players? I do remember your name from a long time ago. A lot of people have revealed themselves to be Dutch lately, since I started streaming and exposed myself. This deck. For some reason I remember you also being Dutch. This is the deck. Guys, neutral cards everyone should have. Yeah, Rejuve, D-Blades, Primus Fist are good suggestions, and also Healing Mystic is great. Some other good neutral cards are Archon, Lady Lock, Lightbender is a nice tech card, same for Shroud. It's nice for Abyss, in particular Araki is good. Azure Horn and Naga are good budget options. If you like combo decks / artifact decks, Artifact Hunter is a cool card. Elkian Loremaster is fun, but now I'm going to more niche stuff. The non-niche stuff is Mystic Rejuve, Primus Fist, D-Blades, kind of shit. How is Jaxi doing? Jaxi got changed. It's less good now, and it's also no longer toxic RNG, so I'm a fan. How long are you gonna be on? I am sick and it's already 12 PM, but I have no no plans of quitting yet. Because I didn't play all game except my dailies, like 1 hour before streaming. So I really have the itch. I'm just too addicted is the problem. Also to streaming. If I really totally ruin my voice for streaming today, I might hate myself. Because it actually doesn't really hurt to talk. Going to be a DJ and Burn Abyss player. Why? Just play Songhai, that's more fun to play. And it's also degen. Hitting Mystic, Archon, Spellbinder, and then Shroud Roscaller if you play Faction. Yeah, Roscaller is also good for control decks. Do you think you can try to fix the mech I'm playing? I don't think mech can be fixed, Crazed. But I can try for sure. You are a mod in my channel after all. I'm not gonna deny your request. I'm angered. I like the emote. How do you feel the X card draw has changed the original Duelyst meta? Well, for me it's not really a change. Because for me this is the Duelyst. This is the first Duelyst I played 2 draw. And I never liked 1 draw. But if you are just asking me how it changed 2 draw compared to 1 draw, I think it's a lot better. How did it change? Well, you have way more deck space to build fun shit because you don't have to put in draw cards. Playing removal actually pays off because you can actually draw the removal you need. So it's much more swingy. In 1 draw, you usually lose on turn 2 or something. In Duelyst 2, I also say that, but more for memes, like, oh, I lost. And that very often turns out not to be true. In 2 draw, the winning player switches a few times per game usually, where one player feels ahead and then the other. It's very up and down. And people play more cards, which is more fun. Blood Tier Alchemist, the wings are also strong in some decks. True. Kind of forgot about Blood Tier, but even at 2 mana it's still good. Did they remove the Sisters? Yeah, those are 1 draw cards, they came later. This is patch 0.60 you and me. So only cards from that patch and before are in there. I'm an OG Duelyst player, mostly S rank but never Tunist, so I'm just a filthy casual and I'm German. Okay, it's hard for me to remember the difference between a German and a Dutch person somehow. Even though I'm Dutch myself. So not Dutch but neighbors is close enough, yeah. Nengert, am I at least correct then to remember that you are Austrian, not German? Pretty sure you're Austrian. Otherwise, I've been living in Asia for too long to no longer know the difference between Netherlands, Germany and Austria. Thanks for the follow, Corvo Assustado. I was a tournament player in that game, small world. Were you good at Atlas Reactor Crazed? I don't know the game, but just curious if you were good. And Mara I also remember. It's kind of Solofit's leather body or something. Burn Abyss is more sustained, that's true. I remember when I was teaching you some stuff on Atlas Reactor. Feel free to deny it, I just want to make this deck type work. I can look at it, Crazed. Venomax seems like a good deck now. I mean, for mech deck, it's good. I just don't think mech decks are good. I think Dogfire Sacrifice for less cheap mech is the only hope. I mean, Abyssian actually does have the fastest and most consistent mech. It's just if you don't give mech rush, what's the point? Yeah, they're just skins now, you and me. They are. Hit Diamond last night, feels not eased up man, washed up man. I'm definitely washed up, unfortunately still Chaos. But nice that you hit Diamond. You still have a little bit to hit S. Just in case you want to get the rewards from hitting S. But again, I'm not sure if you get improved rewards from hitting S. Would have unsubbed if you said I was German. Yes, I'm Austrian. Let's see, what does it mean? I guess you're facing a lot of Bavarians in your winter sports areas, Nangert. And that's why I have nothing against Bavarians myself. It's just I talked with Germans quite often, and I heard multiple times that Bavarians are the worst Germans, and they're right next to you. I have no idea why they are the worst Germans, but at least all the Germans said, oh, Bavarians are so arrogant and cold, that kind of shit. Bloodmannen is probably from Bavaria and is now very triggered. But again, it's not my opinion. I don't even know what the difference is between a Bavarian and someone from Hamburg. I remember Burn Songhai had a matchup versus Abyss. Burn back in the days. Yeah, Void Pulse is basically the best card in the game against Songhai. Well, one of the better ones anyway. So I think I know what you mean. Was this after or before the Arcane nerfs? Before. Arcane is still a 7-9 in this game. Bloodham, Mara, and I all compete on the same team in one tournament. Oh, that's cool. Bloodham too. I think I need chesses to make getting more consistent just so bad. You can also play Keeper to make Mac more consistent, crazed. Keeper is good in Vanar anyway. I like Songhai Mac because it makes the Mac cards like Sword of Mac playable within a focus, also killing edge for cannon. Yeah, but that's kind of where it ends for Songhai. I play Sword of Mac outside of Mac decks in Songhai. I think that's better than playing a Mac deck in Songhai. I think it's meant to be ironic before I call themselves the best Germans. But that's also ironic, right? Until you get them drunk. Frechheit? I don't know that word. I did have to learn German for 5 years in high school. But I'm fucking old now compared to high school, so... Bavarians make tasty cheese, do they? I thought only the beer was famous and of course the sausage shit, but... The only German cheese I ever ate was German Camembert. I ate it as a meme because the packaging actually said German Camembert and Camembert is French. So the packaging was admitting that it was weird, that it made no sense, so I ate it. Maybe it was some hipster post-ironic marketing and I got baited. I don't know. I think Keeper is bad in Mac. It contests chesses with you, Razorback. She made a new Twitch account. I think it's Safion. She's streaming Duelyst now then? I would watch. I'm Baden-Württemberg. No idea if that has an English name, but it's the one right next to... Still neighbors to Austria, okay. I only know Baden-Württemberg from Europa Universalis 4. It's one of those tiny pieces of land you can conquer. Not amazing, but I guess Magmar, but it's actually good against early game Magmar. After that it gets garbage, so guess I need it now. Magmar doesn't really need to play into this. They are in Diamond though, so they might not play around it. Let's just keep the whole hand. The thing is, this deck doesn't have any turn 1 3 drops. This is the only 3 drop. And double 2 kinda sucks. Especially against Magmar, they have many punishes. So I think this is the best opening hand anyway, as this is my best turn 1 play. If they skip turn 1, double 2 is good, but I don't think they're gonna skip turn 1 because they're in Diamond, so they don't play control Magmar. And indeed, they didn't skip turn 1. So we open diagonally. I could move 2 forward, but Creative Fortitude is quite popular at the moment. So I'd rather not walk in range of that thing for no reason. This can be nice. Not yet, but I can encourage her. Please do. Also, Macer has been trying to get Mir back to streaming Duelyst, but she's not interested apparently in streaming in general. Fantastic, I'm viewer number 69. I got the perfect emote for that, renting Sarrow. Yes, Lady Mur, the Snow Chaser Queen. Is there a way you watch replays and tell what to do better? Yes, I have a reward with channel points, and you can also bribe me, I guess. Sometimes I just do it for nothing, which is not very nice to the people that actually bribe me for it, but I do it without bribes quite often. And yeah, you have channel points. I don't remember how many points that is, plop. I guess I could do it if you ask very nicely or something. I do it for free most of the time. Like, you know, I'm not a fucking businessman. Oh, we got fucking stunned. That's actually kind of cool. Like, you know, they can take all mana and play Arcan. We're actually gonna lose to this card because of Arcan. So we have to play this Night Sorrow. We have no other option. Otherwise they play Arcan, and Arcan is very good against creep. Kind of trash draws. If they had just kept the Mystic here, this meme card would have won them the game potentially. I don't know if they play Arcans. But also just playing Macantor would have been nice. Surely they play Macantor. Everybody does. I don't have any Macantors yet, but I also don't really play Magmar. I think I remember Mar 2, I have to say. Hearing meeting all the people from years back again has been one of the best party of Duelyst 2. Yeah, same. When I had quit Duelyst, like I didn't talk that much to people like Crazed or Macer, or Macer I still talked a bit to, but same with Jay. Just a lot of people from the past. Okay, at least they can't hit this shit. Kind of want to keep the double grasp because it can kill this shit in one hit. And it's very easy for them to play. The thing is, Macer told me, if you just keep this thing alive as creep, it kind of helps you. But if I keep both Void Pulses, I can also just face tank this shit. I don't know. I will replace one. Another Rejuvenator. It looks like I have to play it into Macantor, unless I just don't take any heal from it, which is also possible. I guess it actually heals me more if I don't hit face and don't heal from this, because and they won't have a good Macantor. Actually, they won't have a good Macantor anyway, because it will die to a Spirit Harvester, so never mind about what I was gonna say. Just cash in the damage, because this thing exists. And I was like, if I stay here, I heal for 5. Here, I heal for 2. And I kind of waste 2 more healing anyway. So there was a reason to make the same play, but just stay here. But the 2 face damage is nice, and I have so much healing in my hand. And like I said, Macantor is not that good now actually, because they have to walk 1 down. And then the Macantor dies to Spirit Harvester, that I was like, I would rather take the damage. Which actually means I should have walked 2 forward instead of 1, right? No, I couldn't, right? Because I had to hit face first, and I needed this one. Yeah, okay, that's why I didn't walk 2 forward. I couldn't because of the Araki. So like Mazer said, Spirit Harvester helps you in this matchup. I have an Agony play here. I'll keep another one too then. I could dispel the egg, and then I can do more face damage this turn. And it plays around Net Select. I think that's worth. Do I replace 1 Agony? I want my 7 drops. And we'll stay out of range of that thing and we show them we're playing Agony. Maybe we should give this player credit that they won't play into Agony after getting fucked by it once. Unfortunately, I can't play this into this or Macanter, so I have to play it here. By the way, shrouding on an egg is actually not a great play with a Spirit Harvester on board. Still can get net selected, but too late, I guess. We can do more damage this way, so that's why I hit the Rejuvenator with my own face, so that I can do more damage. Because I have much more health than him with this hand. And his Shroud was very important in this matchup. I would not have done this, of course. But I don't think it's that important. Because Lure and Night Soul also deal with Indicator. And they deal with it better. Okay, Flash bullshit. What's gonna happen? Also, we got a new Shroud. Why do you allow me to run away from that? That's absurd. That is actually absurd. Why don't you put it here? I can't Nova you if you play this. So I can just run away from it forever and the Spirit Harvester will kill it for me. While I can draw my burn. Kinda want to just go phase here. But yeah. I can't. This thing is gonna die to the Harvester anyway. Unless I play the Mystic on it. But I can't play it around Macanter well. Do I just give them a Macanter? I don't know. Kind of feel like passing. Well, I can tempo equip the blade. That doesn't care about any removal or Spirit Harvester. And I guess I will develop a little bit of board. This looks absurd, I know, but this thing is gonna die to the Spirit Harvester anyway. Even if I heal it, I can never connect to face with that because they can Macanter it or kill it with this or run away. So this thing is irrelevant. So I might as well use it as a platform to play around Macanter with my 2 heal. Because yeah, I did something useful with my turn now, right? I actually healed for 2. This minion is also going to be useless, but I want Macanter to die. Are you really going to walk into more damage? If I just drew some revs at Novas, then I could really punish him for these absurd plays. Okay, thank you for giving me this hit as well. This is just a new player, so I shouldn't shit talk too much, but I just don't understand how they're in Diamond is what I'm trying to say. I guess that's just Magmar for you. They're almost dead. This is 7, 8, 9, they're 2 of lethal. Maybe I should replace this thing then. Because Void Pulse is lethal if I don't replace the Blood Tear. I guess. I am at 24 health and I can run away from everything. I'm guaranteed that I can do the grasp damage now this turn. I'm not guaranteed that next turn, so I'll keep this out of hand damage instead. So yeah, very close to lethal, but I'm just gonna play these things too. Nah, just one. Or Yeah, just one. I mean, I might miss lethal for not... I guess I shouldn't either have played one or none. I don't hit this thing because Spirit Harvester will kill it. Wait, I'm retarded. I really shouldn't have played this. He can suicide the Spirit Harvest into this now. That was actually totally dumb, but looks like they don't want to take the dumbness. They keep the Spirit Harvest on board so that Archon will die. Another Archon. Now they're actually putting it in my face. Am I really going to die to this shit? To these garbage plays? Yes, because I didn't play the other blood here last turn. Then we would have lethal now. Fucking XD. Big XD. Oh man, that's actually infuriating. Well, we're not gonna die, are we, with the Spectral Blade? And this much health. I don't think it's possible unless they play some kind of combo. And they will not have HP for combo anymore after this Nova. Lure can be nice if they spam heals suddenly. Really wish I had either not played the Blood Tier or just play both Blood Tiers. So I should have just counted, right? If I just counted, I would have played the other Blood Tier. That was just many mistakes piled up on each other in one turn. I was so busy trash talking my opponent that I became trash myself. Yeah, the max is another Archon. Okay, they did heal, so we can actually still lose here. Which is hilarious, I guess. Now we know how this guy is Diamond. He plays so trash that the opponents start playing like trash too. Also they're playing Magmar. Just top deck a Revenant and stop this meme, please. Or Nova. X fucking D. Okay, let's forget about this game. It's just total clownery. Total clownery. I'm actually embarrassed about this. Yeah, you can rage against me. I will not be mad at you. You have the right to rage. And so do I. Let's rechat. Clown game. Thanks for the follow, Norak. And thanks for the follow, Crash Test Island. Also thanks for the... Oh. The notification sound. Oh, there it is. Zoomer Jr. Also thanks for the follow. I heard the sound before I could see the text. Oh, and another follow. You and me, thanks for the follow. I guess this game was so much clownery that people are just like, we have to follow this guy. Because, yeah, this kind of clownery does happen quite often. What? Another follow? What the fuck is happening? Thanks for the follow, Renting Sorrow. 5 follows all at the same time. Feels good, man. We also got a sub today. Already. And I just started streaming. What? My birthday was 4 days ago. But still thank you guys for the late gift, I guess. So Joseph also thank you for the follow. Spirit Harvester means no X, yes. Jay has been absolutely spamming Songhai like 3 pages of match history. Yeah, because Jay had been told by players that he was trash and not as good as Solofit, so then suddenly he was motivated to ladder and took the #1 spot from Solofit very quickly. And he basically only won. Jay is very good. One of the best of all time. Yeah, Isuka also streams again. I miss so much chat. And Fate also streams again. And does Mir still stream at the moment? No. Mara is the most relaxing voice ever. True. She had a very nice voice. Oh, what is crazy, you and me? I didn't see it, but Envy was back for one stream. Not sure if she's gonna return again, but apparently she streamed on day 2 or something, which was the first stream in years for anything. So then getting from this game is that Tremor is busted. It is underrated, but you know, it's Magmar, so there's no deck space for that shit. But it looks like a total meme, but it's not a total meme. You need to have a plan with it for your deck though. I think Tremor is good in a Twin Fang list, for example. Or in combo, it can be good, I think. I never really tested it, to be honest, but in Elucidator combo, I can imagine it's good, just to stall shit. Maybe in control in general, you can force them to overextend into Plasma Storm and Metamorphosis with that card. And it can really help you against aggressive generals / artifacts. Because yeah, it also stuns generals. I should test that when I have the cards for Control Magmar, if it's viable. Tremor. Because deck space is very limited in Magmar. Oh, we got another follow as well. Gallows 2, thanks for the follow. Wait, Ferocca somewhat if you help the devs get in touch for a merge. Make Duely plushies, Magma plushies. Pretty sure they're already working on that themselves. On Twitter they made a poll. If we made Duelyst plushies, which minion would you want it to be? They wouldn't do that for no reason, I think. Because they don't have the kind of Twitter account where they post something every day. They only post actual things. So I've been crisscross reading chat that I missed. Usuku has been streaming it every day since we released Blood Madden. Just not during his whole stream. He plays it like at the end of the stream. He first plays lower and then switches. I hate how Rejuvenate is auto-include. I play a lot of lists without its Ranting Sorrow. But yeah, I know there are not many people that don't play it, that's true. I just don't play it for fun. It is a very good card. So when I omit it, it's for fun cards. I was considering one Duelyst stream a week, okay. Not sure about Moko, he played it first serve test, but I think he's really focused on more of Snap. Yeah, he is. He did play it once, Blood Madden, what was it, 2 days ago or something? So he didn't tweet about new Duelyst Kickstarter or something at all, just totally ignored it. But a few days ago he did suddenly play it for a decent amount of time, like 6 hours. And he said like, don't worry, Snap is gonna stay. But I just want to play this, it's my first CCG on the channel. And it's not really... He said if people want to see it, I'll make more content on it. So it's gonna depend on his audience, if he's gonna play a lot of Duelyst, yes or no. Because he does like the game enough to play it, that's for sure. Yeah, he's been playing off stream. I noticed Chaos Max when I was doing my dailies, he was online. But yeah, he has to think about, you know, content creation is his income, so I get it. He has to think of his customers. So I do get it, but I do hope he plays it a lot on stream. I just like watching him play and scream. Just for nostalgia, okay. Yes, X died to Harvester. That's why I didn't need to shout it. It was a bit silly. I made many silly plays in that game. But at least we were playing against an older clown. So we won. It's such a weird sport on ladder right now, where you never know if people still play budget or already have this list. Yeah, I can totally relate to that feeling. We need to get in the habit to play Ramakan to hold the IMO again. Yeah, you do have to assume the worst. Especially higher up, most people have optimized decks. Big Lizard, say hello. I like the emote spam, Chaos Max. Looks at the title of the stream. Yeah, it's not really working out, is it, the title? I should have changed the title to 6 stream. because I am sick. Maybe I should talk a bit less. My throat is starting to hurt more and more. But it's fun to talk. We didn't do basic math and misplayed, Pepper Hands. Yeah, we totally played into our own title here, indeed. Which feels very bad. I really want to stop being trash. I like being good. I mean, he hit the blood through his face, even though he had Harvester. I wouldn't plan for that. Yeah, it was definitely some kind of paid actor. It was overall just total clown game. I really hope we never have to see it again. The universe gave you a nice clip, thank the lizard, YouTube hide clip. I don't want to put this on YouTube, mind, because it's too embarrassing. It is very funny, I admit. So I'll think about it, but actually everything will be on YouTube anyway, mind. I upload my whole stream to YouTube every time. But I mean, I don't want to make a separate video on such a clown thing. It will be embarrassing enough that it's hidden somewhere in a 10-hour VOD on YouTube. Maybe you just want to wish you a Merry Xmas. I think Revenant did that. Or you're talking about the follow train. Sometimes when you think your opponent is bad, you end up not trying as hard and losing. True. The top deck compilation of Ferocca. I have quite some top decks lately. I think because I play so badly. If you play badly, you get better top decks. Clearly bots. I actually did think about it, but the thing is, I already saw quite a few of these people talk in chat, so Kappa indeed. Another follow, thanks for that, Max Safak. Not sure if that's the right pronunciation, could also be MC Safak. Or Safak, if it's some kind of Kekona name, which I highly doubt. Playing trash is better than World Champion gameplay, confirmed, true. I asked Jay if he can coach me and he told me to get rank 1 on ladder. Well, that would be very hard because Jay's win rate is insane this season. How do I grind cards for this? Do all your daily quests and the quests you get with a new account, do the puzzles, play a friendly against someone, a random on the ladder or an actual friend, doesn't matter. Play a friendly game, you also get an orb. Level factions. Those are some ways. Leveling factions is the best way. Tomorrow there will be a patch that gives you extra orbs for leveling up your factions. Yeah, like Nugget says, the economy update. Do you have any meta deck contenders yet? There are a lot of meta decks, I guess. At least all factions are somewhat viable. That is the only faction that I feel like is a bit off meta. But the other 5 factions all have actual viable shit. And it's not like you can't get S with that, you can. That at least has good proactive plays. It's just that the removal is so bad and so is Songhai's, but Songhai at least has good removal for low health shit. And Songhai can kill you out of hand. And it can jox things. Anyway, that is just bad. But you can play it because it's fun. I told Banter that the game is back. Don't know if he'll be back. I would really like that. Banter was so funny. I love his karaoke streams. Today I have a Songhai daily, so just logged out. You just need to remove that faction. Yeah, a lot of people hate it. I like playing it, but I can see why people hate playing against it. Songhai is forever blessed. A man of taste, I see. Snow Chaser Plussy, oh well. I think Mystic won the poll. Oh, Megazord won the poll, you think? Okay. Don't have an optimized deck, I'm hard stuck in Diamond. Let me think about that. I'm still so far behind on chat. I like that they have a very active chat. It's just every time I read chat, I'm worried that people get bored from me not playing. But I actually have a good amount of viewers, so maybe I shouldn't be worried. But yeah, Simrad, how thin is your collection? Can you tell me? How much do you have to work with? Do you have to play an actual budget decks with no epics or legendaries? Because I do think you can build a decent deck without epics or legendaries. And then I can help you with that. Is the 100 gold from referral not working? I didn't get the 1 gold from referral because the orb from them getting silver. It depends, parry, gold or orb. Just depends on how far they are. I sometimes get gold, sometimes an orb. Depends on what division they hit, I think. What they do in the game. It's fun to listen to you? Okay, good. I thought they got the 100 gold, not you. Oh, they get the 100 gold. That's how it works, okay. I get orbs and gold for some reason from the referral system. No idea why then. No, sorry, didn't get reverted to Rush. No, that's longer ago. That is a few patches ago. Night Sorrow got changed into current version like 3 patches ago or something. Every game I play is a clown game. Same. No problem. Says Max Suffolk. What does Jay play? Song High. Spell High. It's almost exactly like Solofit's list. Except he removed Ghost Lightning for 3 different one-offs. So very typical Jay shit. He doesn't play any Ghost Lightning, but instead he plays one of Killing Edge, one of Tracer, and one of another thing that I forgot. I think Artifact Hunter. I kind of want to try that. But I also like consistent decks more, I don't know. For the played Mag, well, Jay plays whatever he likes. But for this S rank number 1 push, he played Spell High. He doesn't main affection. He just plays whatever he thinks is or fun or good. In tournaments, it's usually what he thinks is good. Otherwise, what's fun for him. But now I think leveling each faction to level 11 is most suitable. Yeah, exactly. After level 11, the levels go very slowly. So new players, I think you should just play all factions to a level 11 first. Then decide if you want to main something. Because then you have a better idea of what you like. And you'll get a lot of orbs. If Entropic Decay became anywhere instead of Close General, will people play it? They will definitely play it more than now, that's for sure. Also, hi Fafaris, I played you a few times on ladder, I remember. I would probably play it in instead of Tethermancer in my Maelstrom meme deck. It would still not be amazing because 4 mana is kind of expensive. But if it was like 4 mana first Dispel and then kill, so that it also deals with Dying Wish, then I think it would be good, and at least good enough. I don't mind playing versus Songhai. Usually me too. It's just a bit scary. I do mind it if I get high rolled, or if I don't get one of my answers and just die to a single Chakri that was played on turn 1. Podcast stream. Just that chatting stream. Thanks for getting to all the questions nevertheless, no problem. I have 2 Revenants, so I'm playing Edition, but I feel that Creep deck is bad. The one I posted in chat, I think this deck is pretty good. Did I even lose with it yet? I built it yesterday, I think. Maybe I didn't build it yesterday, but I played it since yesterday. 3 out of 3. This is weird, right? Surgeon Korai 3 times in 4 games, that's weird. Matchmaking. My win rate is not that bad at the moment, despite all the clown games from my end as well. Anyway, we were 3 out of 3 and then 7, so 10 out of 10. 12 out of 10. I'm not sure if this is the same Abyss deck, but at least for now I won the last 12 games with it. I don't remember if this was an older Abyss deck, because I switched to this Abyss deck after playing some budget Abyss. I asked chat, are we gonna keep playing budget Abyss, or do you guys want me to craft one more Revenant so that we can play Meta Creep? And then I built Meta Creep, the current deck. I play when I lose 6 in a row, but when I play Spell I just win 6 in a row. Then you just play Spell like Grace, or do you think it's not fun? I think it's fun to play. My win condition with Creep is 2 Revenant in a row. Yeah, Revenant is very good. Can I see the budget Swarm deck? Yes. It's jank, because I just played whatever cards I had. So, don't take it too seriously. Well, it's actually a pretty expensive deck. Because, yes, I just put in cards that I happen to have. But I happened to get 2 Revenants back then and 1 Jax from Orbs, because I got lucky. I now have 3 Revenants, but this deck is from before I got my 3rd. And it's not really that much of a Swarm list, because yes, I had 2 Revenants, but only 1 Blood Moon Priestess. A real Swarm deck doesn't play Solace or Revenant. You play lower curve shit that kills. In general, this is just not what Swarm Abyss is like. You wanted this deck, you can have it, but just know it's not actually Swarm Abyss. It's a weird version of it, because I don't have cards. I don't know if you really do a budget Swarm. Yes, exactly. Because their win cons are legendaries and epics. Budget Swarm. Oh yeah, I got this today from my daily orb. So it's not in this deck yet. But this is one of the win cons for Swarm, and so is Grimoire. At least Soul Shadow Pact is a common. And Blood Moon is an epic, and it's also pretty important for Swarm. It really improves your matchup against some factions. This thing plays around Tempest, for example. Of course, they can still Martyr Tempest or something, but it helps. Makes it less likely. This card has been fun to play, but it's not a Swarm card either. It is a Raidling card, but... I've been enjoying Lio the most this climb, extremely consistent for the philosophical. Oh, you're playing Fatigue Lio, Chaos Max, or is the Kappa there for a reason? As in, you're not actually playing Fatigue Linar and it's not philosophical at all. All my Swarm cards to make a half-hearted collection, but Creep ain't viable. Creep is totally viable though. A lot of the people at the top of S rank are playing Creep now. Like Columbo is, and Mazer has been playing a lot of Creep, and Draggle too, I think. And some other player. There's a lot of Creepers in the top. And since yesterday I also have been playing some Creep. I didn't before, but yeah, since yesterday. And I don't lose much with it. I won my last 12 games with Creep. Those 3 games in a row is Magmar, and we just bad at playing with value decks outside of Linar. Maybe you just don't have the cards, Kurai. Good budget decks are possible, but... maybe you're trying to build the expensive version with budget cards. That doesn't work. You can't play Control Magmar with budget cards. You can only play like aggro or mid-range, I think. Combo, maybe combo too, but I think you need all the good removal cards. You need Fractal Replication at least 1, which is an epic. You need Macanter. You need Metamorphosis probably, so combo is maybe also a bit too expensive. I think you really need Vindicator too for combo, because Vindicator can help you answer shit that is out of range. Can you post your list again? I missed it. Which list do you mean, Simbrad? I don't know, play Black Locust deck. The budget swarm is a... Oh no, you mean Locust, not Black Solus. I don't have Black Locust Bleach, it's a legendary. I can't. I think I got one in the pack, but I can check, I guess. Look. Yeah, I have one. That's not enough for a whole deck around it. I definitely love Link to the Meta Creep deck. Okay. Meta Creep. Also, into the chat. If you have Revenants, then it's actually a cheap deck. It's the only expensive card in the deck. Almost a budget deck. So if you don't have Revenants, how can you replace them? I guess you can replace them with Dark Transforms. Obviously Dark Transform is not comparable to Revenant at all. But it allows you to reach the late game and then you only have Nova as win con, I guess. I don't actually think Revenant is replaceable in this deck. You don't need to play Revenant in fast cast, but in this kind of creep deck you need it, I think. It's too important. This spell is really fun, but it feels horrible playing it. I know what it's like being on the opposing side. So do I, though. You know, Quaist, half of the players on the ladder is Magmar, so don't feel bad. Or they play Jax, or they play Songhai themselves. Creep is not exactly honorable either. There's just not much honorable stuff to do. Linar is one of the more honorable ones. And, you know, they're still not something to brag about because they're so simple. And just very good. Like waiting a lot, I'm the red MTG type of player. Then you definitely like this kind of deck. You use slow control liner without spell cycle. I would kind of like to play that, but I don't have Archons or Triple Zero. Actually, the only reason I like that really slow control liner without spell cycle is because then I have an excuse to run Triple Zero, which is my favorite 7-drop in the game. I'm just playing the deck too poorly. I have all but with Centaur Elder. Maybe you just need to play it more, Kurai. Build up some experience, learn the matchups. Sometimes you just have to play a deck to get it. Actually, quite often. What the fuck, I just realized they changed Dying Grasp. It's useless now. What do you mean, Dying Grasp? You mean Grasp of Agony? Because they didn't change that. It has never been changed, I think. Unless you mean from Alpha. Like really long time ago. There was a weird card that if you kill it, the attack the minion has goes face against the general that owns it. So you could like... if you play, I don't know, Crimson Oculus, you can lure it into the opposing corner, play Swarm for the rest of the game, and then kill the opponent with Grasp of Agony, Dark Transform. But that is really long time ago. Is Oli Macer? I don't know what Oli is, Nagart. What is Oli? This deck does not run Vindicator. Oh, that's why you're not doing well, Kurai. Flash and Vindicator are the most broken the most broken cards in Control Magmar. You need Vindicator and Flash. I would say those two cards are more important than Mercantor even. Is Centaur Elder important in Control Magmar? No, it's not important. But it's kind of their only win con that is not rushing out shit for lethal. It's the closest thing they have to a control win con inside Control Magmar. But I think you can also play a win con that people don't expect like a one-off Bounded Life Force, the Dark Nemesis, which is not very good, but Sinja or Twin Fang. Twin Fang is not great if you don't play much board, like Control Magmar does, but it's still a broken card. Adamantite Claws is a budget option. You can play some creative stuff and see if it works. The reason why I say I don't think Siltar is that important, because when I played Control Magmar myself, I almost never won with that card, and I also almost never lose to that card. I think because it's very slow, and Control Magmar can also just rush out Archons to kill you instead of playing that card. So I think Vindicator plus Archon is more important than Elder. Elder is a decent 7-drop though, simply because it creates 2 bodies, and against so much matchups it's more like 3 bodies. For example, for Vanar, it's just 2 bodies. But for Linar, it's 3 bodies. So it's super hard to remove if you summon it defensively. Do you think Swarm Abyss will be playable viable on the higher ladder? Maybe there's too much Magmar. But if you run triple Prophet of the White Palm, Swarm Abyss can high roll any deck except Magmar. And if you play Prophet of the White Palm and Soul Grimoire, you can even win against Magmar sometimes. But I do think Magmar is probably a bit too common to play Swarm Abyss. You can try it though. It's not unviable. You can definitely hit S rank with Swarm Abyss if you have a non-budget version. There are budget decks you can reach S with. It's just not Swarm Abyss. Swarm Abyss is a bit expensive. Could you share the budget Swarm list? If you scroll up, you can find it. It's up in the chat. Sleep Cycles. Not far above you. Is Obelisk Vet honorable? I think so. I think Obelisk Vet is honorable. I played it a lot, and I don't feel like I'm cheating at all. They nerfed the small Jaxi too? Yes. Actually, they didn't nerf the big Jaxi at all. Only the small one. Or do you mean the Dying Wish Jaxi? Because the Dying Wish Jaxi is the same. It's still a 1-1, just like in the past. I don't think any style is that dishonest other than like Magma in general being able to flash out an Archon. Yeah, Flash is just a dishonest card. I think if Flash gets removed from the game, Magmar might be fine already, even with current Vindicator. But I don't know, didn't test it. I don't know what you're saying, Elmatic. I don't know what you're referring to, but congrats to Almost to S. Just a little bit more. Oli is #1 S rank right now with like, what the fuck? Jay lost his spot? How is that possible? He had such an insane win streak. Oli, no idea who this is. But, I mean, maybe it is Macer, but as far as I know, Macer only plays on the Macer account currently. If it's Macer, then it's a secret. What the fuck? I'm almost above Solifit somehow, despite all my clownery. Not surprised Abba is here. He always drops very few games. He only plays one deck, so of course he's very good at it. He's just good in general, but it's just someone I expect to be here. Same for Jay. Just no idea who Ollie is. Maybe Bladum, because Bladum is like someone who never plays with his own name. But I don't know. No idea who Ollie is. I doubt this Macer. But there are many names I don't know here. Like Mion and Smarty and Toma and Waka. Arisdina I know since very recently. I only know Jack Mayhem because he came into my chat after playing a game against him. On release, he was number 2 for a little bit when I was number 3. Then we played the game against each other. And I also don't know Son, unless Son is Son Fucker. There is a player that has the name Son Fucker. And they changed that name to Son Lover. So maybe it got changed again, but this time just to Son. How to use Vindy properly though, hit and miss for me. I don't think you can really go wrong with Vindy. But I guess a tip I have is, if you don't have to play it without giving anything rush, keep it for later. You should definitely keep it for when you can play it with a minion and the rush has to actually matter. So don't hurry playing the Vindicator. Use it when you need it. Don't just play it just because you can. But yeah, sometimes you just have to play it so to bait removal, because if you skip your turn, they can do whatever they want. But yeah, generally play it when you actually really have to. Don't play it like a 2-drop where you just play it to have it on the board. For the creep deck, if I were to use Darkseid over Revenant as a budget option, does it work right? Yeah, I guess that's not a bad budget replacement for Revenant, as it can also do 6. The problem is that's why I say I don't think Revenant is really replaceable. Revenant can do 6 damage, or remove something from the board and do 4 damage at least. And Darkseid can never fight for the board. And with the deck I'm currently playing, Revenant is also important to regain hand size. Because this deck has a very low curve, which is good against aggro. And you need to be good against aggro if your win con is 6-7 drops. Of which one is very hard to play, and then I mean Nova. Nova is very hard to play on curve. Against good players especially, because, you know, they don't allow you to hit 2 things with your first Nova. Basically the win cons can be a bit slow. You need a lot of sustain. So you need some low curve shit, at least for Abyss. Of course you can play high curve shit to protect against aggro, but Abyss doesn't have that option because Dark Transform is just too expensive for what it does. If you play that against Spell High, they just hit the Raidling and do the next bullshit. It's too expensive. But Night Sorrow, Mystic, Void Pulse, that kind of shit, Shroud, these are cheap answers that can allow you to do multiple things in a turn and keep up with the pace of Songhai. But yeah, I guess a budget creep deck with Darkseid that could work is actual Burn Abyss, so then you also play Flamebloods and Tiger Reflect. Then I think Darkseid makes sense. And no Revenant either. Because Revenant is actually too slow damage wise for a really fast burn deck, right? Constantly over 75 brother. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Yeah, I'm surprised because I just keep talking. I don't play much because chat is so active, which is nice. And I need over 75 for partner. Sleeping on Fractal. I'm not sleeping on Fractal. Fractal is broken because of the combo. If the combo didn't exist, I wouldn't care about Fractal, but the elucidated combo is broken. Thanks for the follow, Calmless. At least that's the spikes is it in Duelyst 2. I'm very happy about it too. Larnar smashes Magmar. I disagree. Maybe if they don't play Rustcrawler / aggro to deal with Arclight with Gaia. But if they play Rustcrawler, I think Magmar is heavily favored. What's a good budget build to go for with Abyssinian, Swarm, Burn, or something else? Budget wise, I would say Shadow Nova, and just only play answers. So it would be an actual control deck, and you don't play Revenant because there's no budget. But Nova without Revenant doesn't play any epics or legendaries. Like, you can just take my list, Bonds, I will show you it, and replace Revenant for, wait, this is the wrong deck. This is another one. You can just play this. It's only rares and commons except Revenant, and then you replace Revenant with Dark Transform as to help kill the shit you find as a budget player. Like, I don't know, Dragonbone Golem, Starfire Scarab. So discard. You might be a bit low on card draw if you do that though. If you are low on cards, if you play that deck, you can play, this is a budget spell cycle minion. What's the name? Twilight. You can like take out, since you'll be running Dark Transform, you can probably take out, I don't know, one Shroud, one Blood Tear, I would say, for 2 Twilight Sorcerers. Then you have a bit more card retention. But if you don't run out of cards, don't do that. Then just play this list with Dark Transform instead of Revenant. You can also play Dancing Blades instead of Twilight Sorcerer, by the way. That's also a good budget option. Twilight Sorcerer or Dancing Blades. Oli is from Duelyst 1 draw. He played budget liner and like a 90% win rate to S. A 1 draw player that is more skilled than Solofit and J, that doesn't sound reasonable at all. So I'm very curious about this Oli person. Maybe he's like the next big thing, the next Solofit. Budget liner is at least a good budget deck, but that sounds super impressive. Do you know their list, Crazed? Coach Thomas only did top 20 coincidence. Nice. It's nice when coaching pays off. Maester is multiple, Maester is a swarm. Yeah, but I am the Maester Smurf, not Oli. Oli was a 1 draw player, okay. I really never heard of them. Well, I guess they came after the Wanderer tournament. So after 2018 or late 2018, is that it? Good morning, Cross Online. Thomas plays Burn Ambition. The deck that I keep saying is not great. But maybe I should revise my opinion. There are more people that have success with it. But when I play it, it feels like garbage. Maybe it's just not my playstyle, or I'm just bad. Yeah, Sunfucker. That's a good name, right? Apologies, I joined the stream after the storm list was shared. Oh, no problem. Wait, then I should put it again, right? Because you can't scroll up if you came in after Budget Swarm. So again, I will say this is not a good deck. And it's not even a proper Swarm Abyss deck. It's just, I built a deck with the good cards I got from Orbs and put them together, so it's totally random. I can't recommend it, but if you really just don't want to build, feel free to use it. Is there to sleep on for Spelljammer? Yeah, Spelljammer is just one of the worst cards in the game. Only be good if you control versus aggro. Does aggro even care? I mean, it is a cool idea to play Spelljammer with draw cards, but then you're playing draw cards that are probably not even good, just so that you can play a bad minion times 3. And you might not even be able to find a bad minion, or it gets removed immediately. And if it gets removed immediately, you play the minion that denied a card for you and not for your opponent. Spelljammer is just very bad, but it could be a nice meme. No, Spectral Blade isn't an epic anymore, Poncho. They changed around a lot of rarities. It feels a bit weird, like Spirit of the Wild is legendary, Star's Fury is legendary, and there are no legendary artifacts anymore. Artifacts only go up to epic now. So now it's a rare. What about Void Hunter? I think it's a decent budget option. Yes, Void Hunter is good in Zoo. Mazer plays it a lot in his both his budget decks and his actual Zoo decks during the server tests. For people that don't know, Void Hunter has been buffed by the new devs. It draws 2 cards now instead of 1. Gives you on turn 1 go instead of play 2. Yeah, that's a good idea, Bleach. So to the player I was talking about budget Abyss 2. When I was talking about budget creep, I mean. Getting rid of 3 Revenants for 3 Dark Transform. And then if you run out of cards, remove a Bloodter and a Shroud for 2 Twilight Sorcerers. Then the other option was Dancing Blades, but I think what Bleach has been proposing is also a good idea, 2 Void Hunters. Especially because then you have a turn 1 play as player 2. Because this deck doesn't have great turn 1s as player 2. Which gets compensated by the fact that you get to 7 mana before your opponent. Because 7 mana is so important for this deck. That food sounds cursed, Handmind. Or didn't even play turn is much in one draw or set other names for in game. So maybe they were a bit like me that they thought they were trash and just played for fun. And then decided to join a tournament one day also for fun. And then accidentally won it because they were better than expected. And now they know that they're good. They are tryharding on the ladder with budget. I don't know, man. Trying too hard to hype myself up here, I guess. And Oli as well. But yeah, I'm very curious about this player. Maybe it's just Joseki MMR though, and their win rate is not as good as Chase and Solfit, I don't know. This MMR system is very random. But in any case, no way that Oli is bad. That I can't believe. The reversed effect is actually really bad because the old one you got card advantage. Yeah, exactly. What Perry is saying about Spelljammer is what I think too. Thanks for the follow Kairos effect. Well, if Spelljammer only affects the opponent rather than being symmetrical, then it would suddenly be amazing. I would play it. Vindicator, a person who shows or proves something to be right, reasonable, or justified. The Vindicator is the property right of the monks. Isn't the Vindicator just someone who vindicated? Someone who won? I never heard of that definition before, but I'm also not a native speaker, of course, so I don't know. I wish I wasn't sick, then I would just stream forever. I'm still not planning on stopping, but trash hands. Much better. Much better. One of the reasons why I don't like double 2 is because your hand size sucks if you do that. For the rest of the game. Because double 2 gets punished very easily, you kind of need to get full value out of your cards the first few turns. And then you win with your 7 drops in the late game. This is not a threat, of course. Abyss doesn't have spells like Raider Fortitude or Killing Edge, so this thing will never threaten me. So I can just walk 2 forward instead of opening diagonally. I can replace once for Araki. But Araki is not much better than this thing anyway. And this can help me control the boards when I play some 2 drops. Spectral Blade is also something to replace for. Maybe I will replace the Blood Tier after all. The Abyss, this kind of Abyss plays Crawler often though, and I don't know. I will replace one of them. I said replace. Okay, that's garbage. I will play around Night Sorrow but no 2-drop. But I don't feel like playing around 2-drop Night Sorrow, because then this thing has to be on the back line. And that means I can't even walk 2 forward to help summon someone on the tile here, so that's not worth. Then I might as well just not play anything. Also, if they 2-drop Night Sorrow, they will have to play into Night Sorrow Grasp themselves. Or Blood Tier Grasp if I get it back from the replays. Or Spectral Blade Grasp. Blood Tier's Face, the Mystic's Face is the only play. If you then also emote, they might just lose out of respect for the memes. So maybe it's the correct play, so on. Oh, Heokert has redeemed a lot of points. I actually have no idea how long it takes to get 10,000 points. I have no clue, but I assume it's a long time. We will do that after this game, Heokert. Shroud is garbage. They're playing some very passive creep deck, I think. I really want to hit this, but because this isn't here, I can't go here. Araki, Night Sorrow, feels bad, man. I think that means we're just gonna take a slow turn. It is not exactly a priority to Night Sorrow this. It can't even walk into a mana tile, so let's just clear some shit. If we go here, then it will be hard to Night Sorrow and Araki here. It does make it more likely that the Mystic dies. And maybe it dies with a Grasp. So I'm not sure if it's okay. But if I just put Araki here, it can die to Night Sorrow too easily. How about this? I like this. Now I can walk into all mana tiles. And this is hard to Night Sorrow. Because if they 2-drop Night Sorrow this, they cannot take this tile unless they have a 1-drop. And then they play a lot of cards. And then this thing can walk into the mana tile instead. So yeah, we both have some very garbage first few turns. Okay, baited the lure, that's nice. This is what good positioning can do sometimes. Blood here or something? I mean, I don't mind, because it costs a card that I don't think is... What Just playing this allows me to kill this with this, so that's not bad, but this is amazing. All these cards can be amazing. I think I will place a Void Pulse though, because I can't get the full heal out of it this turn. So it's better to top deck it later. Ooh, Revenant. If you play Revenant first in the mirror, you kind of win. It's pretty easy as player 2, so maybe I don't need to hoard this mana tile. Because if I don't hoard it, I can do 2 plus 4. They're playing Rustcaller, so I'll not hit first and then equip. I'll just equip it immediately. I really don't think I need to ramp into this thing. So now I'll stay at max health. But that was very silly. Like imagine if we had a Mystic, Primus, another 2-drop with Opening Gambit, of which I have many. This is the Araki itself and Revenant are the only minions in the deck without an Opening Gambit. So Araki is actually scary in this deck. I don't play it as a Chakri kind of minion. I don't play it to kill my opponent on turn 3. I just play it to uptrade. Like sometimes I can kill something I can't really kill with Araki. Or it forces the opponent to play removal that they don't want to spend on it. And that slows down the game. Or they can't walk towards my face because they're too scared of Araki, and then again I get more time. And this deck only needs time basically to win. The only deck that can that maybe doesn't care about my 6-7 drops Wincon is Fatigue Lionar. Because of my Spectral Blade, when I kill this, I don't actually get full heal out of this, which is a bit sad. This also doesn't do anything. This is damage. And starting to look like I can start going for damage. I think I don't really care about killing 2 drops with this shit when we have Revenant, a Grasp and all that shit. Okay, we'll just play both for tempo, I guess. Yeah, because then we can Mystic the Mystic. So that's not... No, we can't, because we have to walk it in. Then maybe we just ignore this thing. We just go face with everything. It is a lot of damage. And I get more out of my heals. I do have to play around Grasp a bit. It's not a very smart play, I think, but we do have Revenant first, so... This is a weird positioning, I know, but I want to get max value out of everything and not play into Grasp too much, especially because I also have an artifact. This actually is the correct play if they just don't have much healing in hand. Because yeah, we have Revenant into Grasp and we have some replaces and draws over the next turns too. We also have 25 health against 13. Thanks for the follow, Favares. Missing some chat as usual. Since I started watching you, oh, then it probably takes a very long time. 10k points are like 20 hours, I think. Oh, so you only need to watch my stream for 1 day. You baited the crawler. Oh yeah, the Rustcaller, yeah. Then I watched 40 hours. Big monk ass. Thanks for the follow, Gwingweir. Looks like fake Welsh. You can do it with top tile. Unfortunately, I didn't read this when you were actually commenting on the game, Poncho. Can you recreate the situation? I'm curious what you have to say. You're also pretty high in S rank, I saw you were also top 20. What have you been playing, Poncho, to top 20 S? Also, somebody has the deck code of this deck. I posted it earlier, Lero, in chat. I can post it again if I have to. If you can't find it, I mean. Let's make the turn here. Okay. I think we don't play Revenant yet because Grasp of Agony is just way too good. This is the hottest grab. Hottest grab? Sounds a bit sus. The hottest grasp I've ever seen. How do we do this? Just these cards, right? This is removal. I'll just keep this hand. The only problem is they can play Revenant first, but it seems, you know, it's just too good to pass up. I think I'm not gonna care about pumping these minions with Primus too much. Yeah, I'm not. I don't give him Nova on my face and a good minion. Only Nova on my face and a bad minion. Actually played into Grasp tiny bit here. It's not amazing because this thing doesn't even die. But I should have put this one above him instead. Playing Nova first in a mirror is a bit XD. Because I can Nova here Nova. Like if I have Nova here, I just put it here, override 2 tiles and do damage. But yeah, we can still play Revenant first now. I mean, I have to, I have nothing else to do. Unfortunately, can't go face with both General and Primus. So I guess I'll do it with the Primus, because that thing is less valuable than my General's health. On the other hand, I want to stay near them with my General. I'm going to put the Revenant here because it plays around and Dancing Blades, even though it doesn't die to it, you know, Dancing Blades plot here. And because then they can't walk into the corner with Nova, because that shit is fucking 8. I think I can play this thing into Nova, because then they die to Revenant. Yeah, they can't Nova this, so I can play into it. Void Pulse is nice. We need more burst though. They can like lure and spam heals. They have a lot of cards, so there is some magic escape possible. They need to be lucky though. Blade. Rejuvenator. Okay, that's lethal. I mean, there are many ways to lethal. What is the funnest way? That is fun, I guess. I don't know. There are just too many lethals. Okay, that was enough. PP Uwu. I just noticed this name and I'm absolutely disgusted. How many games in a row did we win with this deck? Why is this deck good? I don't get it. I don't think it's a good deck, but... Well, I don't think it's bad either. It's just... I don't think this is Magmar or Spell High. But I'm doing better with it than anything else. What is the her for, hey Okert? Also, I'm going to do the deck doctor thing now with you. Please post the deck after your game. Okay, I will. Oh, hey Okert already posted it, thank you. The title is different. Heroka changed the name of the deck, but I trust it's the same list. People are so scared of Headhunter, so it gets answered all the time. Yeah, which is a good thing, because then they play an answer card instead of a threat. And it also means they might not be able to deal with Revenants later. One use of Mystic Farms up emo per game. I really would if I would just remember it, but I never remember that shit. Going full sand is poggers. You mean dervish? Sand with an A? I don't know what you mean. No respect for grasp? Yeah, not at all. Are you Welsh? No, I'm not. But I just really like reading about languages. And then Welsh is something that comes up because, you know, there are not many Celtic or Celtic, I don't even know what the pronunciation is, languages that are still alive, so Welsh is quite interesting for that reason. And when I was a kid, there was this show for children in the Netherlands that visited the little town in Wales that has the longest town name in the world, Llanfair, and then a bunch of shit behind it. So no, it's not Llanfair. That wouldn't be very long indeed. Llanfair, blah 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 blah, go, something like that. Extremely long. It's a really cool town name. I also was a bit interested in Welsh because Tolkien was inspired by Finnish and Welsh among other languages for creating the Elvish language. Nerd shit. Is Creep your best deck? At the moment, yes, but I don't know why. It shouldn't be. Have you seen my YouTube video? That's mostly what I'm playing and all the stuff requests. No, I didn't. I didn't watch any Duelyst content except one tournament vault from Fate and a little bit of stream to fall asleep to very quickly. The reason is I've been streaming so much, Poncho. I've been streaming pretty much every hour of the day, so didn't have much time to watch anything. Today I didn't stream much because I'm sick, and then I decided to stream anyway because I'm stupid. So today I could have watched it, but instead I did paperwork and trying to find a job because that actually needs to happen. Do we hit Mystic and Lure to go face it? 3-2 Mystics. We don't. No, Lure is too valuable for that. And then I also couldn't play the Rejuvenator and Mystic that turn, so. Then we want to lure a Rev if we can, so save it. Yeah, because they could have played Revenant first, so definitely needed to keep the lure. You took Soul's place on F-Grind and stage you moved up, really? That's really embarrassing, not for me, and also not for Solofit, but for the person that created this MMR system. Yeah, I did. Because, well, we already knew this MMR system sucks. The devs know as well. The current devs didn't make this system, it's the old code. The old CPG MMR system is horrible, it doesn't make any sense. So, this doesn't mean anything that I'm above Solofit. And basically just much better than people think. Bladham has been saying that too, and Bladham is very good at the game, so it just works. Forehead, yeah, that does seem like the slogan for this deck. We do Magmar deck tour with me, Ferocca. If you have the points or bribe me, Nangard. Well, I might just do it for free for you. You're a sub and everything, and I usually do it for free anyway. Pretty sure you're memeing though. Me commenting on Magmar. You playing Duelyst too or just watching? I don't have a deck that I need doctoring, I don't think. I just want some replay coaching. Okay. A game I won versus Lux Eterna on the second page. Feel like the game went way too long. I want to know what I did wrong in the game and I did it. And what I did well. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, it was just really interesting. Where is true in Welsh. So, real Gwyn. Instead like with a hard C, Celtic. The other way is the football team. Oh, they actually have different pronunciations? Celtic, the football team, Celtic, the culture? That's interesting. Who is more popular in the Netherlands, the best footballer or Max Verstappen? At the moment, I would say Max Verstappen because we just don't really have a one-player totem player. Van Dijk is the closest thing to it, but yeah, we don't really have a football player at the moment that all Dutch people love, because Dutch people love creative players, and we don't have a Bergkamp or something anymore, or Van Basten, Cruyff, Robben. Even Van Persie was more creative than current generation, I would say. Which sucks because Formula racing is not a sport, it's just Tories almost suiciding themselves. Well, my list is the Control Venner deck I shared with you the other day with Singe and Colby. Oh yeah, I wanted to play the list, just don't have the cards yet. We watched a replay of that, Poncho, I remember now, and you could have Hard Sister, Zenruid, a Silverguard Knight, right? I said the viewers get a glimpse of your handsome face on a good day. You can actually already see it, Furball Warrior, on YouTube, because I had Cam on with the Mesa stream in the second server test. The reason I never streamed with Cam since then is because I'm always in bed when I stream. Because I don't really have furniture at the moment. Because I've been unemployed since 2 months or something. So I've been very careful with spending. Also because I had to spend a lot of money because I moved to Japan at the same time as my contract ending. So my bed is my office. Also, I like it. Especially because if I sit at a desk all day in front of a computer, my arm and my hand gets fucked and my neck. In a bed, laying down, I just never get pains. I can only get pains in my hands from using the mouse, but I don't get neck pains at least. What other reason do I have? I guess I'm also just lazy. And like comfortable things. Sometimes I'm not lazy, but of course when I play a game I'm lazy. You game to laze around, right? Also, that's actually a very important reason. I don't like wearing clothes. I'm almost naked. Gachigasm. Or maybe I should use this thing. My own version. And that's the truth. If there's nobody, if I'm home alone, and I live alone, so that's quite often, I usually only wear underwear. I don't like wearing clothes, they're uncomfortable. So, if I don't stream with Cam, I don't have to wear clothes. Hooray! Has Draco come back? Yes. Dude Sleep, thanks for the follow. But I have been thinking about Furball Warrior to stream with Cam because maybe I will get more viewers. Usually people prefer face cam is the thing. I personally never care if streamers have face cam, yes or no, which is another reason why I don't stream with Cam, because I'm trying to make a stream that I would enjoy myself. Because what else am I gonna do, right? Make a stream I wouldn't watch myself, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I never care about facecam myself when watching all the streamers. I just dispelled my mana tile, didn't know how that works. Yes, this spell gets rid of tiles. Any kind of tile, so also mana tile. Understand, sir. Hope things get better for you. Thank you. I will live with you. I mean, Christ. You don't live in Japan. Are you going to move here? I'm a bit confused because Atomic Rob has the first message in chat, his or her first message in chat ever, but they also have a sub icon. I'm not roasting you for being a lurker. I lurk a lot myself. I was just a bit confused, like, what? Did I just got a sub and I missed it? Anyway, I'm happy that my habits are entertaining you guys. My almost naked habits. Because, yeah, a lot of people chatted for the first time after I said that. I guess there are a lot of people that stop lurking once men get naked, Kappa Pride. But it's cold lol. My answer to that is true, but I have a kotatsu. That's something I bought recently. Well, not that recently, but I bought it to stay warm. I never tried it because it's furniture that only exists in Japan. It's really cool. It's a low table, and there is a blanket inside the table, literally inside. I don't mean in a drawer, but it's the table is a blanket, and then under the table there's also an electric heater. And because it only has to heat a very small space, because it's a low table with a blanket around it that hits the ground, it heats very efficiently. It only heats under the table, but so it's a very cheap way to stay warm. So it was actually worth buying it to save money on gas. So speaking of the stream getting more cozy, buy a kotatsu if you can. You spell it like this in Roman letters. Some things are worse when they get face cam, true. Maybe I'm not handsome enough to make it better. I have a somewhat bad hairline. It's not horrible. Like, if I don't comment on it, people wouldn't even notice it, I think. Especially with a small cam. But other than that, I don't have any weird face things. I guess bad hairline is not weird as well, but you know, it's not very charming. I still have enough hair to trick people into thinking I'm not balding. Easily even, but yeah, you know, the McDonald's M. I have a bit of a McDonald's M on the forehead, which is sad. It's just more fun sometimes. It's not necessary. It's good you chat and communicate a lot. Yeah, it's usually fun to see the emotions on someone's face, right? When crazy shit happens. That's the only reason why I think people like facecam, besides some extra personalization. Facecam is also better if you don't wear clothes. True. If I can live with you, I'll move. My house is not big at all, crazed, but I would say it's just big enough for a second person if you are used to small spaces. There is enough space for a second bed, so... Hello, dude, sleep. Lurker reporting for duty. Hello, Lurker. Can you really get washed in an online card game? Yes. You can. Because it's not that much of a card game, dude, sleep. It's more of a tactics game. Of course, there are card game elements, but I don't call this a card game. I call it a tactics game with card game elements. You know what your viewers want? Do people want a World Champion OnlyFans? Is that what you're saying? I want one. They're not even that expensive in Japan itself, but it's probably very expensive if you import it. Because it's a little bit heavy and big. Not super big, but not like a regular table. Still big for putting it in a plane. Those are not cheap. So in Japan, if you take a budget option, you can get it for like $140. I think that's the price I had to pay for it. But that's because I did get the blanket. Without the blanket, it was $100, I think. You know, if you compare that to an actual heater or an actual table, it's very cheap. And it's both at the same time. And it saves you money on heating energy. So if you can get it for that money outside of Japan, I think it's not expensive. But I'm sure it will be more expensive outside of Japan. If you can hide the hairline, it's fine. I think a small cam will hide enough. I'm not gonna wear a fucking cap. I would rather just shave my head at that point. Jack Nicholson? Yes. Well, not that bad, but I mean, probably in the future, it depends. My grandfather still had hair when he died. So if I have his genes, it stops here. The decay will stop here. But my father was totally bald. So we have to see. I have some hope because my father was totally bald at a very young age, way before me now. So maybe I indeed have my grandfather's genes and this is where the decay stops, and then I will be happy. If the hairline stays here, it's good enough. Especially when I'm 30 or 40 years old. Yes, you heard it correctly, Minion from Hell. Our accent is pretty easy to recognize, isn't it? I almost switched to Dutch there. Just lost to a DC, that sucks. Do you like the direction Duelyst 2 went in so far? Yes, I do. Because they got rid of a lot of 8 RNG cards. The game froze, I reloaded and couldn't load back in. And then this is definitely the time to not play ladder, but do some work with Heokert. Redeem points. We're going, are you in chat, Heokert? That's pretty important. Otherwise we can't do this. Who was it again? Again? I don't remember. Was it the Excelsior guy? A new referral rewards. Let's Ctrl R to claim that shit. I want cards. I'm really lucky to be a streamer. I get a lot of packs from the referral shit. 200 gold? Why so much? Holy shit, that's 2 packs. Thanks whoever is using my referral code. What was I gonna do again? I know I was going to look at the deck, but I also opened my phone in the meantime. What was I gonna do with my phone? I don't know, man. Cheese brain, holes in it. Hey, an epic. Acolyte. Oh, that's my third of this useless card. At least in the future I can do memes with it, but for now I can't. Triple epic, that's amazing. Can I finally get my first Mercantor or Imo? Sandhowler. Dreamgazer is actually very nice. There are a lot of decks where I want to test it, such as certain zoo lists, my Maelstrom list. This is my second Dreamgazer. This I also want to test. Fate has a list with this thing. It seems bad, the minion, but I want to try it. So yeah, not a bad pack. Triple epic. A bit more spirit. Let's read chat. Heogrit is in chat. Looks at turn second page. 12 game streak. That's good, the clown guy. But sad to end it that way for sure. There's a guy in Discord who spent on day 1 and he has over 50 referrals. And that's pretty 5-head. Playing Ghostlinks in Artifact for quest, even though I hate that. How can you win with that shit? I would like to see the replay for that someday, if this is real. I would never play Ghost Links. In that kind of deck, always Repulsor Beast. In general, I will never play Ghost Links. I don't like RNG. Lux Eterna. Yeah, that seems correct to me too. Are you playing my deck, Hildbert? Did you tell me what deck this exactly is? So far it has all cards my deck has, so that's why I'm saying that. Well, that's a weird play. Let's say what I would do first, I guess. Mystic is obviously very good here with Primus. So one of these would have to be replaced, if at all. Blotter is nice for eggs, but you will have 3 minions on the board, so it shouldn't be hard to pop eggs. And if you really have to, this can also kill an egg, so I would replace a Blood here. I think that's what you're doing too, right? Yes. This looks like something I wouldn't do, yeah. This thing died for free. So I'll make you do the play. And then comment. They gave you this Shroud for free. You could have just walked forward with the Mystic and hit it. Then Mystic your Mystic. And then Primus Fist everything. Since your minions will be here and here, I would pit? What the fuck is that? I would put the Primus Fist here because it buffs both your minions to 3/3s, which is amazing. And it plays around Flash Mekander the best you can. This kind of box formation, where nothing dies on board to the general hit or any minion, is actually good against Mekander. The only risk is if they can remove one minion, they can Mekander the rest. So if they have 8 mana, for example, they can net select Mekander. But they're on 4 mana, so it's impossible. They would have to have something really stupid like Flash Blood here, hit with general Flash Mekander. And if they do that, you actually just win on card advantage, so you don't care. So yeah, that box formation will be nice against Flash Mekander. You would have this mana tile here, which they couldn't steal from you at all. And 2 minions can walk into it and your general. You have 2 3/3s. You have a 2/3. And you preserve the Night Sorrow, which can do much better things than kill a 2/2 with no ability. So that's my first criticism. Next turn you should replace Nova. That I can already tell you, no matter what he does. So yeah, if you had a 3/3 here, it could trade into here, but they would have just killed that with the general, so you didn't get punished too much with that. You replace the Araki. I disagree. You need to have plays until your 7 mana turn, and playing Nova on 7 mana is usually not doable. If you play against like a bad player, you can sometimes play this on 7, but against good players you usually can't. And you would really rather play Revenant on 7. Also, on 4 mana, if you place a 7 mana card in this deck, which only has 3 offs, which makes replays very consistent, and drawing as well, and also has triple Rev, triple Nova, means you will get this back on time anyway, if you keep replacing every turn. And again, you would rather have Revenant than this. But maybe, you know, sometimes it works out. It's just that you're banking on getting multiple Novas. Because playing Nova on 7 can be playable even against good players if you have another Nova in hand. But it's still, even then it's still risky. Because you're not developing anything. They can just go face against you if you Nova shit. It's basically only good for controlling the board while doing damage or setting up more damage later. Or board control in a non-minion sense, as in you can create a zone that they can't cross, and then you can hide and get a lot more time. Anyway, I think I'm talking too much about Nova. This will take forever if I lecture everything. Display is indeed good. Spreading out is nice against Flash Mercantor kind of shit. I would hit with both minions because this can't die to Spirit Harvester anyway, and it plays around Plasma Storm. And I think it's what you're doing. Not with this one though. It's hard to say if that's a misplay, yes or no. That actually just isn't, or it is. It totally depends on their hand. If they have Plasma Storm, not hitting with this is a misplay. If they have Harvester, not hitting with this is good, I think, yes. I don't know. Maybe this is something we shouldn't really think about because it really depends on their hand. What you should do with your minions that actually stick against Magmar really is hard to say sometimes. Well, that's bad. Okay, now you do replace a Nova. But you see, if you had replaced this Nova earlier, you would have at least had an Araki to play this turn instead of basically nothing. So yeah, that's why you replace Nova on those low mana counts. I think you didn't replace this on 4 mana, so. And you had all the freedom in the world to play around Mercantor here. You were not doing anything anyway. You should have played around Mercantor here, I think. Now you play into Mercantor and Dancing Blades. And I think just playing the Void Pulse is what you should have done. Nothing else. But the reason why you play the Void Pulse is because you do want to keep drawing 2 cards every turn. With Nova decks, that's actually quite important. Because Nova is only good if you get multiple copies and you need to find your Revenants. And if you don't play the Void Pulse that turn, there is a chance that if you play Nova on curve, you don't draw 2 cards. The only reason not to play it, and I'm sure that's why you didn't, is because you're scared of artifacts. You were scared of Twin Fang, right? Or claws, I don't know. That is a solid reason not to play this. So it's not strictly a misplay. It's just something to consider. And that's a nice play. Preserving your health. You could have walked into the corner here to play around Mercantor, but I understand that you don't want to do that. Now not playing Void Pulse does make more sense than in the last turn. Because if you play Nova on curve, you still draw 2 cards, so you can indeed just preserve this. Keep it as Surprise Burst or Surprise Heal or for artifacts. Yeah, they actually gave you a Nova on curve because they're not experienced. So I agree with this. But if you like dual Rev now... Oh no, never mind, you have 8. I will not comment on this shit. But against good players, you will usually not be able to do that. I would replace the Araki here, even though it's good this turn. Yes. Even though Araki is good here this turn, you don't really expect to be able to connect with it anymore. Late game Magmar, 6 cards. They can just... It's better to just keep the sustain and answer cards, because all you need is time. And then you win with Revs and more Novas, so I agree with replacing that thing. Because yeah, if you want to play Araki aggressively, you have to play into Macantor anyway, so that thing has no chance against late game Magmar, I feel like. Unless you can play around Macantor, but I don't think you can here. Yeah, you are in a bit of a danger here to die. Of course, this plays into Macantor. What else could you have done? Because I do understand that you want to not die. So maybe this was correct, because Macantor, besides the shit on board, is only 4 damage. I think if you play into Macantor this hard, and then also be in a position where everything on board, including general, can hit your face, you might as well have gone here. So that it's harder for this general to block you. I guess it doesn't really matter. Here it's also hard to block you. Maybe it's even harder, because they can block with only 1 minion. Never mind, I was nitpicking for no reason. Because the thing that would have been worth considering is going here with your general and put the Mystic here. Then you play into the same Macantor basically. But you're also here. So the only reason to make that play is if you want to hit face. But I do agree that you probably shouldn't, because it's 6, 8. Then we'll be at 16. Then we need only 8 out of hand damage. That is a bit scary, right? So I was trying to find a mistake, but I think this was fine. Maybe if I look at it slower, I can find a slightly more optimal play, but at the very least it's not a misplay. Or a sphere. Well, good thing he didn't hit his face, he has a lot more time now. And then they might be able to counter lead to you. They gave you another good Nova. What do you replace first? I think replacing Shroud was not correct, because they're playing buff spells and good Gazer. And decently sized minions. I feel like Blood here will be less likely to be useful. It is burst for 1 damage. So again, it's not a clear misplay. I don't know. It is hard for them to pressure you if you have Shroud. They seem to be quite buff heavy. If you hadn't seen any Great Efforts or Primordial Gazers, then I would have agreed. I don't think it matters that much, but again, just something to consider. If you equip that, you should walk 2 downs to play around Macantor. Okay, I think that's a mistake. You know why that's also a mistake? Because if you walk 2 down, they can only walk 2 up, and then the only way to block you is by playing a minion on the creep. And that's horrible. They still have a super hard time to block you, I guess. So again, doesn't matter that much. Sounds a bit like I'm commentating a creep against Magmar game, because many things don't matter that much. Because trust me, there are many decks where it really matters what you do. A lot of decks that you can play yourself and matchups you can play. But yeah, they actually can block your face here, right? By minion, minion, minion. Well, if you went down here, the only way to block your face is go to up, play a minion on the creep. So I guess it's still... And you played around Mercantor. So I guess it was a misplay. Yeah. Not a huge one, but... Top deck Shroud. Wait, how much damage did you have? 10. Oh, you're 1-off lethal. Feels bad, man. Now you play into Mercantor because they die. Oh. Well, maybe you have to be careful yourself. Let's see. So maybe... what I'm saying, maybe you're correct to do this. You could have played the Revenant here to play around Mercantor on your face, but... This play does make it less likely you die because you block their face. And if the Mercantor dies, so it's not as big of a deal. And you heal for 2. Or if they hit the Revenant, you don't heal for 2, but they take 4 damage. So if you had hit face here... Yeah, they would only need... They couldn't hit your face again without dying, unless they heal. But that means both a draw and a win is quite likely. So I do agree with your play, actually. Especially because if you just don't die, they will die. That's just what creep does. If you know what's exactly in their deck, you can just calculate if you can die. Or if you see their hand. But since you cannot do that shit... I think you were correct to play slowly here. It's not hard for Magmar to counter lethal you when you have only 10 damage on board if you hit face here. Only 10 life left on board. They're playing Tiger, Greater Fort, that kind of shit, so... Yeah, it really, again, it just depends on what they have in the deck in their hand. Because, for example, you could die to Elucidator combo now. Well, if you hit face here, they go to 4. And then you cannot be Elucidator combo because they die when they play it. So, it feels fucking Magmar, man. You don't know what's the misplay and what's the right play. If they play Elucidator combo, you misplayed. If they don't play it, you play correctly. It's... I guess we should just move on, because this is depressing. So yeah, even playing this here instead of here, I also agree with. Yeah, Mercantor doesn't go face, that's nice. Because again, you only need time. Okay. You could have also just have... It's weird that they give you... Why do they allow the face hit? Revenant is lethal now. They should have just stayed here. Mercantor has rush after all. They really should have stayed here, but we're not here to criticize your opponent, right? We're here to criticize you. And yeah, you only need time. I don't think it's worth luring this thing. It's not a threat. And they might be playing a threat next turn. I mean, it's not worth the lure, that thing. So now they need 14 damage. That is not very likely indeed. Yeah, they're happy now that you lured this thing. And now you don't have lure for this thing. This is a threat, unlike the 1/4. So you do get kind of punished for it here. But at least you have a decent amount of time left, even against this. Because now you are at 12, 10... Actually, you know... So I'm a bit confused here. Because before you didn't want to drop yourself to 10. but now you do. You're not very likely to die because they can't play Elucidator. It's still hard to say what the correct plays are in these situations because you don't know their deck. Araki will be an easy replace here. Also hitting their face last turn didn't really do anything, because not hitting their face still is lethal with Revenant or Less Nova. But yeah, you had the lethal, which is nice. Overall, I don't think you made huge misplays. I feel like your turn 1 was actually the biggest misplay, right? I don't know. Don't remember the whole game. We will read chat. Blitzard into Nova this turn, I think. Yes, he did. How far behind are we on chat after this point redeem? Yeah, it's meta creep, okay. Thanks for the follow into the Out Of and Amp Surge. I feel like I'm the only person that doesn't care much about gold spirit orbs. I can grab one faction easily climb with budget. Same Gringware. I feel quite double about all the criticism about the economy. Because on the one hand, if you don't take those complaints seriously, the game will fail. On the other hand, I think people are complaining too much about it, because you can build one good deck quite easily with your starter shit, like all the starter orbs you get from leveling and puzzles. And I think it's mostly because of a lot of players are new, so they don't know that epics and legendaries aren't totally necessary. They are for some decks, but not for all. And if you're new to the game, you really don't need a meta deck. You don't even know how to play a meta deck. You don't know how to play anything yet, unless you have like some experience in a similar game. But there are not many similar games, because it's not really a card game. Only a little bit of a card game. I want skins from Orbs, but they're not actual cards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're never going to give cosmetics with in-game currency. The idea of this version was getting cards is even easier than in the past, but actually people think it wasn't easy in the past and it isn't easy now. Which I'm again surprised about, because I never bought any orbs in this game. I never paid for anything. And I usually had full collection. So maybe it's also people that just don't have much time to play. I don't know. Because I did play a lot to get those collections, of course. Not when I already sleep in my first game, only 2 games today. I'm at work, to play Duelyst. Life is good. I don't know how to use the AP link though, the Klankai. I mean, I'm streaming from the client, from Steam client, because if I stream from the browser, I just cannot fix my screen. I either have black boxes on the bottom or on the bottom and the top, or I have a weird shape if I resize it to get rid of the black boxes. For me, only the Steam client works to give a nice screen. At least I get minimum amount of XP from losing. Heartstock in tier 20. I mean, if you're a new player, you just have to play more and you'll get better. But if you never get better, then you can look at your replays and think about what you did wrong. The trick is to lose so horribly that you get tipped 5 gold out of pity. Yes, that is the play. If you're bad at the game, make sure you're really bad and get pity money. I totally agree with Face Melter's plan here. Bonus forever. Thank you for waiting on yesterday, by the way. I don't know how to pronounce the name that time. Oh, no problem. I went to sleep right away anyway. I didn't hear you. Thank you. I didn't hear you say my name anyway. I waited because I was going to fall asleep. And yeah, no problem. I think I got more gold per game from chain losing with my purple vanilla liner decks while leveling factions to 16 and from climbing with better decks. Well, yeah, level up is just... what was I gonna say? Yeah, leveling up is to 16 is just the best way to get orbs quickly as a new player. Best of luck on partner, thank you. I was not too sure if they could kill me on that one turn, but I did hit because I realized Elucidator exists. And I had it in the deck. Okay, so you hit to play around Elucidator Needles. Makes sense. I've seen some Reddit posts about how pay to win this is. Yeah, there are many. And I wish people were a bit more reasonable. This is a beta release, and people are going apeshit about an economy that already gets patched after 10 days. Actually, I didn't mind people going apeshit before the patch announcement, but I saw that even after the patch announcement, people were like, this is not enough, blah blah blah, even though the patch didn't even roll out yet. We don't even know yet how many faction orbs you get. Like, what if you get the faction orb on every single level, except the ones that already give an orb? People were still going apeshit. That, I don't know, maybe they're trolls. Maybe they're just Reddit users. Like, I want to be sympathetic to the new players that feel like they can't play good decks, but you really don't need a meta deck as a new player. You don't even know how to play it. Why would you want something? And it's really fun to be a noob. I had my best time with many games being a noob. Learning the game is fun. And then you will actually develop your own style of deck building and playing. And you can find cards that are good that nobody is playing. Because you're forced to play things nobody's playing. Because there are some cards out there that nobody plays, but that are totally playable. And then you can surprise people and win against players that are more experienced. Because they don't play around the card that nobody plays, right? Want to have fun and try new stuff. I mean, you can just put in whatever garbage you got from your orbs. Then you play new stuff and fun stuff. Because that means you will actually play that rook that you got from an orb. And if that every card instantly, half of them will be bored in a week. Yes, and also they wouldn't play most of the cards. I'm about to drop $1 in this game today. I'll thank you on behalf of the Duelyst servers. It's nice if the servers stay alive. I want to like this game, but the Reddit is so negative and player base is already dropping. Is it? Is the player base dropping? I hope not. But yeah, the Reddit is very negative. But that's also just Reddit. Actually, the community is really nice, not Turtle Souls. Just not on Reddit. But there are many nice people and a lot of unique people and funny people. I think the community is pretty good. Even the trolls are quite funny sometimes. Not always, but they're tolerable. I haven't bought anything, and same, I've gotten like every card. This game is I don't know what's wrong with people. Maybe it's just taste as well, I don't know. Also, people can play Legacy mode. You have all cards in Legacy mode, but I guess people are admitting that one draw Duelyst was a mistake. There's Duelyst 2 browser. Yes, you can play it in your browser. It's like a Flash game as well. I don't remember the website name, but it's probably just duelyst2.com or something. And for instance, if you want to choose my red game, but you don't have to. Against which opponent, Declan Kai? it works on it. Got very lucky with my pulls, but there's most of my stuff to follow budget builds. I mean, the are good budget builds, so I don't think you need to regret that. So are you able to pull up all the things up other than Duelyst, like maybe a browser link? Or not? What do you mean, hey Okert? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, is it the Reddit? They just whine about everything? Yeah, they do. That's not just in Duelyst, that's in any game on Reddit. Another argument I have is, don't most games on Steam cost way more than $0? Like, you have the choice to, like me, not spend any money on it. And you can also, if you think the game is pay to win, then why don't you buy the game like you would with other games? Which in this case means buy some orbs. A lot of AAA games are like 60 fucking euros nowadays. So dropping like 20 euros is not that big of a deal for gamers, isn't it? And you have the choice to not pay. But I agree that some people were overly harsh and still believe that releasing the betting current state was a marketing mistake. Yeah, that could be true. Like, they could have run, well, maybe they, I don't know if they run tests for new player experience exactly, but I do think they could have predicted this indeed and do the faction orbs beforehand. I personally do believe the first few days are so important, right, for the image of your game and having the new players tell about the game to others. That I think that if your plan is, because this really is Dreamsoul's plan, they've said this many times, their plan is to make money with cosmetics, not with cards. So that it's not pay to win, it's pay to decorate. I invented the term, it's copyrighted. What was I gonna say? If that's your plan, then I think you should make the release as generous as possible. Make the new player experience as good as possible so that you immediately have a good image. And then if later it turns out that selling cosmetics doesn't pay for the server costs, then you will make the expansions not be free. You'll make the expansions cost money, or not cost money, but you know, if you want the cards quickly, you will need to spend some money. And you can also experiment a bit with the cosmetic money making. Like, you can release some very cheap cosmetics, or do the opposite, do some shit that attracts wheels, or do both. Make new types of cosmetics. In this case, Dreamsoul is on a good path, though. I can't say much about it, but Dreamsoul already has prepared some cosmetics that are totally different from the ones that have ever been in Duelyst, and some of them are really quite cool. And yeah, you can also just make getting cards less generous in the future after you find out that it doesn't pay for the server costs. Because if your launch is not a success, then it doesn't matter that you got some money to pay for the servers. If you don't have a good start and players don't play your game, then you will never be able to pay for the servers in the long term anyway, right? So I guess I agree with you, Sly, for saying that, despite the fact that I really love playing. Yeah, same. But if people were reasonable, then I don't think Dreamsoul made any mistake. However, people are not reasonable, and unreasonable people are also customers, and you have to please them. I had my own little company myself, and I really respect people that do shit with customers, because customers suck. You have to please them. You have no other choice. And that's fine if they are right, but they're not always right. And then you still have to suck their dick. Even Flaming is playable and it's actually not bad. I played it quite a bit in Gauntlet. I don't think it's good, but yeah, it's not totally unplayable. There are not many cards in Duelyst that are totally unplayable. Playing Gauntlet gives me lots of appreciation for cards like Flaming. Yeah, same. Even Brightmoss Golem is good. I mean, if people think Ironcliffe is good, then I think it's weird. We even need to discuss whether Brightmoss Golem is good, yes or no. It has the same stats, except it doesn't die to Night Sorrow, Plasma Storm, and it's less likely to die against Net Select 2. The only problem is no Provoke and Airdrop. That is a big deal, but it's not even strictly worse than Ironcliffe, and people think playing Ironcliffe is totally normal. Also, you can't ramp Ironcliffe. You can ramp Brightmoss with Metallurgist, so I think Brightmoss is not strictly worse than Ironcliffe. Depends. This game is nowhere near pay to win. I agree again, because yeah, at least I got to S with budget decks and one semi-budget deck. After that I got some real decks, like right now. But you know, you can get to S with budget. And I didn't even play that well. I actually made many mistakes. Some really big ones too. Didn't change the Bandai economy at all. You can get amazing pools in case you send the epic synergy to build your favorite deck that is stacked. True. Tolerable. I like new words that don't exist yet. That's why they're new. So thank you for sharing your creation, Dude Sleep. I like it. Duely community is one of the best IMO. It must be, otherwise the new devs wouldn't have put in so much time to revive it, right? And that's also something I don't like reading on Reddit, that people think it's some kind of cash grab, when the Dreamsloth devs have been working on this for 2 years without getting paid at all. It was a volunteer project, and I'm pretty sure they're still not getting paid. Pretty sure it's still volunteer work. Because the Kickstarter money is there for following the roadmap. If they never release the shit on the roadmap, then you can start complaining, I think. Because then you can start thinking they were there for the money. But so far, there's no reason to believe that, in my opinion. I got so many legends and have not spent a dime yet. Same. Discord seems to be much better if you want to actually talk to people. You mean to meet new people from the game instead of literally inside the game? Because I think that's true. I don't see why people are so up in arms. There are no perfect releases, and compared to mistakes of many AAA studios, yeah, AAA studios release games that are not even playable sometimes. This at least is playable. And you know, when there was the bug in the first 3 hours, which made it somewhat unplayable, they actually fixed it in 3 hours. You can't say that about AAA studios. Also, AAA studios usually take much longer than 10 days to hear a complaint in the community and do something about it. 10 days. You can see that the devs are ex-players that are actually part of the community. Big companies never hear a complaint so fast that they change something in 10 days. Especially not if it's related to money making. If it's related to money making, they usually never change anything, no matter the complaint. I don't know, maybe everyone playing Duelyst is used to indie games. That is a reasonable theory. because this is an indie game. And I'm back and rank 5, 0 wins. I wanna die. Really? But you're playing Magmar. I don't get it. Maybe I shouldn't have conceded against you, Leroy. Maybe I overestimated you. For people that don't know, what was it? A few days ago? I don't remember. But I conceded against Leroy because they played Spirit Harvester, Flash Spirit Harvester. I was too frustrated. Because I had a board that even Magmar couldn't deal with. But then Leroy could. So I was like, oh, I'm playing walls against Magmar. Actually, I didn't even concede that. After that, I just remember. I wanted to, but I was like, okay, I can clear both Spirit Harvesters and I have my one-off Jax. Surely they don't have an answer to Jax after playing Spirit Harvester, Flash Spirit Harvester. Then I got Plasma Stormed, so I conceded. But now that I'm reading everything Leroy is saying, I kind of regret conceding, because if you are stuck for 80 games with Magmar, sounds like you're quite beatable, Leroy. Sorry for roasting you, by the way. I hope you know it's with love. It's banter. Which opponent out of Venom 1 uses Ghost Links, only 2. As we all know, it's not pay to win, those are free to play plays in S. Yeah, apparently number 1 is playing Budget Lionar. Apparently, what was the name? I forgot, so I'll check. Oli. Oli is playing a budget deck, apparently. I've played a lot of budget decks and semi-budget decks. Not so much inside S, but reaching S. Poncho is somewhat on a budget too. Dragon, not sure. Goedtalk is playing Helionar too, right? Just like the old Dutch person in my chat. Don't think it was totally budget, but not expensive either. I think the only expensive card in there are Sunriser, Immo, and Circle of Life. Didn't Quaist say that Toma is also on a budget? And Coach Toma? Don't really know about the older players well. Show the absurdity, that's my match history. I will. Yeah, that's not great. Oh, you're not playing Magmar, that's why. Well, with Magmar it also didn't go well. I shouldn't have conceded against you, Leroy. I really shouldn't. Oh, you won against Smash. Smash is good. How's it going, champ? Streaming. That's a mood. That's how you can do. Bro, some AAA games are going above 70 euros right now. Then I really don't know why people are complaining about pay to win. Because those titles are not even pay to win. They're pay to play at all. At all. Switching between rank 4 and 5. I don't know, it's very standard for card games. I don't know why people are so assertive about it. Yeah, that too. It is very standard for card games. Like Magic the Gathering or something. Maybe because of Duelyst GG, which has everything. But actually, this Duelyst also has everything Turtle Souls if you play one draw. Legacy mode, like DG, gives all cards simply because they don't want to really support the mode. It's just there for people that like one draw. They don't want to monetize on that because they're not going to develop that. They're never going to touch it. But yeah, this Duelyst 2 also has one draw with all cards. Which is another reason to say, Why is everyone complaining about pay to win? I know one draw isn't fun, but... Solura lol, thanks for the follow. I think the game seems less free to play friendly than it actually is to new players because they don't know yet that meta decks don't run that many advertising days. Yes, true. And the drop rates for set cards are higher than in all the games. Also true. Complaints are more because they said it will be free and only cosmetic based. Yeah, that's why I don't know if you were already here, Makito Maga. That's why I did think they made a mistake in not making the release as new player friendly and as generous as possible, because they indeed did say we're only going to make money with cosmetics. And then if you make people hooked with a good release, where nobody can complain about, then you're also more likely to make the money with the cosmetics. And you can just see after a few months, if you don't make enough money to pay for the server costs with the cosmetics, you can always change the economy after that, which will get some backlash, of course. But I think if you release an expansion and you clearly communicate from advance, we cannot give this away very generously because we are having trouble paying the server costs. People should understand. But I think real companies, which includes Dreamsloth, wouldn't ever admit that they need money for server cost or something. I know that's considered unprofessional. If I was a CEO myself, I would be super transparent about all these things, which no CEO does, no company does. But I really don't think... I really feel like there is a room in the world to do that. But well, I'm kind of talking out of my ass here, right? I'm not the CEO. But I would like to try it. I would like to try an extremely transparent company. Because I feel like if you explain these kind of things and it's actually true, people will be much more understanding, much less angry. Anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this. Thanks for the follow, Predos Herbs. Got level Magmar to level 11 so I can benefit from the retroactive faction orb game. Yeah, so for players that don't know yet, tomorrow a patch comes out and then you get orbs according to your faction levels. And if you level up after the patch, of course, you will also get orbs, and those will be called faction orbs, and they only give cards from the faction you leveled up and from the neutrals. But I think they said it's like a much higher chance to not get neutrals as well. So they really focus on your faction. Swag, but I hate Magmar. Same. I hate Magmar too. I wonder if part of the issue is that new players get steamrolled and assume it's because they just didn't have better cards. So they buy cards and still get steamrolled just because they're bad, but assume they just need more cards, so they complain that the game to pay to win when we know what money is going to make them not shit, they just need experience. Yeah, and the problem with that argument is that you can't tell these new players you're bad. You can't say you're wrong because you're bad, even though that's probably what's often the case. But imagine the dev team telling that to new players, you're wrong because you're bad. That would be hilarious. But I do think you're right, Argut. I do think that is one of the many reasons why this is happening. You know, I don't see any top players complain about this shit. I did see Mazer has a lot of sympathy with the economy thing. He seems to think it wasn't generous enough too. But I mean, he's not complaining about not being able to win with his budget decks. Because yeah, Mazer is also only playing budget shit. You can also do another Kickstarter to keep server alive, true. And again, if you just say like, you know, we're not making enough money to keep the servers alive, we need this Kickstarter, why wouldn't people be generous a second time if they enjoyed the game so far and they put so much money in it the first time? Like, look at Wikipedia. You can be one of the biggest websites in the world just from donations. Why couldn't you be a decently sized game just based on donations? There's also a lot of freeware that lives from donations. If you think this is well, if you think this dev is comparable to Riot Games, they're really delusional. Yes, because it will take 6 months before a Riot game dev hears any cry from the community, and then they might not listen anyway. Also, you know, those AAA studios are way more greedy about money, of course. It's just like, it's not about how good your cards are. Yeah, your positioning, well, about positioning mattering, it does matter. No matter what you play, it does matter. But with some decks or factions, it definitely matters a lot less. But yes, if you position correctly all the time, your card quality matters less for sure. Do you prefer 2-draw with no BBS? For sure. I hated the BBSs and still do. I'm not entirely against the idea of them. It's not like BBS is bad because BBS is bad. But the thing is, BBSs in Duelyst have always been extremely poorly balanced. So they were never fun just for that reason. I have a rant about it on YouTube. So I don't think I will reiterate. Of course you need good cards, but not what people think. If they don't make money in skins, they need to pump them out faster. They do have a lot of skins in the background, I can tell you, but I don't think I can tell you more than that. More is coming, basically. All of decks are commons and rares with a couple epics and legendaries. The player that won the last event used 2 different 4K decks versus 8 10K decks. Is L2P situational P2. Yeah. I didn't even know that statistic fate, but I'm not surprised. I had a Vanner Mirror match and the player told me I only won because I have jacks and he doesn't. Does it get the fact that I have 5K Vanner games played? First impression is everything in gaming nowadays, and Duelyst is a game that died once already. I don't think it's gonna die again, but it might not be able to get a big new audience. It might be the same old veterans that keep playing it against each other, and that will be sad. This game just needs this guy's toast or one of the big strategy guys to play it will blow up. Yeah, I think so too. I would rather not have the turtle. Is this guy's toast not a good salesman for a game fate? I don't know this streamer. It's just that I think a big strategy game influencer would be nice. The game is paid to progress, no content except cosmetics locked behind the paywall, and what do you really expect from a free-to-play game? You have to pay the bill somehow, yeah. That's what I mean with people are not being reasonable. They can't think about, you know, they think they need free cards and nobody else needs anything else in life. It's a bit of entitlement, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they should have just released Gauntlet on beta release. Maybe then everything would have been fine. Then everyone would have been reasonable and Dreamslot wouldn't have made any mistake. Because for people that don't know, Gauntlet was the game to get cards quickly in the old version of the game. And Gauntlet is coming soon. It's the first thing on the roadmap. So it might come in January or February, is my guess, but I don't know. It's draft mode, and yeah, it can give you a lot of cards very quickly. Don't get the idea that free-to-play players should have a whole collection within the first week. Yeah. I guess another thing they could have given as an option is like pay X amount of money for a full collection. Feria did that. And you can also do free-to-play. Not sure if that's good, but fun game just lacks advertising. There is no advertising at the moment, yeah. I think what we have now times 10 with people complaining about shit. Oh, you mean if a big streamer comes in now and just want the people talking about is to post their decks and what deck they want to play? What do you mean, Fate? I also believe that Dreamslot is a bit light on PR. It's kind of to be expected for a volunteer team. Yeah. And there's no budget for marketing, I don't think. Maybe since the Kickstarter, but before that definitely wasn't. WoW takes months for a fix, yeah. Do my match history, I'm pissed. I mean, we just did it, didn't we, Leroy? Am I rereading an old message? Or have I been talking so long that you have a new page? I'll keep this open, I guess, because you asked for it. You asked me to look at it. People are just mad because they spent their money on Marvel Snap. I really hope not. I hate that Hollywood shit. Can you see the full S-rank ladder somewhere, not just top 20? I don't think so. There's no next page, right? No. But in old Duelyst, this page didn't even exist. This is new. So, I'm quite happy with it. I wonder how many people there are in S-rank totally. Well, from that I feel like the release is somewhat of a success at least, because I think I saw like 80 something rank before already today. And when the game was dying, I don't think there were that many people in S rank. So it looks like there are more people now than when it died. And that might not sound like much, but it's a better release for something that had basically no advertising. Just play on my account, Ferocca, and don't account anymore. At the lose streak with Magmar, then switched. Why would I play on your account though, Leo? And lost even more? Yes, you can solo ride. That's actually what we've been talking about. Because some people have been saying, oh, it's pay to win, but it's really not. Yes, exactly. The patch tomorrow is fixing a few of those issues. So I really want people to stop complaining until trying the patch. If the economy still sucks after the patch, I'll not criticize people on being mad. But now, just wait 24 hours. Plus, I'm new and I've got a ton of legendary cards that are providing anything seems fine to me. I'm happy to see that a lot of people are not Reddit users. I have a non-Reddit chat, hooray. At least 72 in SRK now. Shout out to Styx for being the lowest ranked S in my friends list right now. That's a nice way to not compliment him. Replay coach plus deck doctor. Last Songhai match. Okay. We'll do that, Leroy. Instincts running Mechas or OTK Venner. Gonna try that title in a couple of days. Make good plays around. Someone is also free to play. Whoa. Chat is going too fast for me to keep up. I'm still so far behind. Is that every level gives something on faction orbs all the time? But yeah. Oh, every level will do something. That's nice. Notice the players around Brock prefers top players are just glad it's back. Yeah, so am I. Is going pro worth it in this game? No, because there is no pro scene yet. There are no real money tournaments or anything. Because that's what pro means, right? That you make a living out of it. That's not possible yet. It's too small now. But if you instead meant, is it worth trying to get good at the game? Then I would say yes. Because getting good at this game is actually fun. It's a fun learning process. Doesn't matter what any of us thinks, the few hardcore ain't gonna keep up the game alive. Yeah, we do need new players. That's why I did say we have to please even the most unreasonable people. Well, maybe not the most, but you have to please your customers. You have no other option. Would be a good Reddit post just so that it's not all gloom. Free to play S-ranked deck list. Can somebody make that? I don't use Reddit, so is somebody not lazy like me? Because it is a good idea. I didn't even craft cards to get to S. Definitely not to pay to win game or pay to play silly cards game. Yeah, because a lot of legendaries are memes. I mean, the Shadow Creep deck is also pretty budget as long as you just switch out Revenant for Dark Seed. I'm on a couple games in, but it feels really good. I'm not surprised that it works. Same old vets versus same old vets like Guns, the duel. He's fine, but his fans would probably loop the same shit I got looped last week, okay. Then we need to wait until the game is ready, basically. It is beta after all. I reached conceding Q from conceding so much. The same people complaining about being paid to win would find some other reasons to complain about losing the gauntlet games though. Yeah, maybe there are just people that cannot accept being bad. Which actually kind of includes me, but I don't take it out on the game. I take it out on my misplays and Magmar, which is kind of the game. But you know, I don't blame it on the economy. That's something. This brother's hot, thanks for the follow. Is it generally worse to concede them to let the match play out XP wise? Well, dude, Sleep, I don't know when it is. But there is a point in a match where you get the full XP no matter what. And if you concede before that, you don't get XP. But I don't know what the turning point is. If you're a new player, you should just always play the game out, I think. Because and you can learn, and you can win when you don't expect it. Because you're probably playing against all the new players. And some new players are so lost knowing what to do, like they really don't know how to play, that even if they won the game super hard, they'll still not kill you and you will maybe win. I'm now talking about bronze players, totally new. Silver players usually are not that helpless, but still in silver I think you should also play out all your games. And maybe in gold too. I think maybe you should just play them out until you feel like you know what you're doing. When you feel like you know what you're doing, you know when the game is lost in advance. And another time you can concede is if you're not having fun, I think. That's also totally fine. If the game you're in is too tilting, why not just concede and go to the next? It's shameful. I'm sorry, Leo. I did see the replay coaching, but I'm still not back on chat. But we'll do it when I'm back on chat. Read everything. I look on Reddit, but internet Discord is way too toxic for me. Yeah, that's not just Reddit, I guess. That's just the internet. I have new players logging through silver and learning the game. Loving it, so these non-vets will be around in the vet-only games. Well, that's nice. The more new players, the better. I had a chat with Baronian, and we're gonna try to be a little strict in the sub with respect to how toxic people get with their feedback. Try not having operative words here. Yeah, you definitely need to be careful with that, because what happens if you're not careful with that? My free speech is impeached, blah blah blah. Nazi deaths. And then it only gets worse. If I deleted my Reddit account, my co-host would be very confused. I won't get Reddit. Maybe we can use this power someday, Argud. Am I surprised when you're dying or something? Yes. My throat is only getting more fucked. But I'm addicted to streaming and playing. At this point, maybe streaming more than playing, because I'm only talking. But for some reason, people are still sticking around. I faced S rank as silver. That is actually one of the things I think they also should have fixed in advance before release. Because in the test servers, this was happening a lot, S rank against silver. But they had to, because there were not enough people playing. And Dreamslov also said that, like, we have to do this, otherwise queue times are too long. But now queue times can't be that long. There are over 70 people in S rank and a lot of people in Diamond. I think they should turn on whatever setting they have to not allow two divisions different. But that's the reason why you're facing S rank as silver ZX, because I think they expected less players or something, like in the server tests. Could everyone type more to store Outliers replay coaching? It would have worked, so on, if people just kept typing, but it's too late now. I'm back on chat. So Liru, what was the game again? Didn't you say Songhai? I will scroll up, you don't have to type. Alright, I have to scroll really up. Okay, you have to tell me, I can't fucking find it anymore. Which game? There's just too much chat. I will haunt you in your dreams. You have to watch out a bit, Zoan. There is very perverted. I'm not memeing. We had some kind of pervert meme of accidentally recently, and I was a bit shocked. Also at the top, the Songhai. Okay, so this one, right? This is your last Songhai game, so looks like Solifit's list. Still looks like Solifit's list. What did you replace again? I didn't pay attention. Anyway, you got minions, that's what you need. Ghost Lightning is nice in this matchup potentially. If you play it there, 2-drop 9-0 fucks you. So you could put it on the back. You could also replace first. But I do agree this hand could be nice. I would usually replace Ghost Lightning. But yeah, it might be Swarm, right? Because it's Abyss, so you can even not play Fox and just play the boar into this tile and eat it. Then if they want to kill the boar, they need to walk down and not contest the mana tiles. But Mystic is not even a threat, so I do agree playing with Fox. I'm just thinking, should you replace first? You do need more minions. I don't know, this is, if I had this hand in this matchup myself, I also wouldn't know what to do. Because all of this shit is potentially good, but you need more minions for the next turn. If you're gonna replace, it will definitely be Ghost Lightning. Also, this positioning I don't think is ever good, because if Mystic goes here, you can't even hit it with both Fox and your general. But I guess if your plan is to keep lightning, it makes sense. The thing is though, you are Songhai, so you can actually play around 2-drop Night Sorrow because you have movement spells. So even though this is not like a huge misplay, I do think the most optimal play is to just put it on the back line. And in that case you put it here, I think. Here is still better than here anyway as well, because you can walk to forward to summon something in the tile. You just have to ask yourself the question, do I want to play around 2-drop Night Sorrow, yes or no? If you do want to play around it, put it on the back line. And then I would put it here, because it's further away from this shit than here. If you don't respect 2-drop Night Sorrow, then you play it here. Okay, if you had replaced first instead of walking too forward, then you would totally have put this on the back line, because you got jocks. So yeah, replace first. That is something I tell all players. Not just me, just everyone tells everyone to replace first, but not everybody does it. There are exceptions, but considering there are quite some new players in chat, let's keep it simple. If you're new, replace first. Later you will learn when not to replace first. It's just good to build a habit. Because there are a lot of players, even some good players, that build up the bad habit of not replacing first. And once you have a habit, it's hard to get rid of it, right? That's the main reason why I think new players should always replace first. And you will learn when not to later. Then you need to unlearn the other habit, I guess, but it's not really unlearning a habit, it's more like seeing when you need to break the rules. Chess also has this concept where you first learn the basics, general rules, generalizing rules, and then later on you learn when to break those generalizing rules, because chess and Duelyst have something in common. You can't really say two generalizing rules about things. For example, if you don't play against Abyss, there's no reason to play Lantern Fox all the way here against Vanar, for example. All the removal is ranged, and there's nothing they can put next to a Fox to fuck it. So then there's no reason to put it here, but against Abyss there is. So that's just one example. Sometimes playing into Macanter is the right play, because if they play Macanter, you have lethal next turn or something, or if they play Macanter, there's no chance of you dying, those kind of things. But for new players, I think just like with chess, you just start with the generic rules first, and then later you learn when to break the rules, when you're actually good. Anyway, I am, what's the word, digressing a lot. I think that's the correct word, right? When you don't talk about the thing that you're actually supposed to talk about. It's actually nice to get a creep under this thing, I guess. Yeah, you do have to deny the mana tile. But you should have replaced something first. You should have replaced the Phoenix Fire. And I'm not sure why your general is staying here. You should have gone here so that you can put it in the tile and then hit face. Because this tile is just theirs now. Like, they can go here, punch the boar, play a 2-drop here, and then a 3-drop, like a Night Sword here, just to deny one Phoenix Fire. Something like that. You should definitely take the tile, go somewhere else with your general, Like if you think this is a good play, then you should still at least walk one forward or something, or towards the mana tile, so that you can walk into it next turn. But in any case, I think you should have stolen this, and you should have replaced that turn. You should have replaced the Phoenix Fire. Like, you don't really need 3 Phoenix Fires. They're also not taking the tile. And that doesn't make any sense. Like, I know we're not supposed to criticize this player, but if you don't take the tile with this, then why not put it in a place where you cannot run away from it? Because the downside of playing this in the tile is that you can run away from it. But now, you could have walked away from it, and they didn't take the tile. So that doesn't make any sense. Also not sure about Phoenix Fire phase here. Did you replace a fire? Because you should have done that. Is what I'm trying to say. Last turn you could have also cleared it with Phoenix Fire in the focus, but I guess I do get in the focusing. But you know, you spend a lot of cards to deal with a 4/4. But the thing is, this deck is not as much of a face deck as you might think, is what I'm seeing here. What I learned from Mazer when I was like, I don't know how to play Spell High anymore, even though I used to in the past. He gave me a lot of useful tips, and one of them is, this deck controls the board until you hit gas, and then you go face. And of course, sometimes you just go face because it's your only way out to win, because there's no way to get back on board. But in the early game, you're supposed to play for board. And Spell is actually very good at that. Their early game is super strong. Phoenix Fire is a mediocre card, but it's very good at controlling the board early game. So is Ghost Lightning, Boar, of course, even Jogs can help. Saber's Fine Seal is actually also a very good card for winning the board early game. You can one-shot a Silverguard Knight for 1 mana with your general. That's kind of OP for board control. Nice Ghost Lightnings. So yeah, you're almost dead now because you didn't control the board. You went face with everything and they just played Rejuvenator, so you lost. Because now you're much lower than them. And you played into Nova here. You should have walked down, like hit here or something. Because they are playing Nova. They're also playing Darkseid, so you lost. I guess the general tip after this game is play for the board more. At least until you hit gas. And no, triple Phoenix Fire is not actually gas when they are at 25 health. That's only gas if you also have a lot of mana and a Blooddrake's Mask, and they already took some chip damage. Okay, let's get back on chat. Zoan also got Deck Doctor replay coaching, so let's do that as well. So I don't know if you call it, but it said they increase the solo challenge reward, so that's nice. So the puzzles, Johnny Me Boy, because that will also help. Wonder how they will go about with that, because a lot of people already did them. Maybe they'll give what you should have gotten from them. That's what they will do with the faction orbs, Heokert, so I think they might do it with the puzzles too. Yeah, like Johnny says. If you say monetization into the mirror and click your heels together, you will teleport into the game. I might try that then. I would like to live in the Duelyst world for a day, just to see what it's like. I'll probably get killed though. I'll probably die when I'm 5 years old. Yes, this is a reference to dying at 5 mana meme. But it's just not very funny. Page 3 game 9 versus Sealud, punishing chat with this one. So it's an 8 game, I guess. First wish is a reason to not replace first. Also White Widow. Yeah, those are some exceptions, for example, indeed. In general, draw cards can be a reason not to replace first. So I guess I'll quickly explain why. If you replace first and then draw cards with a card draw card, there is a chance that you get the card that you replaced. And you replace that card because you don't want it, right? But even then there are exceptions again. Because sometimes if you play the card drawing card, you don't have enough mana for a play you really want to make. For example, if you can top deck lethal, you should replace first. And you know, if you can only top deck into a lethal that costs so much mana that you can't play the draw card. Anyway, it's too long to explain. I think this says enough, I hope. I missed potential and thinking confident with hand, but it wasn't the best possible. I keep getting Magmar rares and legis. I'm very sorry, Sleep. I had the same experience. I got a fucking prismatic elder and also 2 regular elders. I got 3 elders from orbs and also 2 vindicators, but 0 Macanters. Feels good, man. General rules for counter ambition and shadow creep. Yes, spacing your minions against Nova is indeed a good first tip. Play around Grasp. If your deck is struggling against Creep, Electric Phoenix, close to 0 Creep players play answers to Jax and to Arcan. Or any big minion that doesn't care about lure. Examples: Starfire Scarab, playing Jaxor Dragon Seal, playing Magnetize, Elix Stormblade. What else? Things that have flying or ranged, I guess. But Arcan and Jax are your biggest friends, I would say, against Creep. If you like to play Lionar, Sunbloom is a nice tech. Circle of Life too for Revenants. It's a nice answer against Revenants. Because Lionar cannot play 0 mana, 0 attack minions. They can, but they would have to play a shitty neutral called Shield Oracle or something. So Circle of Life always deals with Revenant. Is there other tip I can give? You have to pressure them. That's a tip I can give you. You have to go face at some point because their late game is so good. The only exception is if you play a super slow Lionar. Then you can just heal through all the damage and Sunbloom all the shadow tiles. Then you don't need to pressure them, you can fatigue them even. I watched one of your replays. I think you had double Venom top on the board versus Abyss. It was quite amusing. Instantly makes you do better if you space near curve at least. Hold on to AoE at the start in case there are swarm sometimes. This kiss, Sweet Kiss of Dank Seed. It was a pretty nice emote. Handmind, are you still in chat? This game is hard to watch. Was it you playing Furion? Is that why it was hard to watch? Why was it hard to watch? Misplays maybe? On the other hand, how do you approach against Spell High? That is super complicated, and I think that's also why so many people complain about Spell High. Because for new players it's a hell. Playing well against Spell High is much harder than against other factions. They're not that interactive anyway, but they're more interactive than people think, because their interactivity is very hidden. Spell High is something you need to pressure. That is something that people misunderstand. Because at some point you will die. They'll keep drawing cards, they'll keep doing damage, even when controlling your board. because of Blood Rage Mask. Don't take unnecessary damage. That sounds like forehead advice, but new players take unnecessary damage against spell all the time. You can play around Jock's Lethals. That's also something new players never do. If you create enough space between yourself and your own minions. Don't give Spell High too much distance. They love that shit. They will win from distance for sure. Don't play artifacts against Spell High, just replace them. Sometimes you play them if you can kill a threat with it, but generally artifacts are better against Spell High to play. If you're a very new player and you just don't have any attacks against Spell High, then play Rejuvenator. I think Rejuvenator is better than Mystic against Spell High, but you can just play Mystic and Rejuvenator. That's also an option. It's not a bad option at all. Rustcrawler is nice against Blood Rage Mask. These are some general rules I can think of, but it gets much more complicated than this, but it will take too long, and if you're a new player, you just need to play more first, I guess. I just can't. It really depends on the board situation. Again, giving generalizing rules is kind of difficult. In Shield Oracle 1 attack. Nowadays it's 0 attack. It will be Swamp and Tangler. Yeah, Swamp and Tangler also has 0 attack. If one will hate me for requesting this one, I've got to have 90% of the game. The ending was nice though. Okay. So it was third page. Who again, Zohan? People have been stalling your replay, like you suggested earlier. Now I understand Spell High more, now that I'm not treating it as aggro, but more as an early take board deck. Yeah, it's not totally an aggro deck, no. I don't know how to describe the deck. But Macer also said it's not an aggro deck. And it's definitely not a burn deck. That is also something people must understand about it. It's not a burn deck. So another tip I can give that I also stole from Macer is you play threat after threat after threat until they run out of answers. And that's also a way to play Spell High. So that's why you replace for minions all the time. Just finished watching the game you requested. Did not know you can do that at all. I'm really predicting the turn 1 advisor with something along the lines of don't play so hard into grass zone. You should know better than that. Probably means you played in the grass on turn 1, right? Seal it, okay. Nobody talk. What is burn? Burn is uninteractive damage that in Duelyst's case also doesn't come from the board. It's like spell damage, basically. Like Dark Seed or Phoenix Fire Phase. Void Pulse. Friends, not myself. Third page. Hey, Bright Guy? Is this Decoy again? Or is Bright Guy actually back? It's the first time I see the name. Bright Guy was a good player. In 1 draw. Maybe in 2 draw too, but I don't remember him from 2 draw. Sealed. Pretty sure Bright Guy is one of the people I mech'd in the World Championship. I think. No. Duelyst Open. I cash ride him. He was playing Arcanist like everyone else. I don't think I played against him in the World Championship. I think it was the Open. And he was playing Arcanist. And I cash ride. Not only cash ride, I also Macer Control Fate. It was kind of weird that Arcanist Vena was so popular because Enfeeble existed at that time for 3 mana, and Scorn also existed. It was, yeah, that Enfeeble Vena was really broken, but it took a while for people to actually play it instead of the stupid Arcanist. Wait, I'm not even commentating this game. I'm just rambling about shit. I have to start over. I didn't even look. I'm not very good at multitasking. And I talk too much, that's why my throat is fucked and why I was almost not gonna stream today. And now I fuck my throat even more. Maybe we should do it like this. You're playing too fast to comment. Hey, the master. I mean, if Abyss plays Aethermaster turn 1, I would have no fucking idea what to expect, so I would have... I don't know... I wouldn't even know what to do. It's just too confusing. So here you're gonna play into Grasp, right? Yeah. I mean, double 2 does make sense when you have discard. It does play into Grasp, but maybe you don't care. Because they do have to... oh, sorry, it's very late here. You have to suicide the Aethermaster in for that. And this is quite awkward for them. I personally don't really like double 2ing because there are so many punishes. Grasp is indeed one of them. And it's bad for your hand size, but maybe you have a very greedy deck and don't care about having a decent hand size because you can play some big shit later to regain it. This does make it more likely you can answer the Aethermaster, but is it that important? 2 replaces is kinda nice. That's the thing about Aethermaster. It's not a card that was ever played, but I tested it a bit in the server tests. And getting another replace is nice, especially if you play Control, because then you actually need specific cards for non-specific threats. So you really need some extra replaces to be more likely to answer your opponent's shit, right? Because an aggro deck doesn't really care that much which threat they draw, but your card might not fit their threat, so you need to find the exact card. Anyway, I'm digressing again. So I think I can say this is never a misplay until you know what they have in their hand. So yeah, there are punishes, but not huge ones. The worst that can happen is 2-drop, General Auxiliary, 2-drop Grasp. Is that something worth playing around? Does depend on your deck again. Do you play Plasmas? Do you play Spirit Harvester? If yes, then you wouldn't care that much about double 2 Grasp. The face damage you definitely don't care about because you already had Rejuvenator, right? I think so. Yeah, Grasp on this does mean this dies. Unless one of the minions is blocked here. I think we should just move on because I can just keep guessing about possibilities forever. It's a bit like with Liru, where knowing the opponent's deck is the only way to know if you misplayed or not. There are, of course, real misplays exist, but in this case, you don't know yet. How balanced is this game? I would say better than average, but definitely not perfect. Why I think the balance is decent is because everything is playable, and you can also play a lot of cards that nobody plays and still win, and maybe even discover something good. So a lot of things are viable. But of course, some things are overpowered, like in all card games, I guess. So I can't say the balance is perfect, but not bad. Do you think there is a backstab deck that works? Like maybe a tier 2? Yes, I have one Kurai. At least it worked for me against... I played it in the closed servers, in the test servers, against Vlad and Masolovit, who were both amazing players. And I pretty much went 50-50 against them all the time with the deck. And it plays a lot of bad cards, so you might find it interesting. Because it plays 2 mana MDS, which is bad. It plays Killing Edge, which is just a bad card. It plays Gorehorn, which is average. It plays Kaido Assassin, which is bad. But the deck really works. There are more spicy cards in there, such as Sword of Mech and Kashrai. The game is in its first set vanilla state, it's not balanced at all. I mean, there are definitely some broken cards, but I wouldn't say the balance is horrible. I was surprised the queue into Bright Guy, not sure if real or not. Yeah, there are a lot of imposters. I was worried about some jank White Widow shenanigans, so I thought getting closer to 80 Master would be better. Oh yeah, that was a meme that people like to play in the test servers. I really don't know why, it's really not funny. It's just, I replace, I do damage, hee. Plus I had the 4-drop heal opening gamut available, yeah. I think I have 2 plasma, I only have 1 harvester, I have to grab anything in this deck. It's all just cards I got from orbs, okay. I assume this is a plasma storm deck, just looking at the hand. You mean you enjoy killing your own Pandoras, Perry? I remember Euro Sweatshirt playing it in an Albi's polarity deck back in the day. It was pretty fun. Arcanist synergy plus more replaceable combos. Albi's polarity White Widow, you mean? I'll craft when I feel like I need to. So far I've crafted these 3 jogs because I really like the card when I play Solomon Same. Imagine playing a backstab card that isn't Scarlet Viper without Blink. That was actually my first tournament win, playing Kalios in Duelyst Melee. Also hosted by Fate. Asking 32 crafted 3 cards. Pay to win, by the way. No, White Widow, ADMS, Slybander, and Albeast were the only Arcanists, I think. White Widow is not an Arcanist. Was it in the past? Let's go on with the replay. So yeah, they can protect the Ada Master even if you double 2 Zohan, I'm sure you know. But it does make it much more awkward to protect it. Replace this thing, yeah. I agree that you don't need to play the heals yet. That this is better against a new Spectral Blade, so I think this is correct for sure. This thing, Abyss cannot really deal with this without a board nearby. If they lure it now, you're happy. It will come back in time. And they will not develop anything threatening. Lure here will be a losing play in the long run, in the long term. Banishing? Okay, didn't see that coming. Well, it's not horrible for you. 3 mana for 4 mana, except they also killed off a 2-drop that you were chasing. Learn to pronounce things. Obviously Dancing Blades is good here. You would give them time and distance, but doesn't look like creep. So I also agree with the Rejuvenated Replays just for hand diversity. Oh, you're not going to clear that. You said you were scared of replays shenanigans, and now you're doing this. Not hitting depends on your deck, whether that's correct. Also depends on their deck, but we have no clue what the fuck they're playing. It looks like some kind of memes. Ada Master is usually memes. I'm not saying it's a bad card, by the way. Again, I think because you have to play 2-drops anyway, I think you can consider it for control decks just so that you get your answers more often. So as that Spirit Harvester is the only one in your deck, I don't think you can ever replace that. I would replace a Dancing Blades here first, because if you're going to play Dancing Blades this turn, you'll probably play around it for the the rest of time. But maybe they will just not play around the next one. That's also a possibility. So far, don't have too many criticisms. Yes, there was a yawn. That's how I yawn. Let's speed up the opponent a bit. That's not a bit, but... Hello? Place? Place? Hello? I'm ×4. Are we stuck? I think we're stuck. Oh, something's happening. Look at this dancing. That's some... I got epilepsy from that. I'm actually kind of worried it could give epilepsy to a viewer. Any people that actually know about epilepsy, is that enough to be dangerous? Because then maybe we should measure some depth. It did look pretty flashy. I wouldn't have replaced that thing, Zohan, because you could actually play it with a 5-drop. What would I have replaced? Definitely not these. This is the only one in your deck, you said. You probably don't have many of these too, and if you get a flash, you have the board clear combo. Then it doesn't matter what to do at all, at any point. Dancing Blades didn't look amazing here, but it was playable against this thing, for example. Because that's a somewhat big body. I might have replaced the claws, because the opponent has too much shit on board that you're not gonna clear this turn. And they play Rustcrawler. You can always get claws back later. It can be good later. That's the power of replays. You'll get it back at some point. Unless it's Dreamgazer. And why do I think 5+2 is good? Well, not just for tempo, but also for drawing 2 cards. You're kind of nerfing yourself, right? If you don't draw 2 cards when you can. There's only one exception to that rule, and that's fatigue, but this doesn't look like a fatigue game at all, does it? I don't think Spirit Harvester was a play here. You kind of help the opponent. Yes, you also help yourself, but not enough. Therefore, the Greater Fortitude tool is also bad. I would have really just replaced claws, and let's just pretend you replace that into something totally unplayable. Play blades here and Scimitar. Because what are they gonna do against it? Just develop. Their shit is much weaker than your shit. You know, the blades plus Young Scimitar. Especially after this takes 3 from blades. Because then it dies to anything except general. And if it is the general, you just hit it again with your general or your Scimitar that you put somewhere. Somewhere where it doesn't die. Because you know, blades and Young Scimitar don't do damage. But now with that play, you gave away 2 burst. That's also a reason why that's not as good. And in general, you can get a shit ton of value out of Greater Fort. It's a broken card. People don't complain about it, but it's broken. Because it's just 1 mana, there's almost no risk in playing it. The only risk to it is card disadvantage. But if you hit something with it the turn you play it, I don't think there is a risk attached to it. Because basically it's you know, almost a Phoenix Fire worth of damage for 1 mana. But then they also spent an answer card on it. And now all it did was force this thing to make a trade that would have made it, if it was a 4-2 as well anyway, probably. Like if you put this on the Young Scimitar, you have a Veteran Scimitar. But just for 3 mana instead of 4. OP. I would have played Rejuvenator instead of this, probably. Yeah, you don't... You are getting close to being able to kill him off, I guess, by doing this. The thing is with these kind of things, you know, artifacts have pseudo rush, right? This doesn't. So you can always just play this the next turn if that gives you lethal. And play this instead. Because this puts 4 attack on the board, while this gives 3 attack. So then next turn you can do more damage. Over 2 turns you do more damage that way, potentially. But because it has rush, you do 3 more damage this turn. So it's correct if you set up lethal. Which you kind of do. 9 and then 12. So I don't think this is a misplay, it's just... You know, what do you predict your opponent to have? Do you predict them to have Crawler plus an answer to this and heals? Then this would have been better. I guess having all those cards together is not very realistic indeed, so... Not a misplay, just giving you more options to think about if similar situations occur. Also because, you know, Rejuvenator on the board is more versatile than an artifact on the face you can just play next turn. For example, imagine they lure this, they walk 2 down, they walk and like they block with a 4 health thing here, then you can unblock with the Rejuvenator. You cannot unblock with a clause, right? And again, it puts one more attack on the board. If you, for example, need to do 9 damage because they play Arcan, and you have Dampening Wave, which could be a broken answer to Arcan, right? 1 mana removal. And if you have this and this on board, not on board, you have this on board, then the next turn you have that one like Arcan with Lure on this. Then you have the 1 extra attack point that you need to be able to clear it. Because otherwise your only option would be your second clause, and then you have 8 damage into Arcan. And yes, I know you have Dancing Blades, but again, just giving food for thought. These were not real misplays. Just giving options. Okay. What are they stalling so much for and looking for cards for? They're playing cards in this deck as if they're playing combo. But what combo does Abyssion have? What the fuck? The closest thing to a combo I can think of is play triple Mana Forge with Rite of the Undervault after finishing your deck during the game with Dream Gazers, and then the rest of your deck is are burn spells that you can play for free with the Forgers, and then Rite again. Is that what they're doing? I guess it's just Nova after all. Pseudo Tracer is definitely good in Nova. Hello? Maybe we should read chat during the opponent's turns. Very behind on chat again. That's a good strat against Magmar. Against Control Magmar, you need some out of hand shit or things that can play around Agmorph Metamorphosis. Which means you need a net select buffer. So you need to play a bunch of 2-drops, and then something that you can play out of range. So you either have movement spells or minions in your deck, like MDS, Jux, Heart Sister, Magnetize, or you play something like Starfire Scarab because it has ranged. Even a meme card like Dark Nemesis can be a win con against Control Magmar because it has 4 attacks, so it doesn't die to Plasma Storm. And you can play it out of range of Agmorph and Meta, and then they can't really deal with it. They can't do a distant 10 damage. The only way to deal with that is by playing 2 cards, which means you're building up card advantage, which means you're winning. Because they can like Agmorph Net Select or something, but that's good for you if that happens. So you need to play some rather specific cards to be able to have an actually good matchup against Control Magmar. But besides minions that can play around all that shit, you can also play a deck with out of hand shit like Spell High. That's also good against Magmar. Because yeah, Magmar can interact with pretty much anything you do, except uninteractive things. What a surprise. You're not gonna put it on the creep, are you? Oh, you're gonna dispel the tile, that's cool. Yeah, you didn't really have anything else to do this turn. I guess you've pre-buffed this? It's risky against Roam Dispel. So I don't think you're wrong to not do that. Not only is it weak against their own Dispel, they can also Primus this, Spectral Blade, Nova here. So I think it's good to keep this for burst indeed, especially if you have Rush in the deck. And you might also need this next turn to grade a fort with Dancing Blades to be able to net select a Revenant or something, I don't know. Unlikely, but it can happen. Okay, nice. You baited the Night Sorrow into Plasma Storm by not pre-buffing the Shroud. Replace one of these first, of course. Claws. If you pre-buff, you play around Revenant somewhat. Still kind of risky because of Lure and Dispel and so on. But I guess you wanted to do draw 2 cards, right? As you have a crap hand for a while now. So far I think there was only one real misplay turn where you replaced the Young Scimitar and played the Spirit Harvester when you had the big board yourself. Otherwise it's more like, you know, guessing what they're playing. Okay, that sucks for you. And yeah, that's why the pre-buff was risky, one of the reasons. But you played around Revenant, so... You know, sometimes you just don't know. It's a card game a little bit, still, so... Some gambling still involved. I would consider keeping Dampening Wave because then you can kill a Revenant for free with your General. With Claws, yeah. Now the play is quite obvious, Venantov, Earthsphere, yeah. And walk to them. Which is exactly what you do. I think you can fatigue them with this deck if you play a lot of Earthspheres. Only one Nova left. And it looks like they don't have Spirit for Revenants in this pretty random creep list. Can you stop discoing, Maeve? Please? Do something with your life. Stop dancing. Okay, that's good for you. The Pandora into Plasma Storm combo. The Mystic is not a threat. Yeah, you can't really use that this turn anyway, so I agree with that replace. I think you should play it aggressively because you have Primus Fist to play around Night Sorrow. I think you should have played this with Primus Fist. Then you play around Night Sorrow. And putting it so far away, like, what pressure does he have? It's creep. You have to raise them at some point. I guess the awkward thing is, if you put it here, it plays into the last Nova. So I do understand why you did it. But still I would have played Primus Fist instead of Greater Fortitude. Lightbender and Creep. X fucking D. So new players, why don't you do that? Because of your own creeps. That's why you see Ambition play Shroud so much. Because usually Lightbender is a better card, but the anti-synergy is a bit too big, I think. Yeah, putting the Primus Fist here into Nova on your face really doesn't matter. If you play the big drop not in your face, they would just Nova your face anyway, or this. I mean, the Primus doesn't really matter to play into Nova. Now we should play Primus Fist again this turn, because we've already seen one Night Sorrow to buff up this to 410, so that can still do shit this game. I do agree replacing this because they're actually being smart with the Raidling. So this is not gonna be useful for a long time, if ever. I'm not paused, right? Oh, I am paused. Okay, idiot. Dancing Blades would be in a spot where it will never reach face. Yeah, Primus Fisting that too is also nice because of Night Sorrow. They can reach it easily with help of the Raidling. But I would want the Primus Fist in a bit better location. Okay, you're not gonna play around Night Sorrow. I feel like this plus this would have been better. Just trade this wolf into that, or I guess Pandora is better, because who cares if it takes 3 damage. It still dies to Nova anyway. And yeah, it has infinite health, and that way you keep more minions, therefore more damage on the board. They do need infinite Night Swords now, so it's not as big of a deal to not play around Night Sword with Primus Fist. Maybe this one should have been one back. Pandora came from here, so that was possible, because they could Dancing Blades this. And it would also be a bit closer to them, but I guess you played around the 1 mana Silhouette Tracer by putting it here. Not really, of course, but unfortunate that you have to take 4, because you need to answer this with this probably. Can you even reach it though? I think... Wait, what the fuck? I mean, you can reach it, but you have to put something on the creep, right? Did they actually make a 5-head play? They seem like a new player, but putting this Raidling one forward means to be able to rush this, you need to play a minion on the creep, right? Or kill one of these, of course, but... Yeah, let's replace the Dampening Wave first. Metamorphosis. That doesn't really do anything this turn. I don't think you should play that. Just sacrifice the Scimitar. Well, let's think about that. If you sacrifice the Scimitar, then you do this awkward thing where they cannot walk here unless they kill the egg. But it means natural selection will be bad forever, and you still have some in the deck, and these things can die. Besides, you get something out of playing Primus Fist on the creep, because it buffs this to 4 attack or more minions. So I'm not sure if you should play this one or this one on the creep. Definitely don't think you should play the good minion on the creep. So I would just double to elucidate a Dampening Wave on this. Putting it there is the highest value. Primus. Yeah. Maybe put Scimitar there. So yeah, if you put Primus here now, you can also kill this, but you choose to pseudo stun. Actually, I was like, Metamorphosis doesn't do anything, but you have so much damage here that this pseudo stun on Shadow Dancer might be enough. And then you keep this for burst. Yeah, actually, I like you play it better. I just didn't really see how much damage you were going to do and put on the board. But because you do, I like you play better. Keep this for burst. And, you know, if they do somehow stabilize from this turn, you can still do this next turn. If that is the case, it will be a total waste of mana. And a total waste of your turn, as you could have played this. Or this, in that case, I guess. Have that here. But I can see this play working out. You do get fucked by... do you get fucked by Nova Grasp? Kind of. No, not kind of, you do. Because the Dancing Blades, they can run away from it. You do get fucked by Nova Grasp here. And Tracer, which you've already seen, doesn't really fuck you, but it means you played meta for no reason. Waste of your card and mana that turn. But maybe you can just kill them. You're only 2 of lethal. Top deck lethal. Which means you have to replace, yeah, that thing or Earth Sphere. Because you need the rest potentially. Okay, no lethal. They did indeed stabilize. Somewhat. At least you didn't put any minion on the creep now, but this shit is probably not gonna be relevant this game. And then you have to Earth Sphere, right? 11. Actually, you don't have to. You can only die to Nova, Double Void Pulse, Nova, Grasp, but you don't play into Grasp, so it's basically, yeah. It's hard to die even if you don't Unsphere, but you do make sure you can never die here, instead of possibly dying to Nova Double Void Balls. So don't disagree with that. Not getting in range of the Araki is a good choice too. Now we're just trying to cross the creeps. At least new tracers are bad now, because all this shit is here, including yourself. Why did you walk this on the mana tile though? I think you killed something with it, right? Because it's 2 health. I should pay better attention. Yeah, that select will be garbage now. Thanks to this thing. Also thanks to these, maybe. I don't know what you needed to hit there, because I'm very tired. I don't remember what was here. Maybe a Raidling. Getting more behind on chat too, probably. Yeah, it's 4 AM. That's why I'm tired and I'm sick. A lot of copiums, as usual. Breath. I mean, if you play Breath, you should hit some shit first so that you can heal it. The one time you can get value out of Breath. But, okay, we shouldn't. We should focus on Zohan, right? We got a new Elucidator, so 2 of lethal again. And I mean, that select kills this. Is that better than playing Scimitar? I would say yes. So we play Scimitar. Lethal if you could hit them. play Blood here in their face to kill this, trade, net select, play Elucidator, go face. While playing around Nova. Because at 18 HP you're still totally fine, right? Yeah, it's only 11. Only 11 damage. So Nova, Void Plus is 14-15. Yeah, you can totally go face with this to set up lethal on board. I guess you put it here now so that they can't run away from your claws. I was thinking about playing around for Nova, but they're more likely to not die if you don't put it here. Because if they play Nova now, then they die to your claws. They would have to play Nova and a blocker here. And also if they don't put Nova on your face, you're happy because it's the last Nova. So I agree with this. Also plays around Dancing Blades. It's probably not relevant against this deck, but another Breath. This is one of those situations where you're both scared of each other. Mexican standoff. The first one to shoot will lose. Möbius. That's weird. Yeah, replace Young Scimitar. Because this can give you a lethal, or maybe you don't have a 2 damage source. Oh, that's a pretty decent top deck. Because going to 14 is Nova Void Pulse lethal. You do play it indeed, yeah. Because sets up lethal on board again. Then you need to answer the shit again. Oh, you're going into fatigue actually. Remember what I said earlier in this replay? You want to draw 2 cards unless you're going into fatigue, but this doesn't look like a fatigue matchup. Well, here we are. 4 cards left in the deck. If Zohan plays any cards, they will fatigue later on. Very close to killing them. They're also close to fatigue actually. But of course after... Wait, what? The last breath of the onboard to kill a Blood here. That's some very feels Batman shit. What are you doing? Don't go there. You can actually still win. Tislut. Now you can definitely still win. Replace Netzel for obvious reasons. You can get back your removal so easily anyway. No, you should have replaced that. You're almost out of cards, so there's no reason not to replace it. The chances you get it back is almost 100%. Maybe it is 100% if you big brain it, but I don't know. My brain is not big. So he's gonna die to the claws. Netzel or Plasma Storm. Oh! Get top-cacked. They didn't get top-cacked, but you should be able to kill him before you die to fatigue. This turn you still have 2 cards to draw, so yeah. Definitely Plasma and play the Slither. Here is better, I guess, because then I can't run away into the creep tiles, right? Going here. I'm thinking if it matters, yes or no. Here doesn't die to Dancing Blades, but going into fatigue, we can assume they don't play it, right? If they go here, they can block the Scimitar by playing minion. If you put it here, they can block the Scimitar also by minion. So I guess the only considerations are, do I want my opponent to walk into creep, yes or no? Or do I want to play around Dancing Blades? Looks like you choose Dancing Blades. Okay, those are your last 3 cards. Replacing is no longer possible. And you'll take 4 damage at the end of your turn. Which is pretty scary. Last Nova, they must have it at this point with so few cards. 11, 13. But yeah, you had no other option but to hit. And it just played the Void Pulse. So Nova Void Pulse is less likely. Maybe it was already the third of the game. It is pretty wise to keep track of all cards played, just in case you go into fatigue, because then it's super relevant. And even if you don't go into fatigue, it's super useful to keep track of what has been played. That's a new player tip. But even veteran players like myself don't always take note of every card played. Okay, that sucks for you. Because you're... Wait, what? How are you not gonna die? You are, right? Oh, I forgot that this got changed very recently. I'm very happy you gave me this replay, so that was fucking dank. Last 3 cards, 2 damage lethal, that's amazing. So yeah, Agmorph gave Rush again, since recently. This has been changed so many times that I can't keep... I fucking hate Rebirth, man. I also don't know the timing of the eggs with Spirit Harvester and Nova and when do they hatch. But anyway, as you can see, this works again. So in the test servers, Agmorph no longer gave Rush, but then for the release they return it again. So yeah, Agmorph gives Rush to eggs. So that was some 5-head strategy. Net select your own Scimitar Agmorph. I'm not sure if I would have seen that. I think I would have just assumed, I lost, blah blah blah. Mostly because, you know, Rebirth gets changed every month. Well, that's fucking cool. Let's watch him die. It's really good to see this replay, because then it's hard to forget this lethal, which means you will probably not miss this lethal if you ever run into this situation yourself in the future. You probably never will, but still, it's hard to forget this shit. So Kurai, if you're still in chat, let me know, Sergeant Kurai, because then I can tell you the backstab deck. Oh crap, I feel like, imagine playing backstab card that is card fire with a blink. Already read that. It was like 2 points by the road horribly. Oh, okay. I didn't really want to be so far out of position with the blades there. Yeah, which makes sense if it's creep. I just didn't know yet that it was creep. And I guess you weren't sure either. But against creep, that is indeed not great to Dancing Blades, because you give them so much time and distance. I just realized his name is Duelyst backwards. Silhouette. Chillode. Wow. What an amazing name to have. I'm jealous. These next ones are pretty awkward. I'll play them. I suppose maybe play some Plasma Storm. Yeah, I didn't even break it. It was just a very long thinking from Maeve. Yeah, they were just slow. Tracer on Ambition is so jank. I don't think it's jank, ZX, not on creep. This jank on other things, I guess. Unless you play Swarm with Soul Grimoire. But Tracer Gives you so much time against creep, and you can teleport onto creep tiles so that you cannot be reached. Is 4 times working here? It looks normal, but they're boogieing. Maybe it is a little bit bugged. That's not enough to trigger it. Okay, good. I know you're talking about the epilepsy, Liru. I think the flashing needs to be across a larger area. Okay. What did they replace there? I missed it. Maybe you're talking about Young Silitar Dancing Blade's turn? Because that was when I complained about your replays. So you placed Young Silitar when your only playable things were 5 drops. And well, Great Fortitude was technically playable, but it was not good. If you want to increase replay speed, you need to turn off real time. Oh yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting that. It's just that if I don't put on real time, usually the game desyncs. That's why I have that reflex. Ferro's pretty terrible turn. Board developed this King IMO, it is. My reasonings there was I couldn't really play it outside of a possible Nova. I think you're talking about Pandora turn, right? Because yeah, I did agree to that in the end. But I do think you should have put Pandora to 4 attack. Well, you did that with Greater Fort, but Primus Fist was better, I think. The combo is Nova into Nova. Wow, that's a very complicated combo indeed. A real combo deck. I'm not being sarcastic to you, I know you were mirroring too. Botch Redux. One of his own runs a one-off Eclipse. I think I figured out the lethal. There's a synergy between 2 of these cards. I don't see it yet. It will be nice with a replay option to cut out the waiting between actions. Yeah, somebody in chat yesterday proposed like press enter to skip a turn. I think that will be perfect. Just a button to skip turns. Or do they kill themselves with a dark transformation? That one tile move on Vredeling is so Gigabrain. Yeah, that was very smart from Duelyst backwards. If it was intentional anyway. I hope so. World Champion thinking. Did I say something stupid again, Nangert? Or because I said I probably wouldn't have seen that 3-card lethal Young Silitar not select Ekmorph. I hope I played Elucidator here. Good job, Sohan. His tracer turns from a 1-1 to a 2-6. Oh yeah, because of Metamorphosis. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Siren 777. Tracer is so annoying in his Abyssian deck. Holy shit, yes. Especially with the Keeper, so that they can play 6 fucking Tracers. Seems like a good idea staying up to 4 AM while sick. It's definitely not a good idea. Hello Harpu. Missing the heal on Breath of the Unborn made a difference here. Yeah, that was that's why I'm not sure if that Raidling thing was on purpose. Because they made some weird plays. Weird plays that were not good, I mean. At this point I was supposed to leave to go to my brother's house for dinner 20 minutes ago. Very useful game information. All 4 traces used. All 4. Yeah, that was godlike, wasn't it? Oh, it works like that again. Yeah, exactly, Fate. They changed it every month. But it's important to know now. Ekmorph gives Rush again. So there was some time where Ekmorph does hatch the minion immediately, but doesn't give Rush. Yeah, that was a very sick game just because of the ending, just like Zohan said. This is the best game of Duelyst I've seen in a long time. One of the challenges uses this Ekmorph mechanic. If you mean the Stormkaga one, then It doesn't use the rush, right? I think you can't even move that. I think it still has the old mechanic, right? I did a puzzle, and I think I couldn't move the Stormkage that I hatched with Agmorph. Which means they should fix that puzzle. Is Bladum here? Because that will teach new players that Agmorph doesn't give rush. That's not good. Maybe somebody in chat can tell me if this is what Patrick is talking about, yes or no? And if I should bug report, yes or no? It's fun, but should be written on the card. What should be written on the card, TPIAC? The Agmorph thing? Should be on the card. Oh, sorry Kurai, I only now see... the thing is, I don't have the cards for that backstep deck, but I will show you quickly because I almost built it. I'm just missing some cards. So, Kurai, this is the backstep list. You play triple Kashrai, I don't have them, but yeah, triple Kashrai. Triple Sword of Mech, also don't have them. Triple Killing Edge, also don't have them. The rest is the same though. So the two offs are Kaido, Heaven's Eclipse, and Primus Fist. I think the most flexible spot here are the 2-drops, because in this list Chakri is not actually that great. And Kaido is mediocre in general. It's nice as a turn 1 play as player 1. But you actually could move one Chakri to a 3rd Kaido or to a 3rd Primus. Primus Taskboard is really nice. You can also experiment with a new 2-drop in the deck. Not from Songhai. What would be some good shit? Guess you don't have many options. But yeah, you can randomly try a Shaman because it's cool with MDS, Jux, Inner Focus, Mystic. Not a fan of Neutral Eye, but if you play Primus Fist and Mystic, then Boar is extra broken. Those cards are extra good with Boar. Could play Jaxi because you are actually playing Killing Edge and movement spells to give this thing back. This list is, for a Songhai list, a bit weak against artifacts. So you can also play Roscoe, but I think it's too passive. This is a very proactive deck. It's not... You deal with threats by killing them with backstab for free usually. I get good Jux value, good backstab value, good frenzy value. This card is very important against control decks. If you drop it at the right time, they just can't deal with your board because their spells are too expensive. Kashrai is actually a very important card in this deck. So this deck just plays a lot of bad cards, but it somehow works. Chakri is of course not a bad card, but not amazing in this deck. You don't have enough cheap spells. You just have this. MDS, Killing Edge, Heaven's Eclipse are too expensive to make Chakri really threatening, but of course there are some games where it does shit. This list also really appreciates Saber's Fine Seals because it makes Chakri better, gives you more burst, more early board control, and it's mostly because Sword of Mech gets so much better if you also play Saber's Fine Seals, because Killing Edge is so expensive and bad. So maybe you can go like 2 Killing Edge, cut a Heartseeker or a Chakri or something for 2 Saber's Fine Seals. There's a lot of experimenting you can do with the 1 to 2 mana cards. Of course not Boar. I think Gohorn, Lantern Fox, Sword of Mech, Kashrai, Heaven's Eclipse, MDS, Inner Focus, Juxtaposition, a certain amount of Kaido, and Heartseeker are not negotiable, and the rest is. Did I say boar yet? Of course you need boar. Let's read the rest of chat. Thanks for the replay and the comments, no problem. The Venom Rhino loses celerity and moves back into the friendly half of the map in its first activation, yes. Yeah, so the Spirit Harvester turn, I knew I was terrible when I did it. So I'm glad to have heard your views on that turn. Thanks for commenting on everything, sorry it was so long. No problem, it was totally worth it. It was very fun, Lethal. I actually learned a bit from that game. I learned that Egg gives rush again. And that you can net select your own egg, your own minion, to get a very dank Lethal. I mean, if it was a puzzle in game, I would have seen it, but if it's not a puzzle, then I wouldn't have seen it, I think. That's something I realized yesterday. If you just try to see every turn as a puzzle, as a Lethal puzzle, then you will almost never miss Lethal. The problem is, how do you remember to see it as a Lethal puzzle? Well, 27 viewers. Yeah, I'm quite happy too about that. I guess I got rewarded for 6 streaming after all. Maybe I'm close to partner now. What is getting patched? The economy. Wish the economy IRL got patched. Oh, sick burn to, I don't know, Bill Gates. I promise not to send in a fatigue match again next time. I mean, there's no rule against fatigue matches. Patch goes live today, right? If you live in Asia like myself, yes. Or Australia, I guess. Basically, it goes live on the 27th. Yeah, Stormcracker 1, the rush is not relevant at all. It's okay if it's not relevant, but it's not okay if you can't move it. I don't remember being able to move the Kage. What bugs are they fixing? Not sure, but they're also fixing bugs, yes. They're fixing bugs and the economy. The rush matching egg with Egmore was kind of bait on the solo challenge. So you could move it. Okay, then I don't need to bug report. I just thought in the puzzle it had the old mechanic, and then it teaches new players the wrong mechanics and it would be bad. 14 spell Charky felt old. That looks quite fun. It is very fun. It's not the easiest deck to play, but it's fun. Maybe because it's not easy, that's why it's fun. Didn't see a single J-Monk yet, makes me sad. I think it might be good. No HJ explained it like this, Sonayon. A 4-4 is only really good in the early game, and in the early game you don't have the hand size nor the mana to play a lot of spells. Which made sense to me, but I didn't really see people actually experiment with it, so I do encourage you to do that. And if you fuck people with it, let me know. Then I will jump on the hype train, the bandwagon, be a freeloader, a non-innovator. I guess crafting land to Fox and Boar is never a bad thing unless they get nerfed. Yes, and also Kurai, in the past, every time cards got nerfed, you could disenchant them for full value for some time. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that now too, because there are different devs, but that's how it was in the past. Yeah, what ZX said. I don't think I've seen a Kashra yet. Kieran also plays Kashra in his Weird Songhai list. His Weird Songhai list is a bit similar to mine. Not super, but it also plays Sword of Mech and Kashra. And I think we are the only 2 people to do so at the moment. I mean, Bill Gates is the one patching the economy. Is he? Isn't he poor nowadays? What do you mean by economy? What did I miss? People are complaining about pay to win, can't get cards, so they're releasing faction orbs. When you level up your faction, you'll get orbs that can only give cards from the faction you leveled up, plus neutrals, but you don't get many neutrals from those packs either. So we will be getting a lot of orbs tomorrow, because you also get orbs for retroactive leveling. Missing Linar starter deck should be fixed. Yeah, that's probably one of the bugs they will fix. I also didn't get my Linar starter card. They're adding new level up rewards, specifically faction orbs. Okay, everybody already answered. I should just read ahead. I'm finally back on chat. I think this means we'll play the first game in 2 hours. And then we can open a new orb if we get money from 3 wins. I wish I could talk without talking. My throat is fucked. Obviously, this amount of orbs to start, I feel very iffy with limited orbs. Apparently they will give rewards for every level up, but we don't know yet if it's orbs for every level up. But some kind of reward for every level. This is nice against early game Linar, very nice, but this is not a good turn 1 play. We have 9 2-drops that have 3 health. But yeah, I don't think I can afford to replace this. No, I will actually. We have combat mechanics in the deck anyway. Like Spectral Blade and Lure Grasp combo. Okay, got punished probably. Probably very hard. And we got the Blood Tier back. XD. Double Nova draws is pretty bad. Is this Fusionscape? That's a cheddar. That's something I wanted to Blood Tier. Thanks, Blood Tier. Well, at least you were in my hand, right? I think it's better to just play this here, because then we actually clear board. And then we also don't get fucked by Regalia. Or Tempest. I mean, we don't really get fucked by Tempest by this play anyway, but this is better to keep for Silverguard Knight anyway than this thing. It will allow us to take center. Maybe they're crazy and they play Flameblood and Ironclave in the same deck. Because yeah, it looks like aggro Linar, of course. This is nice. I will replace this pretty much no matter what. I don't think there's any play they can make that would not make me replace this. I see plenty of familiar faces lurking in the chat. You are a familiar face yourself, Tuna No Caps. I totally remember you. It's not like we really talked in the past, but you were in Twitch chats a lot. And I think you wrote some articles here and there. I know you were very active, that's why I remember you. I think you were from Israel, right? Sucks we can't play 2 cards here. So we'll put it here, then it can walk into the top. No, we can play 2 cards, of course. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Then maybe we put this somewhere else. I don't really see the positioning I want. I want this thing not to die to general punch, basically. I'll block the tile. I'm going to hit with the Spectral Blade, even though it's super nice for board control, because Tempest is a bit too good here if I don't punch. Because it's still amazing, actually. But you know, after hitting this, if they Tempest hit the Mystic, they're pretty much dead, and then it means they can't aggro me that much anymore. And that's nice, because they are playing aggro themselves. I like clearing board when Lion can holy ammo. I always like clearing board against Lion. S-rank versus gold plays, it really feels like the old days. There was a thing in the past too. If you get gold, it can be silver at the moment. Yeah, true. I've played against some silver players. I'll read the rest of chat after this. Because we need to make some plays here. Don't think I need... I think shrouding this is enough. I don't think I need more shrouds. This thing is a bit scary. They're playing Siphon's deck. No good grasp. I would really like to... Well, I don't really need to Primus Fist this, because I can clear here. Yeah, if I can't clear the wings, I really need to dispel it. It's it does a bit too much damage. Which means I'll walk here and do trade this shit in. I'll hit, otherwise this thing has too good of a trade and it brings him low. Void Pulses might be nice, because again, we're facing aggro. I do want one of my 7 drops on 7, so do need to replace something again next turn. Let's see what Tundra wrote. Oh, thanks for the follow, this signal is on. I was active on Twitch, Discord, was scoreman of the Bogoom. Yeah, that's why you wrote articles on Bogoom and deck makers, and I made infamous Helion Iron Meltdown deck. Everybody loved Meltdown. Alright, I'm ready too. I've never seen Flameblood Warlocks go together with Blazehound on the same turn. Me too, even though it makes perfect sense. Current Emerald Rejuvenated is very strong, but aggro is difficult. A lot of people are playing aggro though. The trick is to run healing in aggro too. That's what I did with my anti-aggro Starhorn. Isn't Le Étoile Très? It wasn't lethal? Did I miss lethal last turn, is what you're saying? Really? I know I'm washed up, but I guess we'll watch the replay. Don't want to play everything into ammo. I think I want to keep all the burst. So I replace this. This is burst, I know, but I can't connect to phase, so it's not burst. That is burst. I'll just pre-hit this so that I get full value out of both Void Pulses. And then it also dies to Nova next turn. Awkward turn, but they also have this thing. It doesn't even set up lethal to play the Void Pulse. So I think I will just Rejuvenator. I could just play it. Nah, we might actually need the heals. They can put so much damage on the board very quickly. Okay, might get punished not playing the Void Pulse last turn because we got Rev. This is of course gonna be an ammo. which is another reason to keep the Void Pulses. They can do a lot of damage with very little board. It wasn't lethal. I stopped playing Duelyst after hitting number 14 with a bottom of tier 3 list. Could have gotten higher, so that I didn't have any real competition or bad design direction. Yeah, there were many bad design decisions. I agree with that. I don't see lethal last turn. Didn't see lethal, didn't either. Okay, thankfully. Maybe we'll still check it. Death Touch, Battle Panel, Meltdown, Riva was my final list. That was actually kind of a fun combo. Battle Panel, Death Touch, kill the whole board. But Meltdown wasn't fun. Once you're really grasp on your minion plus Primus. Yeah, only hits Friends of Victim. Yeah, you can grasp your own minion, Nemexer, but it only hits your own other minions in your own general. I mean, I don't think we can lose, but I feel like I'm missing lethal here somehow. Yes, because this is 4/7. I had some spidey senses, like I think I have lethal here, but I don't see it with these 7 drops. Well, that's because you don't play 7 drops, idiot. Didn't even need these cards. Okay, we do have a new orb. By the way, Tundra, you should probably talk to humans, because there is some kind of new 9 Moons brewing in the background. Don't know if you're interested in getting into Bagoom Artilicking again, but who knows? Crap pack. Avalanche, wow. I don't think I had 3 of that yet, so I'm very happy. It is my first Avalanche, hooray! Fate is in chat. At some point he auto-conceded so execute into me when I ran that list. Sounds like it was in the era that Vet didn't have anything removal wise. Siphon got nerfed and no Blood of Air yet. Oxen and lethal, thanks. Yeah, it would have probably indeed been lethal if you could do it on your own minion. I feel bad for him. It's always time for this emote, Tundra. I will show you. You might remember this. Isn't it lethal with Revenant anyway? Yes, it is. Because it does 4 damage, even if it doesn't hit face. But this was more fun. I can just pretend I won without broken cards. You don't remember the Humans Meltdown post? Not really. When Meltdown was around Tundra, I didn't enjoy the game anymore, so I wasn't reading or watching much stuff anymore. I really didn't like Meltdown. Humans would not want me to contact him. Okay, I will read that. Not right now because I'm streaming, but I'm opening the link and I'm curious to read what happened. Some Duelyst history is always fun. And then I will no longer make the diplomatic blunder of connecting people that might hate each other. I will find out after reading this, after the stream. Yeah, back in the day everyone fought with Auto 1 versus Xerix, then I came up with how to regularly beat her with him. And then in the revisit later on, Vitruvian and Songhai were my main factions. I don't hate humans, okay, good. I also like Vitruvian and Songhai. Those two factions and Vanor are my favorites. With Roost's ego will be calling him out. Okay, I will read the history. I wish the old forums were still alive. Remember the times where I made meme cards to post there. I mean, Discord works, right? I know it's not the same, but which was worse, Meltdown or Thunderhorn? For me, very much Meltdown, because coin flips for the win. Thunderhorn was of course very good, but at least it wasn't RNG. There is a new card generator site, ZX. I think it's called Crystal Wisp. Wait, I'll check, I have it in my favorites. Card creator Crystal Wisp, Duelyst 2, yeah. It's crystalwisp.duelyst2.com. There's a new card creator. It was, if it's, I don't know, I think there was a slight problem with it, but maybe it's already fixed. It worked in the past for sure. You should just check, I guess. Need my beauty sleep. Good night, everyone. Thanks again, no problem. Sleep well. I should also sleep, but I can't because of reasons. And I just wrote bye bit since you popped up on recommend channels. I'm off for the night. Have a good one. Have a good one, Tundra. I'm still unsure whether or not I'll come back. Actually, I'm of the mind that Wonder was superior. All the design direction decisions are very, very questionable here on basic level. It's leading me to not have much hope in Duelyst 2. I actually think the direction is quite good because they got rid of a lot of annoying RNG cards. Not sure if you're still here, but a lot of the coin flip cards have been removed. I mean, actually all viable ones. The only RNG cards they kept are meme cards. And I prefer 2-draw, but you know, that's just taste, I guess. I know there are many people that like 1-draw. I'm just not one of them. Not sure how I feel about the game yet, but this watch live feature is nifty. You mean the inclined one, Goodbye Funya? I mean, there was one went in a bad direction after a while for sure. Yeah, I guess everyone can agree on that. This is a nice hand. Do I waste the healing or the up trade? Because some ambitions are quite burny. Normally I play the Mystic because up trading can heal you for more. I guess that logic still applies. So I'll play the Mystic instead of the Primus. What I mean, in case you don't know what I mean if you're a new player, if I Primus Fist this and then one shot one of the 2-drops, then I take at least 2 damage less, but usually 4 damage less, while this thing only heals for 2. Okay, they skipped their turn. Will be embarrassing if we don't win this, but it's totally possible. Do we play it slow? I think it's better to deny my all mana. You know, something that can bring them back into the game is their own Spectral Blade, for example. I almost feel like tempo equipping this to not waste an opening gambit, but it's not a good idea, I don't think. And the problem is, if I Primus Fist both Mystics, I give them a comeback mechanic, and it is Spectral Blade, Grasp of Agony. So I think I'm just not gonna pump the other one. And since I'm not gonna pump the other one, might as well deny the mana entirely. So I think this is the best play, but depends on their hand a bit. Stop giving me Shroud. 1 is more than enough. But I feel Duelyst already made a bunch of wrong decisions. It seems like a few at least. I mean, with card direction, I don't think so, but a lot of people, especially new players, didn't like the economy. I hope it's not gonna kill the hype. So far, doesn't feel like it. There are still many people online, and I feel the group think that $1 is the original sim remove that will fix everything in Helicopium. It's definitely not the only thing that went wrong, but I do prefer 2-draw. I don't know, people are complaining about progression, but I feel like you get lots of packs, same. That's why I don't complain about it. Oh, they do have a Spectral Blade now. Wish I had a Night Sorrow. Ugh. I feel like they could still come back. Varian is doing a good job of avoiding my damage, with baiting me to go here and then there. And we don't have a good play here. Do we greet this Manital? I think so. We have to keep playing around Grasp of Agony. Tempo equipping this is so bad, but I want to, you know, make use of our lead that doesn't even feel like a lead anymore. They can easily heal all this shit back. Maybe I should just not equip this. We would have won if we had a Night Sorrow for this, I think. They are taking more and more damage. Maybe I shouldn't have put this Mystic into Spectral Blade range, we already know they have one. Unless they're playing some kind of meme deck that doesn't play Spectral Blade, but Horn of the Forsaken. I don't think Soul Grimoire is a meme, but if they were playing Swarm, they wouldn't be having no minions all the time. Sorry for the interruptions. For the people that just tune in, I am pretty sick in the throat. The economy is certainly the reason for people to not jump in or bounce off the game, but it's not my issue. Okay. Do you have referral code? You can use any player's name, basically. Referral codes are just players' names. So if you type my name, for example, Ferocca, it should work. If it doesn't, try to find a fellow new player, like on ladder. Because I don't really know. There are some referral codes you can't use for some reason, then you should just find someone else. I don't really know how it works, to be honest, except how the code works. Okay, there we have the Spectral Blade. Also, I played the Mystic into this, it was just clownery. Looks like we don't need Shroud in this. So they drew like garbage, but so do we. Tempo equipping this does kind of pay off here, potentially. Am I just going to play my whole hand? It's a horrible idea, but I guess I will just not play the Grasp. I mean the Void Pulse, because I can't get the full value out of it anyway. It does mean I kill the artifact even before I put any minion into their face, which means we do 2 more damage. Okay, we're just gonna play the whole hand, I guess. And because I was roping, I didn't do proper positioning with the second Araki. I had my 2-drop a nice top decks. I think I'll just not replace. I don't have good 6-mana plays in this deck. This is basically my best 6-mana play, except with a 2-drop. But of course I can't replace this. Anyway, my 2-drop was here to kill this Mystic. Then I could have put Araki here which I think would have been superior. Mostly because of Dancing Blades. Yes, they can Dancing Blades this one if I put this here, but that means they stay in range of this Araki and my general's face. And then they die. Yeah, I definitely cannot replace anything because Rejuvenator also buffs both Arakis. You're moving into this shit? Bit surprised. Is that the Dancing Blades indeed? Oh, they're playing Darkfire's Sacrifice. I didn't even see that. I was reading chat when they did that turn. And the lure, okay. Don't care. So the awkward thing is, if I want to get a heal out of this, I can't play around Nova. It doesn't look like a Nova list, but it might be. So the question is, if I play into Nova, is that accidentally the right play? Because, no. Because they will be at 9. So even Revenant Punch with the General is still a one-off. I think I will gamble they're not playing Nova. I didn't see any reason to believe yet that they play Nova. And still, it's kind of too slow, right? They skipped the whole turn and all... Yeah, I think so. Yes, they do 7 damage. But then we kill the board easily with this and do 4 damage and yeah. Besides, if I play around Nova with the Rejuvenator, I also take 4 damage. So either I take 4 damage for sure, or I take 4 damage maybe. So yeah, we're not playing around Nova. And we got more burst in hand, we got the Void Pulse. I'll probably replace the lure. I just, you know, we're in top deck mode against 5 cards and we have way more life. We're just going face. There are no other options. Yeah, I don't like Mercantor Holy Game Mode 2. They limit your positioning too much. And give such an advantage to those factions that you can't position aggressively. I don't know if they're actually broken, but I don't like them. Wait, I can't reach that because I saw an Archon dropped in the background. So I guess we do keep the lure. Wait, aren't they just dead to lure anyway? Because it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no. It's just, you know, I can still do the damage with Rev next turn. So I think I keep this hand anyway, play everything but the Rev. Am I missing something here? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I could top deck into lethal, but I think it's too risky. If I don't get lethal off the Revenant replays, then I could still lose. And if I make this play, I don't think we can lose. Void Pulse first. They're like emoting, "You were a lucky fuck." I'll give him the thumbs up. I did get pretty lucky this game. Oh, I didn't even move this fucker. Well, it doesn't matter. That's how careless I am this game and how lucky. But yeah, if they spam heals, maybe they can somehow still win. This would have actually been punished if they played Shadow Dancers randomly. Okay, that's a heal. Is he gonna spam heals? Yes, it's still a game. Hooray. I think we should play around Nova now, maybe. Because the Rejuvenator will be in range anyway to do 4 more damage with Revenant. It will be a pretty magical comeback. Even though I got lucky this game, they also got lucky that there was one of lethal all the time. Well, not all the time, but let's not think about these things. Yeah, I think I'll play around Nova this time. Because of course it's nice to have this close to him so that I can do 6 damage. Also, not running the Araki away can actually become relevant again. Oh, never mind. I just keep blocking this guy. Never punished. Because the Araki could keep getting buffed. And while the Archon tries to walk back, it can get enough attack to kill this. And that would give me a lot more time in case they do manage to keep spamming heals. Are you going to kill off your own Rejuvenator? They did play Dark Sack, so more heal spam. We have a lot of burst here. They played all Rejuvenators already. Okay. So I don't think they can heal more, which means we win. I think maybe one more Void Pulse in the deck. They definitely played all Rejuvenators. They still have mana. Stop cheating. Stop cheating. Stop cheating. Stop cheating. Stop cheating. I think he's BMing the heal. No, he's not. I'm sorry, Varian, I lucked you. I will max out. But they fucked up, right? They didn't copy the Void Pulse. So it was a clown game. They wanted to copy the Void Pulse, of course. Yeah. Clown game on both ends. I missed a lot of chat, so let's look at that. Yeah, that's also true Redux, botch Redux. Progression wise, it depends on how often they'll release the card packs. But to say there's barely any extra cards to pawn around for new players who haven't decided to cash in yet. It's like they have a lead and one play it turns around because they didn't take into account the card because they're new. Mecanter and Holy Emo are bullshit. Oh yeah, already reacted to that. Attracting and retaining players is always a challenge. The thing is, Duelyst was very good at that in the original beta. The game was extremely alive then, especially the tournament scene and the content creator scene. And it only went downhill from beta, which doesn't make any sense. Holy Emo is only scary if you let the body alive to get the heal value off. Yeah, then it's really crazy. I know interpreted the pack rewards from the free-to-play experience as slower and not as transparent as others. They're about the same in power. This is also a long time no see name, TM25MD. Has also been around for a while. I missed some follows, I think. I think I didn't even thank Tuner No Caps for the follow. I didn't hear it. Same for The Signal Lives On. C24872233 and Shadow Moon 961. He's number 1 in the game. You don't need to explain to me how the cards work, chat. Yeah, Tuner was pretty well known player in the past. I think it's reasonable given the pool of cards. Still, of course, have to prevent 3 hits at once. Mecha P, full stop, burst, heal, AoE, spot, remove, and transform, dispel. They have it all. I think that's also a name I recognize. Permanent band. Heals for days. Just roll spec ref, bro. I followed your advice, ZX. And it worked. Thank you. The US 2022 and ref is still skipping leg day. He does have skinny legs, you got a point. What do you think are the best factions if you only have the basic set, as in just started playing? I would say Lionar. Most optimal Lionar decks play only 2 epics, which are Regalia and Immo. And you have a budget Immo with Frostbone Naga. There's no really such a thing as a budget Arclight Regalia, but Skywind Glaives with the slight buff it got is actually pretty decent, especially if you run Tigers. You get 5 damage Tigers. Well, you do need to be in a Zeal, but thanks for the follow, Kidriggs. Good boy Funya, there's a nice new player guide by ZW. Spekulov is some of the best art in the game. Imo is scary. Yeah, he is scary. I got a nice emote for your Axiom. If you did copy that voice plus, you were in serious trouble. Yeah. Really, it would have been the comeback of the century. But fortunately, we were both clowns that game. I'm not touching Reddit with a 10-foot pole. Understandable. I had someone get mad at me on Reddit, write an entire rant, then I go look up his other posts. He's just posting news of women who date in Turkey, which you go to jail for. Can't post shit online without their permission. What the fuck? Erdogan did something okay-ish? I didn't know that. My Turkish friend always complains about Erdogan, and it's not hard to understand why. Oh, that's the deck I'm playing later today, Duelyst. I played Duelyst for like 2 games during my dailies, and I played it so badly that I was really happy that I didn't stream. But then, despite my throat, I was like, I just want to stream, man. I like it too much. I really want Warcry value, but I have nothing. You mean War Surge? No, the guy sucks, but laws are laws. The law is nice, protects women. Yeah, of course Erdogan sucks, but that's why I didn't expect him to have a law like that. Maybe he didn't make it. Family Sushi, thank you for the follow. Nice name. I like sushi, I just got no family. Feels bad, man. I don't know how to build decks, I'm just playing starter decks. Oh, that's totally fine. If you're new, playing anything will help you improve. And playing good decks doesn't matter if you're really new. You don't know how to play the good decks anyway. Do I need that much healing? Kinda do, but Spectral Blade is nicer. I have a lot of healing in the deck. So we're also gonna waste the Mystic opening gambit and not the Blood-Tear opening gambit. What's happening here? Wow, I have so many friends. Yeah, it was a bit sad, almost magical comeback. Would have been in real trouble if you had copied that. Okay, thanks for the trade. We can just take it very slow here, I think. Don't replace anything, Spectral Blade hit. Or is there something we can do? What could we play this turn that's better? Maybe Araki with the Blood-Tear? Yeah, I think that's better because then we can also block off the mana tile. So let's replace for Araki. What do we replace for Araki? Rejuvenator? Maybe Knights or Assassins is not really necessary when you have Spectral Blades for 2 drops. They don't have expensive things with 2 or less attack in Abyss usually. This is not another Artifact Hunter meme, right? I don't know. It's too late. I'm just gonna take it slow. If you wonder what the fuck does taking it slow do, increase my hand size. And when I can afford to take it slow, I like to do that with this deck, by the way, not with many decks. It's just that this deck basically only has low curve shit besides the 7 drops. So in the early game, it's nice to... No, you're playing that kind of shit. In the early game, it's nice to... regain in hand size, and in the mid game you can play 2 cards per turn or 3 cards at some points, and then you refill again with your 7 drops. I should have replaced last turn, yeah, for this thing. I mean, it's very early, but if it's a Nova mirror, then it all comes down to revs. Not to Novas, because if you play Nova first in a mirror, it's bad. They can Nova your Nova. I put it here instead of here, because then they have to walk in range of my blood here to kill my knight. So if I put it here, they can go here and hit it. Definitely gonna replace the Nova. Blade. I don't care that they play the Rascals, I will play this. The chance that they have another one is low. I would rather just play this, actually. But then I have to go here to play around the blade. I can play this plus this to clear the blade, but then I don't get full heal value. I think next turn we can just play a lot of cards and then play Revenant the turn after. This play also plays around Dancing Blades. Don't really mind keeping this up. If it goes face, I have the Void Pulse, right? If it doesn't go face, it probably will die to Grasp of Agony, or give me a good Grasp of Agony, or I just hit it. So yeah, next turn I might just play my whole hand except the 7 drops and keep all of them. Don't really like keeping Nova though in the mirror, but what if they don't know that playing Nova first is bad? Then it's nice to have my Nova to Nova the Nova. Did we base removal on that thing somehow? It's a 4/4 out of range against creep. But we still managed to lure. Nice. Lure out of him. Which is great. Okay, they're not giving me that, which is smart. Guess I'll replace one of these then after all. God damn it, I still can't get full heal value out of anything. So if I play this, it's a nice big Nova bait. Like I play this into Nova, right? Play around Dancing Blades, or play around not dying on board, / Agony. Don't care about Agony, just for face damage I have the Void Pulse. And again, if they Nova, I Nova their Nova. Then I don't draw 2 cards. So I almost feel like playing both of these, but doesn't seem smart. So I could also waste this on this. Because if I don't play another card here, then I don't draw 2 cards after my 7 mana turn. I think there's no way I won't Rev or Nova. Nova also enters their Rev actually, which is pretty relevant. So good I didn't replace that. I will just pre-grasp this. That encourages them to kill it off. It's not a good play. It's not something I recommend for new players to do this kind of shit, but I really want to fight more revs, so I really want to draw 2 cards next turn. There it is, Revenant. That's the sucky thing about this mirror, they can play Revenant first. Yeah, so they do run it into my face because I pre-grasped it, which is nice. And they played into Nova. Maybe they're baiting me though. Maybe they want to Nova my Nova. But of course I have to play it here. I can't walk onto my own Nova. But that's something you really shouldn't do. Indeed, because then Nova-ing your own Nova is extra punishing. So I'll just go here. There's no punish for that, right? Well, they could override 2 tiles and hit my face with Nova. Should I go here then? Nah, Nova is way too slow. They just do 4 damage. That's it. And I still keep 2 tiles and then I rev Void Pulse, so I don't care. I replaced a Night Sorrow to get 2 more. You're just gonna chain revs as player 2 because yeah, that's pretty effective. Then I can't play my own revs. Oh, they are Novaing my Nova and my face. Like I said, that's not good here. I think we're totally fine. It is smart to put that on my creep. Blocks damage and overrides more creep. We don't have to Revenant here really. I can't Revenant this thing and hit face and not play into the second Nova. It is an an annoying location there. Wish I had a Shroud. It's really annoying location for the 1-drop. That was a good play. Maybe I did get punished for not going here then. That was something I considered, but how about we just go face with the Revenant? Looks like the best option. I was thinking about just developing board, but playing my Rev first means they can only play their own Rev now if they have Lure Rev, and they didn't even have Rev last turn, so I got my Lure myself, but since all my creep is gone, I cannot kill a Rev with that anymore. And yeah, I still cannot hit face easily if they remove this, because they can't go 2 up, and then these creeps are cocking me. I could go here, but you know, it still takes more turns. Okay, looks like they have no answers to the Rev, which means they definitely lose. Or they have an answer to the Rev, but walk into the wrong direction for no reason. Rejuvenator. Spectral Blade, they're face tanking it. What a hero. With a Void Pulse. Yeah. We still didn't win for some reason. Now I feel like I really should win. Why the fuck didn't you dispel the last tile? This kills this. Maybe replace the Primus. No, it's lethal with Rev top deck. So is Blood Tier though. Maybe this is too slow to charge up. No, I can play it with all this shit. I think I will replace Primus. This is more reliable burst. Why am I so good at playing creep? Tell me. Why am I so good at playing creep? Let's read chat again. What the fuck? How much chat happened in that short game? That's rid of revenge porn if you go to jail. I mean, that is a nice law. Some starter decks are legit good. Yes, except some of the starter decks have planar scouts. Please remove those, but otherwise the starter decks are not bad for extreme budget decks. Just don't play planar scout. Oh, and blue tip scorpion, also remove that thing. They're also in the starter decks. Magmar's Funny had an 8 attack general. Did you equip 2 adamantite claws or something? According to the amount of sushi I can eat, I'm sure my local takeout place considers me a small family. Same. I'm not fat, but I can eat a lot of sushi. It's just safety. Safety in numbers, yeah. That meme was already revealed to me. It is quite brilliant. Brilliant indeed. Thanks for the follow, Spider-Man. Oh, that's nice of you, safety in numbers, that you might keep it up, the gifted sub. I gifted a sub and he didn't want to read your name, but I'm going to do that. Yeah, I read it out as numbers and letters separately. My pleasure, I'm rich anyway. Feels good, man. Will's in my chat. Magmar Will's in my chat. I was starting some kind of hip-hop song, but I don't have enough hip-hop in me to finish this shit. I don't like hip-hop, just for the record. I can't win in Duelyst even with Magmar. That's pretty sad. Do you think I could bribe Pharaoh to play him to S-Rank? I could buy his skill. Isn't that a thing in actual esports, chat? Don't people sell leeches for League of Legends and stuff? I have no idea why people pay for that, but I mean, I can definitely get you to S, no matter what your card pool is. I did it with shit decks. Weird flex. Speaking like some fake zoomer. Definitely fake, I'm not a zoomer. ZX wants me to buy it. Who am I to judge on a simple wish? Why does ZX want you to buy S-Rank? He wants it to buy it for him, for ZX. I added Kappa for a reason. You can buy my account if you want. My chat is devolving into a win trade forum. Not win trade, account trade forum. This is illegal in all states of RuneScape. I have too much money in my account already. Are you talking about actual account? Because if you have too much, I don't mind, you know, helping you clean your account. I'm a good cleaner. It's a rank 20, but they're better than starting at bronze. Creep is actually good in this version. Yeah, it does seem like that. I barely lose with this deck, even when I clown play. For how good Creep is, I can't believe how bad that 4-drop is, the 3/5 one. Yeah, I'm never impressed by the card either. That's also why I don't play it. My main reasoning is that if you make it to the late game with Creep, you have the best late game in the game. So just play the cards that help you reach the late game. And the 3/5 doesn't. Rejuvenator does. Superior 4-drop. Plus hitting face will be crazy because it turns it into his creep. Yes, exactly. Then I would be standing on the creep and take 5 damage for no reason. Or even 9 if they Nova somewhere else. Did you need to hit the Abyssal Crawler? Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have, well, didn't need to I guess, but if I didn't hit the Crawler, I couldn't play the Revenant around Nova. I could have sent the Revenant phase without clearing the Crawler, but then the Revenant would die to Dancing Blades with the Crawler hit. I mean, that doesn't really matter. They took 4. I don't know. It's just, I like to clear board. It can prevent damage, you know. If they play Primus Fist, I dodge 1 damage. But I guess Revenant phase and running away was an option. The reason why I didn't do that was because I had a huge health lead. So I just wanted to stay near so that I can hit his face and kill him. Which turned out to be relevant. We wouldn't have lethal without it. Like, you know, without being close. You still going to creep these small little sips of mine. Oh, that's what you mean. Never mind. I'm a fucking idiot yet again. It just died at the end of turn. I know what you mean now. Also, Revenant has Rush. I don't know what. Even if it didn't die at end of turn, maybe I could also play it over. Anyway, I took 2 damage for no reason. That's totally true. That's totally stupid. Top deck ref, emote thumbs up, 1% from here, call it. Nice calling. Remember what I said before, just respect refs, bro. You gave me the best advice of today, ZX. Every time I followed your advice, I won. Draw the funny 6's rush card, very funny. Your stream is getting bigger, first world problems. Yeah, the first world problem of my stream getting bigger is that I'm barely playing any games because I keep talking, but I like talking, which is why my throat has been fucked now. Well, since yesterday. Only the best players stop that lethal. Probably means I'm pretty good. Just because I'm hearing sushi in stream, I'm gonna say every time I eat sushi I weigh 2 kilos more the next day. Rice is actually not good for losing weight, so that sounds like sushi buffets. Get to S rank with starter deck. I can do that. I think. If I'm allowed to edit it. If I'm allowed to take out the blue tips and the scout. Bold claim. Dota 2 as well. Pay for 4 counts feels Deckman. Would that be bad for Duelyst if that shit happened in Duelyst? It wouldn't be bad for me. Then I could play Duelyst for a living. That would be pretty cool. First use accounts for referral, then pump them up to S rank, then sell profit. Which you think is insane? I do think it's very good. Very, very good. Shorka, since we're talking about playing me to S, how much I need to bribe you? Chat, how much do people get paid to you know, boost accounts to the top level? How much do people get paid in other games? I have no clue about this kind of market. I don't want to name a price that is, you know, not fair, but I just have no idea what is normal. And I of course do want the best price for myself, while at the same time being fair, so I need you guys' help. What the fuck happens in these dark markets of account selling? Plot here is nice. Open Heart Seeker, please. Oh, you're playing that kind of list. Hello. Then I'm pretty sure you will play MDS too. Of course, at least Jocks. Well, unless it's budget. This is why I said in my backstep deck, opening Kyoto is actually pretty good. Because I just feel fucked here. I feel like I cannot walk forward. If I had the Spectral Blade, I would have no problem going forward. Because then whatever the MDS, I just kill it after. But I don't have a Spectral Blade. Pinging this doesn't do much if they have MDS. I'm having a hard time against you 2-drop, Tatar. I know this is weird for you, but... Let's just stay here for one more turn. I want lures, I want blades, I want Knights or Assassins. I want a bunch of answers. They can still make some Jux play, but not an MDS play. Can also work. Not really worth on a fucking Kaido, but... I'm also not sure if it's worth staying on the back wall against the Kaido. I just didn't see a comeback mechanic in my hand against MDS. There it is, right? Yeah. So I guess I did well. Mystic to heal that, maybe? That sucks. Shroud that shit. They will have so much mana too. Like, they play some neutral shit, so what if we get Archons next turn? I think we're gonna lose to mediocre memes. I don't... Because I didn't walk forward, I can't play these 5 cards. That could clear board. Replace this. Ugh. Or we're just not gonna play it. Yeah, I lost, didn't I? I think I cannot afford 6 mana plays. This costs a lot of cards, but I think I have to. I need to regain board somehow. Lure is super nice, Nova not so much. If they just play a threat every turn and we don't draw Night Sorrows, then it could be tough indeed. That's a card I would like here. I really don't like the card disadvantage either. More Night Sorrows. Phoenix Fire on that, okay. I really want to deny that mana, of course, but not sure if I'll be able to. Okay, that's nice. We can almost deny the mana. I guess Archon will not be that much of a problem if we play these 2 cards and we don't allow him to walk into the tile and kill something. So that means... Would they play Dancing Blades? They very well could. I do play this one aggressively, even though they can use the mana tile and hit this, I think. Could make them choose. No, they can still just summon first, of course. It's just if I put this here, it can be a bit more awkward to hide something here. I can also put it like here so that it doesn't die on board, which makes Lure better. Like I can kill something bigger that he's hiding. But I think we're fine. We can do a 4 damage Lure with the Araki. So we still kill 4 wins with Lure. Hand size is bad. I need to fight my 7 drops. I know I placed Nova earlier, but that's because against decent players you can't play that on 7 usually. I need Rev. Just draw Rev. forehead. Yeah, Arcan dies to my Spectral Blade, which is still 5 damage, but Bone Reaper? Give him a fucking Night Sorrows already. Fucking hell. We're gonna get MDS memed. It's actually not a bad draw, but like MDS, Death Strike Seal or something. I don't want to get Killing Edged into face. Why can't I draw Night Sorrow like a good creep player against Songhai? I'm losing against Daily Quest deck, is what I'm starting to feel like. Yeah, I could have almost cleared that shit, which is also very sad. Play around MDS a little bit. The lures are nice against this kind of backstab deck, but come on. Playing a 6-drop that dies to Night Sorrow just to kill what's in our aim. I'm getting annoyed. Or give me Rev, also fine. Holy shit, now I need 2 of those things. Well, it's not a big of a deal with this thing. I want many lures, but I can actually play this, so... Lure is probably not gonna be good here. Ugh. 1 of damage to kill this again. And no, I'm not gonna put all 3 cards into that. Also no 7-drop. This is the worst I've drawn with this deck so far. Which is my my karma for all the good draws with this deck. Because it has been plenty. Do I really have to... I can't even save the Rejuvenate anymore. Just can't roll Night Sorrow. I did max replaces, I'm pretty sure. Now we're gonna get Killing Edged. And then we draw Night Sorrow, right? So that's why I'm pre-hitting. Yeah. Night Sorrow, nice meme. Killing Edge. Also no 7-drop yet. Turns out Creep is pretty bad without the 7 drops. What a surprise. I guess I'll keep the Night Sorrow for the next Bone Reaper, if they exist. That will be... no, they just got a fucking fire. Well, at least I forced them to play it. Sword of Kek. If I hit this, Night Sword this, Shroud this, then I guess I don't need this. Can also kill this on board, but can't reach with Night Sorrow. Well, I can if I Shroud Night Sorrow. I'm not playing actual mech. I guess I'm still replacing Lure. It's very good against this kind of deck, but I need my 7-drops, I need my refills. Okay, there we go. They did play around it pretty decently. But I think I don't mind doing this. Because yes, the mech doesn't get cleared. But I don't really care about one MDS in my face, I don't think. Even if the Killing Edge hit a bunch, I have Shroud. And we can preserve this No. Still full health. This way I just get some refill and we draw poorly. No revs, feels bad, man. We do have good answers at least. Missing a lot of chat again. How much do I need to bribe you? Think about how long it will take you and charge your hourly rate. I'm down at 5 S rank. Think people think. Are you talking about booking him as a coach? More as a ghoster and account sharer, right, Leo? 10? Like $10 per hour, you mean, safety and numbers? The rate will be depend on how many hours you think it will take to boost to S, right? I mean, I can just clock the hours and Leo can even check it just by seeing the replays. Like the times of the replays. Say of him playing my account, but I guess coaching could also work. Coaching better, but that would also mean the player would ask for it. Most people don't like being told they suck. I do like it. You are very kinky. I have to look at the plays here. Oh, they played every... They made some weird plays, but also made some good plays. Like, pretty expert positioning against Nova.deck. Thank you. Just draw refs, XD. This thing is such a problem for Abyss if you don't draw refs. No reason to shroud this because I can play around Frenzy anyway. But I do want to play around Jocks with this and then hit my face, which means I have to walk into range of this, which sucks a little bit, but again, I got a lot of health. I can shroud it if they're killing edge it or something. So I would rather take the tree from this and be able to clear it with my face. The turn after them, play into Jocks, hit my face for Phoenix Fires. Of course I want to Night Zero this. Especially because the Phoenix Fire would clear the Revenant very well. Lure is nice, because we have 4 tiles. Hey, this time I got my Night Zero. So that means the Fox should get shrouded instead. They might just Jocks here, of course. Maybe we can make a cool Lure Grasp play. So my Rev is dead, feels Batman. So this thing is so big that this has to be the Night Sword target, which means this must be a Shroud target. And then we have 5, 6, 7, 8. So could we place the Shroud? Yeah, I don't need 2 Shrouds in this turn at least. Now we can play the whole hand. It doesn't seem smart. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. To also play the Void Pulse. To be my replace fodder. You know, I have 9 mana, so I can pretty much always play it whenever I want. And no danger of dying. So how are we gonna do this? I don't see that amazing of a Grasp Lure play. Because I can't kill this with that. Actually wasting a Lure here, considering I have fucking Shadow Nova tiles up. Also have to play into this Frenzy. Feels bad, man. Into this Frenzy. Okay, I fucked up. Maybe shouldn't even have hits because of that Frenzy shit. Was pretty dumb. It's just when I rope, I do dumb shit. Like, I could have at least played the Night Sorrow here, which is better even if this minion doesn't exist, because I can actually hit his face. And if they're killing Edge, we might be fucked, because I replaced the other Shroud. They have 4 cards, and our hand is looking weak. I also need to pee, and I need to read chat. Thanks for the follow, Spider-Mats and Assol TV, Apple TV. Especially coming from someone who coaches others in all the games. I'm just a kinky furry, meow. I don't know anything about that world, and I'm not sure if you're memeing. You can clear. Unfortunately, I read it like 5 turns later. It's okay, don't have to share. Imagine actually dispelling Mana Tau. The way guys make guesses. Persona's Megazord, obviously. How much money do you think you can make selling PS5s in 2 years? I need to make a turn. Oh, we lost against memes. Well, they have 2 cards, so if we top deck Lure, maybe we're okay. That's not Lure. Yeah. Pretty sure we lost. We're not that on board. Wish I didn't play Lure last turn. It wouldn't die to Lure, but you know, on 2 cards I could just put it in the corner and hope they don't top deck movement, and then they die to their own minion. That's no Revs or Novas. This might be the end of the stream. I feel too embarrassed losing to this, because I had such a nice win streak with this deck. Turns out if I don't have the skill to draw Novas and Revs, I'm actually not that good at the game. Yeah, we're not that yet, necessarily. We can top deck a Rev again like last turn, because they will be at 7 thanks to Hammond, and then Primus Fist, Rev kills. Will be pretty funny. Oh, never mind. I copied the fucking Void Pulse. Asshole. There are still some other things that can give us some time. And it goes Lightning. Staying in range of my general, really? That's weird. Like Void Pulse Nova is lethal because they stay here. Why do you come now? I kind of hate this game. I kinda do. Losing against gold for the first time in ages. Losing with this deck in ages. I did play 1 turn badly, but I don't know, man. Just doesn't feel good. World Champion losing against gold. They're not even playing a meta deck, you know. They're playing something fun. So maybe I shouldn't be salty. Fun prevails. Yeah, not that on board. So we have to do this. We have to play this Night Sorrow on a fucking 2-1. When we could when we needed it so much against every other, what's his name? Lantern Fox and Bone Reaper. This deck Really shouldn't lose to this shit. And of course I top deck the MDS too. I think I'm gonna read chat. Hope I can still make money playing Duelyst after this game. And go to bed. Of course I dropped the rank. Not surprising. Let's see. You see how nice my streak was? Here it wasn't great, but this was a very bad Zuliner deck. One of these was a concede. Actually, they were both concedes, but one of them was immediate, and one of them was after I was like, yeah, I played too badly. I really played bad in one of these games. And in the other game, I didn't have a turn 1 play as player 2. But yeah, feels bad, man. Let's re-chat and cheer up. Why do you like Blood here? Mostly because Heartseeker, and not just Heartseeker, but that's one of the things. It's just an extremely flexible card. Makes it much easier to pull off Grasp. Really helps against 5 health minions with Spectral Blade. Just on, it's just a very good control card, and it also pumps my Araki. It can do, it can give me lethal. It's a very flexible card that can help you with so many hard situations. I guess Botch Redux already answered that for me. Oh yeah, also artifact charges is very relevant indeed. Went to Blood here, went to Rustcrawler. Well, Abyss doesn't have good global AoE, so... And they have face pings with Grasp and Void Pulse, that's why I don't play Rustcrawler in this deck, but Blood here. Because Heartseeker is annoying if you don't play Blood here. Because Abyss doesn't have a good Tempest, only a bad Tempest. I love having on when I'm playing, that's nice. Thank you. I love having it on me, nice. Could have just grasped the sword and lured it onto Tile to kill Mystic and Sword. So I lure the sword, shroud the fox. Yeah, that would have been better, Amam. That would have definitely been better. Was lure the sword? Yes, it was. I did know I fucked up that turn, so it's good to know what would have been better. So another Shadow Nova or Specrev. Well, Hammond is unironically pretty good against Creep because it's a big minion. You can't lure. You can lure it, but obviously you will play MDS and Jugs with that. So Hammond is actually good against Creep for the same reason as Arcan, Magnetize, or Edict Stormblade. It's not really good against other stuff, I guess. It can be good against Control Magmar, if you know how to play it. I think that's it. Nah, Vitruvian can also die to it. It's not a horrible card. Is there any budget control Magmar list? Not budget. I think the best you can do for control Magmar in a budget way is to play Elucidator combo, which is not really control, of course, but then you play like the 2 mana stun in an AoE instead of Metamorphosis, which is bad, but because if you play the Elucidator combo, you need only 1 epic for Fractal Replication. And the rest of your deck should just be answer cards and cards that help you find the combo. But actual Magmar control needs Vindicator too much. And I would say also Archon and or Elder and Metamorphosis. Anyway, Liru, if you're not memeing about me boosting you, of course I will do that. I have no job, so. But what about my stream? I feel too embarrassed to keep playing after that game. Is there anybody else on? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I should check if Twitch already updates my average viewers over the last 30 days, because maybe I'm so close to 75 now that I should just carry on. I do have a lot of viewers after all, and I really want a partner. It looks like the problem is I have streamed so many hours that even with these huge amount of viewers, it barely touches my average. Because it looks like it did update, but I only got +1 average viewer from my stream so far, even though I've had over 100 viewers most of the time. I now have 68.6 average viewers out of 75 over the last 30 days. I don't know. Redemption game? Okay. Keep going. Okay. Even if you when you don't win? Okay. That's all pretty nice to hear. Yeah, seriously, that you're boosting or coaching me. Okay, okay. You know, do you know my Discord, Liru? If not, I'll just post it here. Midstream shill for my Discord and YouTube. It usually takes a bit to update. Okay, then maybe it's higher than I think, which would be nice. Redemption game has been talked into me. Psycho. Just roll revs. It's the mirror. Spectral blades are nice. Against Abyss, this is only nice in the early game, so maybe I should just keep it to get it out of my deck and do something with it. They don't really hide things. No backline threats. But it is nice to disrupt the turn 1 play. It's just if I Araki lure their play, I basically just lose against Spectral Blade. I think it's not worth the risk. It's not that good to disrupt the turn 1 play, and I need lures for the late game against Revenants and stuff. Oh, if they're playing Swarm maybe, then I have to hard replace for Grasps. But this answers Teferi Crescendo and this Blood Moon, and this is my turn 1 play. If I walk to forward, they have only one Death Watch. That shouldn't matter. So I think I will walk to forward, but you know, I have to replace first. They can't get a good Teferi Crescendo yet, like this, so replace this? I don't know, it's all scary shit. How about not replacing then? Again, this kills Blood Moon. I don't have a better turn 1 play than this in the whole deck anyway. So just playing this seems correct. I just want more chance of Grasp. I don't even know if they're playing Swarm yet, so I don't know. I'll do it here so that it can't be Night Sword easily. They need 2-drop Night Sorrow. Rev. Might actually keep that, because it's a mirror. Because Gloom Chaser is playable in Creep, I think. Just because Abyss doesn't have many good 2-drops. And it's a good turn 1 play if you get a good spawn, which they didn't. Are you Swarm? If not, I will replace the Shrouds, probably. Yeah, and if they're creep, I also need the Night Sorrow, because some people actually play the bad 4-drop. The 3-5 Juggernaut. They are playing Swarm. Yeah, I need Grasp, and then we just win. Oh, at least they don't play more minions than that. Or do they? They do. Is it creep or swarm or some kind of hybrid? I think it's too greedy to keep this. God damn it. If I Night Sorrow something, I get less fucked by swarm plays next turn. Not even really, because I give him another Death Watch trigger. At least I have 2 Shrouds, but at the moment I'm more concerned about Soul Grimoire. Which I think means I have to play this to help me against that. But I don't want to hit this because then it dies to a Wraithling. But I need to hit a Wraithling with this. I guess this way it works. Yeah, this way I don't give him Death Watch on the Night Sorrow, therefore clear a bit more board, and this thing also doesn't die on board, so I think this was the best play possible. Just sucks we don't have a real Blood Moon answer now. They can probably close it off anyway, which means we need to get Lure. Or again, Grasp. Grasp always answers Blood Moon. If I'm gonna lose not drawing my perfect answers again, I will be mad. Rage quit. Maybe I need heals. Okay. They didn't really do anything. So no reason to be mad. Relax and enjoy. I want to preserve my health because they could also randomly be aggro-ish. No, that will play into Grasp so much. Void Pulse is nice. Would have been perfect last turn and I could have killed the Blade. Speaking of Blades, is Dancing Blades coming out? Because I just don't know what to expect from this Swarm, Creep, whatever list. Black Souls. It is a starter deck again. And we're gonna lose to it. No, not really. I think we can just go face now. I was worried about their face shit, but I think I do need to keep this in case the game goes long. Night Sorrow is not looking too useful here. Okay, that's nice for face damage. Next turn. Shroud would have done some extra damage, but this shit is not bad. Look at this positioning against Nova, which they can't even play. At least it's good against Grasp. They need to deal with some shit now. So we totally turned the tables there. They were kind of facing us. And then we're like, okay, we will just do it instead. Cheat! Cheat! Why do so many people cheat in this game? Okay, you're a total cheater. I hate you. Yeah, now they're facing us. We do have a good Nova here. Probably need to dispel that some point. Wait, that might be lethal. We do 4. 10. Feels bad, man. But we still play that because then we can actually cash in his damage. Right, it's not lethal, isn't it? It's also 12 if I clear it like this, so yeah, it's 4, 10, 2 damage of lethal. I am pretty good at getting revs again though, which is nice. Is there some weird lethal I need to play around? Tiger Reflect 8, Void Pulse 10, and then I hit my face. But if I go here, I play into Grasp of Agony, and I have to put this on the creep. But maybe I should have put the Revenant here, where I'm standing. Let's just say you don't have it. Nobody plays Tiger Reflect Void Pulse. You already played 2 Void Pulses. What the fuck is this? It will be extremely unlucky if they have that. The last Void Pulse with Tiger Reflect. Defensive Nova is bad. You lose because I also have my Nova. Okay, we redeemed ourselves a little bit indeed. Let's override some creep tiles because it's more fun. Psycho. Let's read chat. You have a calming voice, thank you. It might be calming today because my voice is fucked, my throat is fucked, so I'm talking a bit more softly, a bit less screaming, a little bit less voice crack. Thanks for the follow, Sabrand. To gain that average, about 3 weeks of 1 month of streaming will need to meet the certified. About 3 weeks of 1 month of streaming will need to meet. I don't understand, Harpoo. To gain that average, about 3 weeks of 1 month of streaming. 3 weeks of 1 month of streaming. I'm so confused. So on due time, Frog, you likely get it. Do you mean that if I wait 3 weeks, then the first week will be erased from the history, and then my recent high viewer streams will put me there? To Ambition Ribbons, respect. How can I still not have a ribbon? I know I play every faction, but I also play more games than anyone, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 100 wins with 1 faction. I saw gold with 5 banners. Crazy, that is crazy. How can I be in gold and have 500 wins? Also, if you said anything to me again, I got a call, so I didn't hear anything. So what I said, Liru, was you can message me in Discord, and I posted the Discord link in chat if you want to talk about me finally having a job again. XD. Thanks for the follow, Zorsh. You're gonna get it since I've been following you've been climbing up. Maybe a turbo noob question, but playing budget Venar feels able against Gaia, Man of the Clock, and Tip. No, that's not noob at all. Because budget Venar indeed struggles very hard with a Gaia and a Man of the Claw, but like Chat said, play Rust Crawler 3 times. Otherwise you're not gonna find it when you need it. Crawler is just a good minion, because with Gaia, Man of the Claws, Blood Rage Mask, Spectral Blade, they're all common. Well, Claws is not that common, but I guess where you are playing now it's common. Twin Fang also sometimes happens. This is Soul Grimoire, yeah, I was very scared. I thought about adding Claws in my list, playing one right now, but I already struggled with the endgame as I don't have the Jax or Lock. What is a good win con for budget Venar? I would say Arctic Displacer. It's also in the starter deck, but it actually can cheese. It's a bit better than people think. It's not good, but you can win with Arctic Displacer, Hard Sister. If it's in any way possible for you to put more movement into your deck, like a one-off aspect of the Drake, or a Keeper of the Veil to Keeper a Hard Sister, Hailstone Prison to Hailstone Prison a Hard Sister, and it's a pretty decent win con. Healing, you can play it around Immo and Macanter, and the airdrop is nice, what I'm trying to say. What the fuck was that just now? I don't know. Are ribbons linked to unlocking all the cards for faction or wins? Just wins. But I'm curious, is the progression towards ribbons counts in non-ladder wins? Do progression towards ribbons count in non-ladder wins? You mean if you get ribbon games from friendlies? No. But you do get them from Gauntlet. I got ribbon for Linar. I'm on my phone right now. I will write when I'm at my PC again and then need the link again. Okay. Let me know when you can do that, because I am going to sleep at some point. But for now I'll play on. Why did I stay up all night when I'm sick? Why did I speak all night to my computer when my throat is fucked? Why am I so much of an idiot? Why can't I be good at this game like I used to? Because you're an idiot. It is good against, you know, this is not good against Magmar except in the early games. Could keep it. This thing is so bad turn 1. There we go, we got something better. It's nice to keep this for eggs. Creep is decent against Magmar. Of course Magmar can win with Flash Archon and a bunch of other things, but it's not helpless. Well, they made a bad play and now I want my Night Sorrow back. Like, why would you play that into Night Sorrow when you can just put it here? The things that come from it have Rush. I'm getting triggered again. Because every time somebody makes a bad play, I don't have the punish, and I usually just replaced it because I respected their skill. You know, their assumed skill. And I also have Lures in the deck, and I also have Shrouds in the deck. Feels bad, man. We're probably... I want to play this more forward. And then they're gonna play Hollow Grove Keeper and clear a whole board. The thing is, I only need to hit with a 2-attack Primus to clear this later with the Alchemist. And I do think it's harder to block this from hitting this if I put it here instead of here. It is nice to put this to 4 against future Plasma Storms, but this thing is the real threat, so I will go here, because if I go here, if they actually do play Hologrove Keeper, I'll be totally fucked. I have seen that happen sometimes. Oh, this is nice. I can kill it with Plot here. Maybe, because Mystic exists. Rejuvenator. I mean, I don't even need to Blood Tear it. I think I'm just gonna keep this whole hand. They don't really seem like a player that plays around Grasp. And it seems rushy, so this could be nice. We will be at full health though. Yeah, I think I'll replace this. I don't need to waste the Grasp here, but it keeps this at 3 health, and then this won't die to net select. Both minions will be in a bad spot though, they can just run away from it. So I could also Blood here. Maybe hitting this Blood here is not bad with a Primus. Because then we play around Plasma Storm and block the tile. Feels a bit wasteful because it just dies on board, but... Now Plasma Storm is not as good because of this 4 attack thing. Flash Mech Beast is not even that good. Doesn't hit face or doesn't clear board. What the fuck is this shit, man? Triggered. Gonna replace this. I'll be at full health and they play weird stuff, so need my Shroud. But it was a fake burp. So you can play around Macantor actually, which is nice. Like I said, didn't seem like a player that plays around Grasp of Agony, so I kept it. Got rewarded. You had 15. Have no board and I have a 4/4 outside of Macantor. Spectral Blade is also always nice. Mono Red Burn. You're playing Green Burn though, not Red Burn. I'll just go face. If I don't get a Blood here or a second Spectral Blade. Maybe even with Spectral Blade again. Then I play it into Macantor, that's not great. I think I'd rather just play this into Macantor. I also don't waste healing. Like this thing will die anyway. There's a Spirit Harvester. Don't like putting myself here, but I really want to go face. We can actually win. I like winning. Yeah, we could get locked down here. Here's the problem. Yeah, Macantor is not even good with this thing on board. We will take a lot of damage, but that's why we don't play the Rejuvenator here. Even though we can. We just play the Mystic. I'm definitely not going to dispel the thing that kills your boards for me. Hey Revenant, thank fuck we went face. Always get Revenant on 7. That was a fast hit. Do you have some kind of crazy lethal? Next turn they actually can have a crazy lethal. You know why? Because Magma is broken and Elucidated combo exists and nobody even plays it. Cheating. Cheating. Where do we put the Rev? Or do we replace this? I think we replace this. We can lure things that need to be shrouded. It's kind of weak to rev a thing with no health. And if we clear board, it dies to net select too. Maybe I just send it fucking face. Could also put it here. No. Because if I go here I can do 4. Kept myself on the edge here, which is not good. I think maybe I should have just hit this thing instead. Then I could move 1 back. Flash bullshit. Luckily we have 2 lures, so we're prepared against a lot of bullshit. Huh? Oh, we have Spirit Harvester, I guess. But I mean, that just saves you 1 damage. And you could also hit with the Mystic. What? I guess. It saved you 1 damage, indeed. I really need to fucking pee. This does save me 2 damage. I think I can never connect with this, so... Nova, getting pretty close here. Actually, I'll just cast that, because... yeah. I think this is better, because then I can still do this in the corner. I only need distance to win, right? It's not like I can kill him with my general next turn. They're at 3 health. Oh, I really need to pee. Okay, now I could kill him with my general, if I was near. Oh, fuck! I hate this. It's like the 3rd time this happened in my streamer career. Just give me the ref, just give me the ref, just give me the void balls, just anything. No, I need to keep playing. Why? Why? I'll just pre-equip this for my canter. Going face. Burst. Fuck you, game. I'll go. Okay, I'm back. As you could have seen from my skillful top deck. let's re-chat after this next disaster that just occurred. Gauntlet is draft mode. I guess you knew, but something telling me that he plays aggro. Same. Yeah, the Vindicator was not just greedy but silly. Now I'm at my PC. I think rope is 20 seconds. So I need to post the Discord link for you, right, Leroy? Here we go. Discord. If Sword came with Rush. Yeah, Sword would also have worked. Some count how many seconds you have onto rope. Yeah, 20 seconds. It's probably a bit more. I don't know. Don't you have a bucket? I wish I had a gamer bucket, Sonayon. I wish I did. Maybe that's the next thing I should invest in. Not a good webcam, not a good microphone, not a second monitor, but a gamer bucket. There's always a bottle. Use the piss drawer. Where's my piss drawer? I'm missing so much furniture in this gamer room. Blood tear moment. I got something even better. Are you BMing lizards only? Basically. I don't BM often, so it's definitely something I do against lizards that play turn 1 Vindicator into Night Sorrow. Main topic like Yugi himself, that's me. How come I don't have an option for Gauntlet mode? Yeah, not in game yet. It will be released soon. It's the first thing on the roadmap, so maybe next month already, I don't know. I mean, I peed, so we can play. Is this the Smurf of the number 1 Oli? Because then I'm scared. Especially because if it looks like Helinar, right? It's Iran. And Helinar is good against... you see, I have so many healing effects that... fuck me. So I guess I'll replace Spectral Blade. Night Swords are nice in the Helinar matchup. I have no idea what they're playing and if it's actually a good player, yes or no. Okay, that doesn't buff it. Let's respect their skill and replace this. Quite unfortunate that we have to kill over Araki, but this is not a bad turn by any means. I'm saying that, but actually Tempest will fuck us, but yeah. We don't have an option. Spectral Blade would have been nice on this thing here, of course, but can you blame me for replacing that against Helinar? The damage done to my face doesn't matter against Helinar, I don't think. It's not like one draw where it's a burn deck. It looks like Tempest, some kind of global cast, no? Yeah, there you go. Not surprised. With a 2-drop. Okay, I don't mind, I have blood here. Actually, I'm kind of concerned about Arclight Regalia. That's a bigger deal than Dancing Blades, maybe. I mean, does it? It has anti-synergy with Helinar. Do we play this around Dancing Blades too? I guess. Because if they clear this with Regalia... Oh yeah, you also have the Sunriser Sundrop play, so I need to play it here. They can't reach here, of course, if Sunriser. This could be nice if they don't play any cards that punish healing. Another Tempest? Oh, the Sunriser goes there instead. Yeah, that's fine. So good we played around that shit. I feel like we can just run away, and then the next turn we kill that with Rev. Can also replace into Night Sorrow, but I have only 2 left. This can help against Light Chaser. Don't really feel like staying in range of this thing. We can also just rev the Light Chaser. Only 2 Light Chasers left. We have lures. We have a bunch of shit. Yeah, that will also kill this or a Light Chaser. They have 6 mana, so they can't like 2-drop, 2-drop Immo or 2-drop, 1-drop Immo. So we just play this too far away from Immo. That's not too far away from Immo. So we have to put this here. I guess Duelyst doesn't really play provokes that fuck me diagonally. This will also not be able to be emote or Sunrisered. This is a bit awkward to line it up with a general again against provoke, and sometimes also you want this to walk here and this to walk here, so maybe I should have put it here or something. Here, here. This is the same problem. This is definitely not an option because of Immo. What? I don't think it's the Ollie. Because, come on, Night Sorrow. Let's replace this because it's Helinar. Lure Primus Fist 2 times is not bad. Of course, Revenant is not bad either. 7, 8. Yeah, not just Night Sorrow, but also Lure. Also just Ironclave and Helinar seems bad to me. Ironclave has some bad matchups nowadays on the ladder. Just one of these can kill this shit with me, but then I have nothing else to do. Fuck, I missed the pump. I guess it's fine. Because I can play around Immo pretty nicely this way. This little box. Of course, this is a decent Immo now, but... Oh, we got more Revenants. It sucks to play a lure on that when we also just have Night Sorrows. And if we could kill it simply with Primus Fists or Revenant, but I really needed to deal with both, so... Do you like my Immo box? They'll probably just walk towards the cliff, but, you know, time is good for us. But in that case, Nova is actually better than Revenant. If they play Sunblooms and, you know, a bunch of healing, this is a horrible matchup for us. Again, the healing cards, especially the healing synergy cards. Well, they're walking to quite some damage here. Do you have another Tempest? No? Maybe Sunriser, Sundrop there then? Okay, thank fuck no. If I clear this with Rev and go face with my face, I'll play into Immo and Sunriser, which sucks. I could play this. This is kind of max burst for the next few turns, but I think I need to replace this for Novas and the last rev. I definitely don't need to heal here. It's just, you can't always play this against Helinar, and now I can, but hand size is low. So the question is... I'll put this here, so that it's harder to walk towards the cliff. I'll cash in the damage because of Sunriser, Tempest and so on. Doesn't really make sense to hit a Helinar and play into Sunriser and Immo, but... Do I really care if my face gets hit by Sunriser and Immo? Not so much. Hey, Nova. And this is also nice. I have some hope here. But 6 cards for the opponent, so shouldn't have too much hope. There's no way that can't answer this 6-2. Oh, so they're not playing around Nova, right? A little bit. Just one trigger, that would be nice. Might need to healing. I will go kind of low here. Definitely need this, definitely need this. Can also just play this. I feel like I really need the healing, but I need more burst. They're gonna have more healing. Can also play these 2 cards. No. We're not gonna die. They have only one Sunriser left after this. Okay, now Nova's 2 face are starting to look pretty good. I would rather be here than here, even though this is kind of closer to the general, because they're gonna run away anyway. Well, maybe this is nicer because I'm closer to my creeps. Like, it's harder for the Ironcliff to approach me this way, isn't it? Because they can't walk here. If I go here and they imagine there's no creep, then I can't run away from Ironcliff next turn, which I can do here. Maybe that's relevant somehow. I don't know. I'll go here. Actually, I just realized a good reason to go here. If I really have to, I can go into this corner spot and Nova on my face, and then what the fuck are you gonna do with your life? Do you play Sunblooms or Lightbenders as a true counter deck? I mean, if you play true counter deck, you replace this with Alex, but Nova Grasp is nice. There is another Cliffy, and I got a Night Sorrow. Oh, it's a Regalia. Surprising. Getting kinda close to dying, I guess. Fuck you, asshole. Do we have lethal anyway? We do 4, but it's actually only 2. And then we do 5. So I have to get Void Balls, right? Two, 5, 6, 7. Why am I so good at creep? That's what you get for playing Sunbloom. And Ironcliff into Night Sorrow. Oh, he raised a rank from that. Well, that was very skillful. Let's rechat. I knew it was Gauntlet. It's draft mode and you can earn a lot of cards. Maybe I already answered this. Where did I left off with the chat? ZX also explained it already. So I was choosing two generals. Big when I played the general selection was of draft cards. Yeah, this is Gauntlet talk. Yelinar really missed Hallowed Ground and Vitriol. In 2-draw, you mean? It's still viable now too, though. Yelinar is still, you know, there's a lot of aggro on the ladder and it's not bad. I tried it myself in the server test, the last one. He got what he wanted anyway. Hey, why do you play Duelyst over Duelyst 2? Oh, you mean a category? I will show you. I want to play in the Duelyst 2 category, but I don't show up here in the game if I do. The integration in the game only is connected to Duelyst 1 category. And I like being in the game. How is the version without Revenants? Good. Also good. If you're talking about fast cast, where you play 3 Rite of the Undervolts and no Revenants, that list is also good. I feel like that high roll from the last game should be a good way to end it, maybe? I don't know. I do want to keep playing. What to do, chat? What to do? Try Duelyst on Steam and you will know what I'm talking about. I guess I'll try it. Sounds like I have no idea what you're talking about, but people are telling me to play Duelyst on Steam. I don't know what you mean. Play until patch. When is the patch? Like what hour? Only the fan version is available. I thought there were 2 versions. Maybe you mean the beta, the server test one? There was another one on Steam for testing the servers. The patch is the 27th December, but I don't know how late. It's already 27th here, but I'm in fucking Japan, and I'm pretty sure Dreamsloth uses Greenwich time, because the quests reroll on Greenwich time, I think. But some people put it here on Twitch as Duelyst and some as Duelyst 2. Yeah, it's actually the same game. It's just the old version of the game has a category, Duelyst 1. That game died, and now the revival is Duelyst 2, and that's why both categories still exist. But because this Duelyst 2 uses the code of the old developers, only Duelyst 1 category from Twitch shows up in the client. For another 7 hours minimum, that's when East Coast hits 12. That would be too long for me. Maybe I should just go to sleep now and then stream after the patch, because then we'll have new cards and, you know, we can test the new patch, and that's fun. Doting official time for release of posted could be afternoon tomorrow for West Coast. Oh. With the daily quest time in New York. There's a list anywhere of the achievements you can unlock that can give currency to the hidden ones. I think the hidden achievements are the same as in the old Duelyst, which means you can look them up in the Duelyst wiki. there is a page somewhere in the Duelyst wiki with all the achievements, and I got a few of the hidden achievements while playing without trying, and I was like, oh, these are the same as in the past. Duelyst wiki achievements. Let's see if I see an achievement in there that I can just do right now that I didn't do yet. I didn't think about doing this. Journeyman Quester, complete your first quest, did that. Complete 5 quests, did that. Okay, so there is a quest that I didn't do yet. Complete 100 quests. All you get from that is 100 gold, which is really weird. Because if you complete 13 quests, you get a random neutral legendary quester. Pretty sure one random neutral legendary is better than 100 gold. Well, you do get a pack, and you can get a legendary in your pack and 4 more cards. I don't know. Number of games. The maximum achievement is play 50 games. Already did that. Play against a friend. Already did that. Play 1 game with each faction. Already did that. Collect at least 1 of each common card. Then you get 1 random neutral epic and 1 random neutral rare. Collect at least 1 of each common card. Oh, so I guess I can get an achievement because I think Dark-Tide Frenzy is the only common card I don't have yet. Looks like it so far. Dark-Tide. Maybe in neutral. It feels really bad to craft a common, especially a Magmar, because you're so likely to get it, but on the other hand, what do I get from this quest again? Neutral epic, neutral rare. Well, that's more spirit than 40. Let's just do it. So yeah, everyone, if you want some new cards, an epic and a rare in the neutral section, just craft 1 of every common, or just get them forehead. Let's see how we actually get the quest done now. There we go. You just exit the deck builder. What did we get? Bone Reaper. Ugh, Samborer. I will never play Bone Reaper in the current meta, but it's not a bad card if Abyss gets removed and Zemrui gets removed and Magmar gets removed. So basically half of the game has to be removed for this card to be good. 20 spirit. So I guess that means I didn't have the burrower. This fucker was probably my third, but it's useless. What is the other thing? Unlock faction sisters. I don't think that's gonna work, because sisters are 1-draw cards. Collect 6 full sets of faction rares. A full set of that faction sister card. Yeah. Unlock neutral sister, also no. Really? There were this few achievements? I feel like there were many. I'll post a link in chat for people that find this hard to find. You can all try to do the hidden achievements for cards. Don't craft it, maybe got from the faction orbs, true. At least I crafted only 1, and I need 2 more at some point, right? For full collection. Are you free to play? Seem to have many more cards. I am free to play, but I did back the Kickstarter scenario. So I got 80 orbs after like 12 hours after release or something. So I was a true budget player for 12 hours. And then I was still a budget player for a bit more. But after a bit more of playing, after opening 80 orbs, I got some decent decks, like quasi, semi, pauper decks, semi-budget decks. And 2 days later I had my first real deck. So it took me 3 days to get a real deck with Kickstarter orbs. And I could have had it much earlier if I focused on one faction. But I didn't disenchant things I didn't have more than 3 of. If I had done that, I would have had a serious deck day one, I think. Spell High is what I'm talking about, which is a little bit expensive. Maybe got from Faction Orbs. 8 Faction Orbs coming soon. Yes, I feel like Disenchanting Bone Reaper, I have 2. They're not great, but I would keep them for a little bit. You are right that, yeah, Assassin that Plasma Rui, it's not a good card. It needs 3 attack at least. Like a 4-8 or something. Maybe it would be really good then, as a 4-8. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, at least that's immediate effect, but I would rather play Frostbone Naga. That also hits the general's face. You know, up for friend achievements, I'm still missing that. Yeah, you get an orb. Anyone, if you play against BM in a friendly, you both get an orb. Do it. Would you use skins for Ferocca? I would if I had them, but I don't have them. I don't have like 30 comments, can't complete that right now. Yeah, just wait on it. You'll probably be able to do it after the patch, Andre, because you'll get so many faction orbs. Name one how many orbs we're getting from faction orbs alone. I worked on Discord, so you know me now. Okay, good. Thank you, Liru. Low and think that will be only 1.5 levels. It's true that the best 2-drop minion in this game is Taskbor. Yes, I would say so. There are 2-drops that can win you the game in a way that Boar cannot. But on average, Boar is the best minion, the best 2-drop minion by far. But one Boar can never kill you, unlike Chakri. And you know, even a budget card like Azure Horn Shaman can win the game entirely, even though it's nowhere near as good as Boar. Do you need a number or something? My name is going to be. Which one would you use? Of course, I like Doghai. Can we see all the skins in here, or is that only in the shop? I guess only in the shop. I don't know if Doghai exists because I didn't see it in the shop. I already have the battle maps. I like emotes, but that's not a skin. Icons are also not a skin. Card skins. Bundles is emotes only, right? No, there's also some faction skins, but there are also bundles. Yeah, card skins. So I guess I only need to look here. I like some of the MK2 skins for sure. But let's see which are the ones I really like. I, for example, think the Faye MK2 is very comfy to look at. It's only Christmas for about 1 day per year, depending on which country you are in. So don't care too much about the festive one. Is Doghai here? Where's Kalios? No Doghai. Rogue Legacy for Arjun is also cool. But I guess my favorite of all time is Doghai, simply because memes. Then I like to play Songhai. I like Zerix. I like Faye. As for card skins, there are some faction reworks. This is nice for Vanar. This is a nice Vanar Archon. I like the Frosty Tiger too. Where are the faction cards? I'm pretty sure there were more than these few. There were only a few faction cards. Like in-faction card skins. Do I have to look in bundles? 40 minion skins. Umbra Songhai skin bundle. You see that there are many minions in here, aren't there? Why can't I look at all the... Why can't I look at all the minion reworks inside here? inside all of these. 6. Oh yeah, I saw you play these, Fate. I really fucking love Sarge with this fire. This is one of my favorite new skins, for sure. How can we look at the minions? Maybe somebody in chat knows. We can look at some minions, but not all. Let's read chat for that reason too. The card I hate most song is Lantern Fox. It is a good card. Someone also admits a friend to play me with that orb. Name is here. The web will come up later as an achievement. Really? That's cool. So everyone can get it, right? Or is it like a hard achievement, like win a tournament? Cry about this whatever, like the evil one is fine. You mean Alina? I don't really play the new generals. I only use the OG generals. The only non-OG general I use is Cassiva. I don't know why. And Sage, I guess. Sometimes Riva. But especially the third round of new generals, I never play them because I didn't play the game when that came out, so I have no nostalgia for them at all. Like Shidai, Sifron, Maeve, Ragnora, Elena, Brome. I just have zero attachment to them because I had quit the game when they came out. But of the second round, I do like Sage, Riva, and Cassiva. Faction rework is bundles. But can you see? Is there a way to see all the minions inside the bundle, Fate? Because I couldn't see that. Cannot buy a single faction recolor. Yes, and then you get a lot of skins. But I mean, I can't see all the minions that have been reskinned. They're further down in the bundle section. Now they moved it. Everyone can get it, that's nice. YouTube Casino. Oh, that's right, Fate uploaded it on YouTube. With all the skins. I saw that video. But they would recolor the MK2 skins too in those bundles. Maybe they will later. Sifron MK2 skin is goated though. Oh, hi Varian, we played before today. Sifron MK2. I will look at it. Where are you, Sifron? Oh, the animation is fucking sick. I get it now. I wasn't too impressed with the idol, but the animation is actually sick. Let's play this one more time. It gets out of the border even. It's just too powerful. Christmas tree Xerix. That animation is a lot less powerful than Sifron, so I get your point. I do like the MK2 Xerix. Nice animation. So yeah, we can see a few faction minion skins, but only 3. And there were 14 in the pack. Only 1, but there were 14 in the pack. What am I missing here? I do like a lot of these recolors too, but most of the cards I don't really play. But this skin makes me want to play KS Elemental. It is not a bad card, especially for budget. And the recolor makes it much better than the basic purple. This recolor is better than the original. The fire looks much better. I do play Blood here and Dancing Blades, this one. The Spellbinder, but I think this Spellbinder is only nice in Vanar. Same with this Tiger, but I do play a lot of Vanar, so these skins are also cool. Because we didn't have that answer. Can't we buy a single minion recolor like on a Belmont skin in the team of the faction recolor? I don't think so, Polite. It looks like there's only bundle Well, except the ones that are available here. Guard skins. There are only a few. Is this a bug or something that they're not showing up? Because, you know, it's really weird that some factions have a few minions, and for example, Magmar and Abyss have no minions here. Vitruvian 2, Songhai 1, Lionheart 3. Fate, do you think the interface is bugged or something? Or some oversight? I feel like the card skin section has a problem. Even if it's not a bug, they should add all the skins in the interface, otherwise people don't know what they buy, which means they won't buy anything. Should I message Bloodham? Get a chasing too rare, or is he still epic? I forget. Which one? They don't have epic things anymore. Well, they have the shard things. I guess I can look at the color. Yeah, this is epic, right? The pink 400 shards. General skins are legendary 800 shards. Yeah, they know about it. Oh, okay, never mind then. I remember grinding in game for battle maps. I already got them from Kickstarter, which is nice, because this is actually the cosmetic that I care more about than any of the others. I like the battle maps a lot. Emotes are fun. In the end, all the cosmetics are fun. It's just I don't care about them to the point that I would actually buy them, you know. I guess if I had to choose one, Dogai is an achievement, so maybe the new Sash skin, the fire one. Where is she now? This is not it. Oh, in the faction bundle. There you can see her a little bit. This Sash skin is really sick. Now the epic for Chaos Elemental, I will look at it. Because that is one of my favorites in the neutral section. It's a rare 200 spirit. Shards, whatever. Must have for aggro Vanar players. Ashen Pedo. Does it mean this Pedo is a Dark Souls boss now? It looks like a Dark Souls boss, I guess. Oh, these reskins were bosses in the old version, when the devs were sick of designing puzzles, the old devs. I'm hungry. Is there someone to host? Nobody. Or maybe in the other section? In the other section there's Muramasa and Wakachuchu. Chat, should I still play on like a crazy man or raid Muramasa or Wakachuchu? Let me know. Play on? People just want me to keep playing on. Play on? Shouldn't you be in bed? I should have been in bed instead of streaming at all. I should have been in bed 8 hours ago. We'll know the answer. I'm really toying with my health here, but I have to play at least one game after people all saying do it. Wow. Will I play this as a minion, the Blood Rage Mask? I would never consider that if I didn't have Heaven's Eclipse in my hand. It sucks that I have to eat my own towel with boar to be able to hit face and not have them summon something in my face. But if I'm gonna equip the Blood Rage mask, I don't want them to summon shit in my face. If this thing dies, we'll have 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. We will even overdraw. I could also just not hit face with the boar, but it doesn't really make sense. After that it missed their turn 1. I guess I'll eat my towel, feels bad, man. If I get a Mana Vortex from Heaven's Eclipse, then Heaven's Eclipse next turn might not even be bad. Lure, okay, nice, that's removal gone. You're doing something to my face? Void Pulse, I guess? Yeah, that's pretty good for them. Which is a reason not to do this, what I just did. Board control. But this is playable with Mana Vortex, so... The thing is, if I back off to play out Night Sorrow, they either can steal Night Sorrow or they can hit my mask. Just give me Mana Vortex. Otherwise I will really regret not playing this thing. Ugh. I should have just played these 2 cards. I just cared about Night Sorrow a bit. Shadow Dancer, that's actually something I need to clear. Man, I could almost do that in an efficient way, but I don't have the mana. This shit is a lot of damage. But this will fuck me. It is a thing you need to clear. I guess I'll replace the Satisfying Seal. Even though this is 8 damage with Blood Rage Mask for 2 mana, it's crazy. This can help me kill this with a Phoenix Fire. Now I don't mind suiciding this into that. This is kind of disgusting. But I have only 1 inner focus left in the deck, so 4 wins is super nice. The distance I have is also nice here. Well, you're setting up some bullshit. I think you're setting up a good Ghost Lightning, actually. Ooh, nice meme. I have so much burst. They could rev if I don't take the towel. Juxing this could be pretty good. I'll do it like this. Yeah, this is a cool play. If I don't kill this thing can die to dancing blades and stuff, so I kept the burn because we're getting them super low and we have 2 spell triggers on board. Maybe I should have moved a bit closer anyway. Well, we'll get damage at some point. But yeah, the Phoenix Fires do 10 damage together, so currently. Shadow Dancer again. Looks like a Mystic. Oh, they were targeting themselves, banishing. Give me Heaven's Eclipse. We can clear the board very easily here, of course. I think it's worth clearing board now, because then this Chakri can be juxed into them next turn, which sucks for them. We can play around Rev, but then we play into Nova. What the fuck are they playing? I think we can play around Rev anyway. Yes, if we put the Chakri here, then we play around Rev, but we don't play around Nova. It doesn't look like a Nova deck. Darksack is more like big shit, right? I can also run away from this, but then we can definitely not protect this against Revenant. I can also Phoenix Fire this thing instead, but I would rather do more damage. Yes, it eats this. But still. I'm not gonna waste the Jux. There is a Jux play here too, of course, but I need it for my Chakri next turn. I'm killing this because they're playing Ritual Banishing. And I want them to sacrifice something they don't want to sacrifice if they have Ritual Banishing for the Chakri. That is almost lethal. That is 5 damage. But yeah, if the Chakri lives, we just kill him, probably. The good spam heals. That sucks, but Chakri is not dead yet. And now it's dead. Well, not yet. We have a Spectral Blade. I am getting low on cards here, so don't like this. Yeah, Spectral Blade. At least they don't develop anything. We have a lot of time. So I'm actually gonna replace this because we have Boar, so we don't need this for reach. And if I have no good play, I can at least play this to have a better hand next turn. XD. We can just send 6 damage this turn so that we get enough draw. And then we also play both Mana Vortexes, and then there's just no way we don't get a minion to Inner Focus, right? Might be worried about reach after that though. About not having reach. We're going to get 2 cards. So I don't even have to play this yet. I can just suicide the Boar into them. Which is also not great, though. But, oh, never mind. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not gonna Inner Focus that shit. Let's walk back then. Not even a Mova. For some reason I thought that thing could reach. And now it just dies. Goodbye, boar. Maybe I baited him into removing that. Because it's such a stupid play. They don't look at my hand size, maybe. Well, it allowed me to draw an extra card, I guess. That's not a good card. That is a good card. We somehow didn't draw much burst. A flyer. But this shit is garbage. Are we gonna lose to this garbage? I just want to draw cards, so I'm gonna waste the Chakri. And the Ghost Lightning. Okay, that's a bit more burst at least. Shadow Dancer. This is probably gonna be the last game of tonight because we're actually still gonna lose. Even though we somehow just didn't really draw burst as Songhai. And the Void Pulses, blah blah blah. Oh, Night Sorrow, don't care. Now I can probably judge you no matter what, because you played Sarlacc. Okay, no luck. Definitely no luck here. We're actually gonna lose against this garbage. With the most meta deck. Yeah, this is the last game, people. I don't know what I did wrong here. You know, the boar thing was not great, but even if I hadn't played the boar, this same shit would have happened. He wouldn't have been dead. So this is 4, 7. Like, how do we get lethal out of this? We just don't. We can't even reach with this thing, so maybe it's not even correct to replace this. Can we get some weird Heaven's Eclipse lethal with this thing? Yeah, we cannot reach this anyway, right? No, we can't, so... Ugh. Let's just concede and stop streaming. I've never drawn so little burst after Heaven's Eclipse and 2-mana Vortex. I drew 3 spells and then more cards and I don't know. I actually did get my last Inner Focus, but I also had a lot of fires in my deck. Of course, we D-ranked a shit ton from that. And yeah, that deck was obviously a new player deck. I just don't feel good about myself. Why do I lose against garbage with the best deck in the game? Wouldn't mind to have more of your knowledge on Duelyst. I do have a lot of knowledge, but not a lot of execution. Heaven's Eclipse next to probably your best play anyway. It's playable anyway, that was fine. Do it inefficiently with Jux. I wouldn't suicide the Fog. What did you think about the other plays are good? Did I lose because I'm trash, or did I somehow get high rolled by a deck that didn't high roll at all? I just don't know what went wrong there. No clue. Assassin 90 chess World Champion, everyone. I mean, yeah, the boar shit was garbage for sure. Song is only best if you draw well. I didn't draw badly though. I drew decently. Not at the end, but in the rest of the game I drew decently. Beating yourself up over nothing, yeah. Sun Island, and you are right. I'm just too competitive. It does. If you're not very competitive, you do have a lot more fun. Because it actually indeed doesn't matter to lose a game. But still, it feels bad. There's something in my brain. Got OTK today from 18 HP against somewhere with board clear. That's sad. He had a lot of healing, yeah. He did. I'm not used to rush minions not being able to hit. Flying Dude, triple 0 mana activation, he had exactly 4 cards. Flying Dude, oh, the Scarlet Viper. That's super unlucky. Scarlet Viper is not that good unless you get triple inner focus in your hand and the opponent doesn't expect it. You know, I get the more salty the better my win rate is, because then it gets ruined. And I was like, oh, let's play one spell high match, immediately lose. This was also garbage deck. I have a weakness against garbage decks, I think. There could actually be truth in that, because since Duelyst re-release, the times I beat Solifit was with garbage decks. After I crafted meta decks and queued into him, he won every time. Garbage is strong, because you don't know what to expect, right? Okay, one more game then, to pretend that I'm chilled down, that I don't care about losing. That's how Vet loses. Garbage meta. It should be garbage meta because the game just released. Everyone should be playing pauper decks, but look at me. And the rest of Diamond and S rank. I'll replace this. Could be nice. If they play Swarm, I will keep it. Do I just disrupt him? I think so. I have an on-curve play for next turn to refill, and without the board, 4 wins is very hard to answer for Abyss. And even with a board, they have to have lure and nothing else. Let's backline this shit. Speaking of lures. Yeah, they're playing 1-drop, so they could actually 1-drop Night Sorrow. So yeah, I have to put it all the way back. You know, if I thought it was Swarm, I wouldn't waste this here, but it looks like it's Creep. And that will slow them down a lot with the taking the mana tiles and stuff. And I bossed my Chakri, which is not relevant yet. Against Lionheart would be, for example, because of Tempest. But yeah, maybe they only have 4 drops in their hand and then we fucked them. Blocked here? Okay. They can play Arca next turn if I don't watch out here. So I guess we'll waste the Jux. I don't want to play this into Spectral Blade. Isn't there a way to play another Chakri here and then 4 wins? Yeah, we just don't get all the triggers from 4 wins, but I think that's totally fine. Because it's not really possible to deal with this shit. The reason why I'm doing this, because another streaming day, Macer was in chat and I could do a similar play like this, and I was like, doesn't look that good, I play all my cards, blah blah blah. And I was like, nah, there's no way Abyss can deal with all this, so you should do it here so that I can't take this tile. I can also just take the tile myself. Not here. Oh, I already attacked, okay. I always get rewarded for puking your hand. That Heaven's Eclipse will nuke him with 3 spell triggers on the board, and the mana is probably mine too. Yeah, this is one of the things that I said, Mazer, Spectral Blade, blah blah blah. It's like, you know, too many things. And it's true, you only have mana for a Shroud or something. They can't deal with everything. Also, Spectral Blade into 4 winds is funny. Maybe they should have hit the 4 winds, I don't know. The Chakris do get bigger than 4 winds, so I do somewhat understand why they're doing this instead of the 4 winds. Not sure if there is a correct play in that situation for them. I think we can only win with high rolls again, you know, play the whole hand. Top deck Heaven's Eclipse, we have a good minion for the turn after. We're definitely gonna cast that shit. Have Ghost Lightning again, would be nice. Thank you. So I could keep this for the next 4 winds turn, but I think that's not a good idea. Because we can get 2 free damage out of it. And draw more shit. I think Jux is not really necessary, is it? We can play it just to buff our stuff more. But I think there are better things to do with our life. Less Ghost Lightning. XD. So yeah, I'm just casting this. Wait, I should get the healing. This thing will definitely go face. It's just if they have a Shroud and I go face with this, they can clear board. But then they would have to take another 4. 2 mana goes to the Shroud. I should be able to just fuck him, right? I think I do keep this here, so that the mana tile is totally inaccessible. Hey, another Heaven's Eclipse. I cannot win against trash, but I can win against normal shit if I just high roll. Maybe I should have put this here after all. Yeah, that was a misplay. Because of this, they can block like this. That was silly. Why didn't I just put it here? The 4 winds. I mean, we still win, but less Ghost Lightning could be... I just won't burst. So yeah. I think I'm just gonna play this 4 winds aggressively. No reason to. We have jogs from this. Because Shroud Spectral Blade could potentially do shit if we don't backline it. I'm putting both of these next to the tile so that they can both walk into the tile, whichever one I want to walk into the tile, depending on the situation. Last Heaven's Eclipse. That's actually kind of nice because it means I can't draw Heaven's Eclipse with Heaven's Eclipse. More likely to get jogs. Thanks for the follow, over hamster. Can let you do like 15 damage this turn. Which turn was that? From Mazer I remember, and I quote, "Don't count your song high." Yes, that was from Mazer. Are you supposed to keep your mages safe or use him as a body to trade? Usually you keep him safe, almost always. And if you trade with it, you usually trade into the opponent's face, not into a minion. But there are rare cases where you do trade it into minion if you have no choice. You just roll jogs and win. You start streaming in Utah finally, but I couldn't watch all day. Yeah, it's because I streamed at night, basically. What the fuck? They actually had answers to everything? And that? Okay. I guess I regret my Ghost Lightning replacement. Aren't they just dead? It will do 1 damage. Then we have 6. So we have 7, and then we need a little bit more. It's just if I replace this, then I'll get Heaven's Eclipse of Heaven's Eclipse, but I just want to kill. I don't have anything to inner focus. I can get lethal of this, so I'll cast it. Yeah, that's fucking lethal, as the kids say. I didn't even hit with the 4 winds. Hey, we got our rank back. Do we have an orb? No. Let's play one more game because I'm addicted. I should sleep, but I can't because I'm addicted. Did not answer your make it so you win? Exactly. Can't believe you're playing this disgusting faction. Yeah, I know how you think about Songhai. And I understand all the people that hate this faction, but I find it fun to play. It's a good resource for meta deck lists. I have a command that does something. I understand Songhai haters, but I also like to kill from hand, so there's something satisfying about it. Thank you for the fox. Mac, in the wrong position. Could this be nice against Mac? I mean, the 1-drop dies to it. This is nice for the 4-drop. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like not hitting this thing so that this can't get net selected. Then it could Greater Fortitude. I guess for that reason I will keep Saber Spine and Lightning. Because I'm not gonna hit that thing, so that my fox doesn't die to net select after suiciding into my face. And then if the Greater Fortitude net select, I can at least finish this off with a Saber Spine Seal. No minions drawn is sad. I just ate Magmar, same. I ate Magmar the most of any faction by far. If only all airdrop directly in front of me instead of to in front. Yeah, because it's not a good play. We love to see that shit, right? And I even hit my face with that mag, so I can just kill it off next turn with my face. And my fox is surviving. Vindicator. I mean, that's an easy Phoenix Fire. I don't know what's happening here. We can also Jux, but it seems like a waste of a card. If I hit this thing, I get more Phoenix Fires. But then I want a Jux because they could run away from it. But I need a minion next turn. I could also replace this, I guess. Because, well, they can net select it next turn. I'll spread out a little bit. It's mech, so I really don't think there's a reason not to send 2 Saber Spine Seals to their face. Especially because we have Heaven's Eclipse and a Lantern Fox. I might regret replacing the Jux. Especially because they can walk into this tile and be out of range of this. Where was he standing before here, right? Maybe I should have just kept it here. Yeah, I should have. I thought this is nice for grabbing the mana and spreading out against future Mercantor turns, but I could still do all that shit if I just kept it here anyway. But they're playing into Fox anyway, right? It's just a new player. So, shouldn't talk too much shit. They even hit my face here. We'll just play this as a net select buffer and to empty the hand for Heaven's Eclipse. I'll put it here so that it can walk into the mana tile. I will have to take one charge away for myself, but that's fine. And for myself, I mean my Blood Rage Mask. Don't care about Flash Mercantor. That shit is too slow. Well, I say that, but my Blood Rage Mask will actually be cleared. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's what I would do too. Sorry, Paya. You're just trying to meme, and I played Songhai. But you also played Magmar with Vindicator, so... Yeah, I did play that turn poorly, Madex. I did. I've been playing poorly a lot, just since many days. Since release. My first time catching your stream, you started playing Duelyst after a few years. How is there a way to get your deck list? Ja, wat hij ook did. This deck so dank in mind. Plays with Tiger Locks. Are you watching my replay, Fate? I played like 2 games with that today. Or did we have the same idea on the same day? Played the lock with Glaives and Tigers. What is good for Ambition Creep? Seeing a lot of it at the moment. Big minions that don't care about lure are a good way, or Jax, because nobody plays Breath of the Unborn. If your minion does care about lure, but you can play shit like Magnetize or Juxtaposition or Heart Sister, do that. Because, yeah, Ambition Creep usually doesn't play any big minions. But that's not what I mean. They don't play big minion removals besides lure. But you have to play them early, otherwise lure can actually kill them if they have some Nova set up already. What else is good against creep? Fatigue Lionar can just out-heal everything, but that's a hard deck to play and expensive to craft. I want the Mystic emotes in his chest for thumbs up. Maybe we can work on that. Oh, we fought the same deck? Really? That's cool. Should have attacked the Shield Master with Face. Equip Mask and attacked Fox. Inner Fox attack Fox twice, Face Fire for 8 damage. I mean, it's definitely a better turn for damage. I just wanted to keep my burst. Didn't feel like I needed to play the Inner Focus yet. And that's not the only turn I played poorly anyway. I really need to sleep. It's 8 AM in the morning here. So I've been up for over 24 hours. Yeah, I actually woke up early today. I'm surprised I didn't just fall asleep here. I don't think the game is already that decoy. But if people don't like the patch from tomorrow, then it might be tricky. Patch on 27 was funny when the battle orbs are useless. If they are, then I am a bit concerned about the future of the game. We'll see. I'll look at the patch first. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. And there was also a sub, thanks for that as well. Is there anything else I need to say? I guess I will shill my YouTube and Discord one last time. My throat is also totally fucked from screaming all day. I need a Mystic's thumbs up emote. Maybe I can add that as a new channel emote. I think 7 subs away from a new emote. Well, it's not important now. We'll look at it later. I need to fucking sleep and cure my throat from streamer disease. Screaming streamer disease. Yeah, so thanks again for watching, and I will definitely stream a bit once the patch drops. I can't even speak anymore, man. When the patch drops, I will stream again, and then we'll look at if it's good. Bye!